They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the flew between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much on my. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no sex. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your phone. Can't hit it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face.
but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back your back now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. I feel on top of the world.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opals right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
I hang on every word you
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the C Championship 2020 by ESL, of course. It's the ESL C Championship 2020. Welcome, good evening. My name is Gary Keith. I'm going to be your host for this evening, and together with me, none other than the mastermind of Dota 2 himself, Otomo. Did I just overhype your status a little bit?
Just a little bit. When you said master and mind, those are the two words, you know? Those are two words.
That's the whole point, right? You got to set some sort of expectations, and then hopefully we meet it, or otherwise we'll get like some crazy Southeast Asian chat going on in the comments.
Or we can start with really low expectations and, you know, surpass them. That might be an idea.
I should have went with that. I guess we will in the second match series of the day. This is the first one. This is once again ESLC Championship 2020. We're talking about teams who are playing for a spot to qualify into the close qualifiers of the ESL 1 Birmingham. Okay, they get the chance to fly all the way there if they get through the close qualifiers.
Yes.
So this is a qualifier to another qualifier technically, which you will bring them through.
There is quite a gauntlet, actually, if we can look into the brackets. But basically, we'll have two best-of-3s today. The first one will be between Adroit and Army Geniuses. And if you win that, you get to go to the winners' finals. And if you win that, you straight away qualify. So, but the other, and then we'll have the best-of-2 later, which is Reality Rift versus, I believe, what was it? Myth.Trust.
Yes,
Myth.Trust. And again, if you any team that loses still has a chance because there are two brackets, upper bracket and lower bracket.
They used to be called Myth.Trust. I think they're taken over right now, and they're called Motivade.Trust.
Motivade.Trust.
Motivate spelled
Motivated.
with a D.
Yeah.
So like that guy is a bit more.
That's the
there.
C spelling.
Yeah.
Right, with a D.
That's true. That's true. I remember back then when emails were like X's and Y's and all these. You know, you're trying to be emo, trying to be cool. All right. So just taking you through the through the teams and the brackets of the day later on and we have Reality Rift, Geek Fam, Adroit, Boom Esports on Group B, who is already invited. And Army Geniuses, Motivade.Trust, as we say with the D, MS Chonburi and Oracle Youth qualified as well. So this is going to be an interesting one, especially Team Adroit, right? You know a lot about them. You've seen them play a couple of tournaments. You probably have played with them, being a mastermind yourself.
Yeah, my God. When did this start? What did I do to deserve this? But yeah, both we're going to split the teams into two groups.
Yeah. 2
invited will be in each group and 2 qualified will be in the other group. Reality Rift, Adroit, Army Geniuses, Motivade.Trust are together, which is what we'll be seeing today. Tomorrow will be the Geek Fam, Boom, MS Champion, Oracle Youth all together. So out of these 8 teams, 4 will be able to advance.
Take a look at it though. Invited and qualified. It's actually pretty surprising seeing that the invited ones, definitely, because they're all like the big names of the game, right?
Boom
but
Esports,
we have no idea about the qualified teams. Army Geniuses seems to be a shroud of shadows. Trying looking them up. We've got like 0 to no info there, so they're gonna be a surprise as well. If Motivade.Trust, there was Myth, so you do know some stats about them. MS Chonburi, also from Thailand, just like Motivade.Trust, and Oracle Youth, the junior for Team Oracle. They all made it through the qualifiers, and well, I was expecting different names, but they're the ones who made it, so they are the underdogs, and they are the ones competing in this.
Yeah, we don't really know. We know Army Geniuses because both Army Genius and Motivade competed in Parabellum 2020, which was about a month ago, and I believe in that tournament Army Genius actually did perform better than Motivade. They got all the way to 3rd place, whereas Motivade.Trust was about like 5th place. So there was and the Neon Esports won that tournament, but the invited teams definitely look much stronger on paper. Reality Rift just came from a win yesterday from another tournament. Adroit qualified to the ESL Los Angeles. They won the ESL Los Angeles qualifier. So let's look at the qualifiers actually to see what we were talking about earlier. So today, actually there we go. This is the best of 3 that we have. So Reality Rift, Army Geniuses, Adroit and Motivade.Trust. They'll be playing right now. Adroit, Motivade.Trust. If you win, you will be. That's weird. That's strange. So yeah. From the qualifiers, we'll have 2 teams come out, which is the Group A Seed 1, which will face up against the Group A Seed 2, and of course, the same thing from Group B. First and second place.
Yeah. So not all lost here. The top 2 will be going through at least this first round of it. Today we'll only be covering Group A though, so that is Reality Rift with Army Geniuses in the first series of the day. It's a best out of 3, and we're going to get into the second series much later on. If you're around, please do stick around because it's Adroit versus Motivade.Trust. No, actually the other way around. So Adroit, Army Geniuses, Reality Rift versus Motivade.Trust. Yeah, there you go. 9 p.m. and one's happening in just about a bit. So stick around for that one. So in case you're wondering, the prize pool for the entire event, if they make it through all the way, it's a $20,000 event right here in the prize pool. But the bigger prize is definitely to get into that close qualifiers and maybe a chance to get a ticket to the ESL 1 Birmingham, which is relatively big, and especially big actually for Southeast Asia, because hey, we want to travel. It makes more sense. It makes more sense for those teams to go out there, and to them it's like kind of a win-win, right? Even if they don't make it, which that's not the case, right? I'm saying the worst case scenario, even if they don't make it through the ESL 1 Birmingham, but they played in it, that's prestige already.
And if you win, you get a vacation.
Yeah.
A working vacation. You know, you have to go and you have to still work while you're there. But we can actually talk about the two teams right now. So Adroit, we talked about they qualified through the ESL Los Angeles. They had a very fascinating story there, where they were the best in their group. They had 3 wins and 1 draw, so they had 7 points in total. And when they went in for the actual qualifying match, where if you win, you go, if you lose, you can't, unfortunately, they weren't able to just connect through the internet. They had internet issues on the day itself, and they were lagging through the whole day. It was really unfortunate, but there was a 3rd place. If you get 3rd place, you can still qualify, but you have to go up against another team that lost for the qualifying match. They did beat that 2-0, and then they qualified.
So they didn't actually rage, did they?
No, they didn't rage.
That's super. That's great to hear coming from a Southeast Asian
They
team.
put
Let's be honest about it.
They put videos of them celebrating. It was so nice. But
right.
actually, let's see something else that's worth celebrating, which is the prize pool for this turn. How is it going to be distributed? And if you get 1st place, 8,000 USD. 2nd place, 5,000. 3rd and 4th, we will share 2,000. I mean, not share, but they only have 2,000 of the prize pool. 5th place, 1,000, and if you get 7, if you get last place, you're still getting money. You know, you're still getting 500 USD.
Which is
with the exchange rate.
Yeah, listen, we are in Southeast Asia. I gotta stress that one out. This is ESL Asia. If you're watching the stream on Facebook, do drop a comment. We will try and read it and acknowledge it from time to time when we can. In between not team fights. Definitely, we want to highlight that a whole lot. But in between games, we will read them out. So do so. Hit the share on that stream, like it as well, and invite your friends on it before this game number 1 starts. So, yeah, again, with the prize pool, like I said, I think the teams really don't care about the prize pool here. It's making it through the close qualifier. I mean, it's getting seeded into it and then worrying about qualifying it through for the ESL 1 Birmingham, which, yeah, the ESL 1 is a big series, right? Yeah. So that's definitely up on their minds. Anything to talk about the team Army Geniuses?
Unfortunately, Army Geniuses, the only thing I've seen them in is Parabellum recently, which was, again, a month ago. They got 3rd place. They performed really well. I think Motivade.Trust was in that tournament as well, like we said earlier. There's just not as much info. They are a newer team, so we just don't have the same info. Adroit coming in has a lot, bigger list of achievements. They look a lot stronger. So we were actually discussing this backstage between what we think is going to happen, and I think we come to consensus that it seems like Adroit will probably walk away with the series either with a 2-0 or 2-1. Not to diminish our
be careful with that. You know how Southeast Asia can be, man.
But you have to admit that one team comes in as the underdog.
Yeah,
as they expected. Like the Cinderella story will be if Army Genius can make it through.
Yeah, it's the upset, right?
Yes.
Because, Southeast Asian Dota can be surprising sometimes. It's a very volatile scene. In fact, just to point a few things out, Army Geniuses is a team that has beaten T1 before in their historical background. So which means T1 right now has In Your Dreams playing for them, arguably one of the best Southeast Asian Dota 2 player out there. And if they could beat T1, who's to say they can't beat a team Adroit?
I mean, any day, with these top teams, any day one team can take a game from another. But it's like, how consistently can you do it?
That's true.
So, and Adroit, they have, like we said, they have a big resume. And the cool thing about them is the way they have such great space makers in Bok and Boomy.
Yes.
They're position 3 and position 4. And they just love switching it out as well with the draft. They sometimes pick Magnus, and we're like, is it Magnus mid? But no, they can give it to Boomy, and he can just make space as well with landing great RPs one after the other.
So, talking about the team lineup, let's take a look at Team Adroit and they're big names, as we all already know. Natsumi being on a carry, Mac on mid, Bach the offlaner, Boomy, Pulse 4, and CML taking a Pulse 5 role. Now Bach, he is the tempo maker of this team. I've seen them played over and over again. They won the ESL Clash of Nations. They stormed through it, and it's usually, if Bach has a great game, they all have a great game.
Yeah, what they usually go with for Bach is either Enchantress or Clockwork. Sometimes they like to pick the Clockwork early, who is very popular in the meta anyway. And then they're like, oh, is it going to be a position 3 or position 4? So they have that trick where it's like they can switch it around. And when they give him Enchantress, you know that he's going to have a very tanky hero because that's how he builds it. So Natsumi usually plays like the farming safe lane, something like the Morphling usually. Doesn't join the fights very early, trusts his team to make the space for him. And the CML, very careful hero, usually with a save hero, something like a Wyvern, something like an Oracle to keep his teammates alive.
So let's take a look at Army Geniuses right now, the ones that's being covered in a shroud of shadows. Nobody know their name, but I'm bet after this whole tournament, people might. Okay, I'm hoping for that to happen. Stargazer taking the first position, Mamang Daya taking second, Wami taking third, Lawless Shy taking the fourth, and U.K.
UK is what I call him. UK is yeah, I remember Mamang Daya was always performed really well in the mid lane. They usually trust him something that can make space, something like an Ember, something like a Kunkka. Just run around, make space for your team. Not a very high farming heavy hero, but they trust him to make some space. UK also played very consistently on the position 5, but again, I haven't seen their games in a while. Not quite sure what they're going to bring. We haven't seen them in almost a month. You know, they disappeared, and it'll be interesting to see what they can bring from the new patch.
Yeah, so they are a full Indonesian squad up against a full Philippine squad. We know in pubs there's a lot of history that goes behind the two of them.
A lot of love.
A lot of love, that's the word. Yeah, tough love, more so than ever. So we're about to find out between the two of them who is going to definitely, I think people in the comments are going to swing the way of Adroit, but that's also because they probably don't know Army Geniuses. We don't either, but I want to find out. I really do want to find out. I hope they put on a show, and yeah, I mean,
it'll be interesting to see how the teams adapt based on recent tournaments that have happened. So like you said yesterday, there was a big tournament with that Reality Rift 1, which means that will they be watching them and saying, hey, what's other teams picking? Because Reality Rift is in this tournament as well. They're actually playing the second series. So like Snapfire, is it going to be a hot commodity? It was very, very popular. Is going to be PL, very popular hero. Ember Spirit, something that we're seeing a lot of. So, and we know that teams in the region tend to scrim a lot with each other. You know, so you get you get to pick up like, oh, they're picking Snapfire, we pick up Nyx. You know, and then it becomes the whole circle of like, what's good against Nyx to counter it. So I'm interested to see what these players bring in from their own like home
talking
country.
about the Snapfire though, you mentioned before that hero is just too good right now.
Yeah, it's too strong.
Do you think we'll ever see it getting picked up, or will it be a priority to ban him out this entire tournament alone?
Reality Rift will take him for sure when they can. Like they will have, but of course that's the second series. For the first series, either of teams watching, I believe even when we saw in the ESL, the Snapfire was very popular. So Adroit likes him. They don't like him as much. They only picked him like twice out of 8, 2 times out of games, which is still like 25% pick rate.
Yeah.
I was like pick rate and win rate. But yeah, he's popular with them. So I think that Snapfire will definitely be picked and banned a lot.
What about Void Spirit, another one that recently just hit captain mode?
He seems very popular, but a lot of teams either really like him or they shy away from him. Most times I see players are like, we want to see how other players can play him as well before they all jump into him. He's just, again, we didn't see him earlier in the weekend. I don't know. The hero, he falls off a little because he brings all these like magic damage numbers. No real right click. Sometimes they build in data list, but usually go like Yules, and you get just try to end the game very fast.
No, but that's the thing, right? Like I noticed trends when it comes to like Void Spirit. It's either when you picked him out, he's going to be like super impactful in a team fight, and when you do that again, for some weird reason, the impact just isn't there.
Yeah, well, once he gets countered, it's really hard to play. It's really hard to play him. And when we're seeing a lot of mid laners, because that's when Void Spirit usually go.
Yeah.
We're seeing mid laners who can do a lot more than just one thing. That's one of the reasons OD is so popular. When he gets the enemy Aghanims, he can either take out 2 enemies, save a couple of allies. It doesn't matter. He has a lot of like utility along with a ton of damage. But Void Spirit, yes, he has that. He's very elusive, and he has the Aether Lens, but his damage also is not great. It doesn't like justify picking him. Same thing with the Queen of Pain. She has damage, but until level 25, she has no control, which is why we don't see her.
Oh, she's usually paired up with like someone in the support that could control it. Yeah,
It's not enough. You know,
Yeah.
it's like you need heroes that can do a lot more than one thing.
That's true. That's true. Like you said, yeah, more hero picks are tools,
Yeah.
and to execute something to make it happen. Before the game actually begins, let's go through the new patches because it's been a while since I've seen Adroit play. I think I saw them play back in 2019 around December, so it's not that long ago. It's about like a month or two, 3, 4, or I'm not Asian
Years
enough to
ago.
remember.
This
It's
is
literally
so
like
long.
December. It's kind of a couple of months ago. So that was when Night Stalker was a contested pick. That was when he does almost everything, and he's that tanky beast frontliner. That's why when Bach always gets a good game whenever he gets his hands on a Night Stalker. This time around, what do you think are going to be the most contested pick? Assuming like the Snapfire is going to be banned out, Void's going to be banned, Void Spirit.
Yeah, I
is
was
gonna
like
be-
gonna say Faceless.
they're all
Faceless Void's
purple.
pretty good.
They're both purple. Yeah,
Faceless Void's pretty good. Winter Wyvern, I imagine, will be contested somewhat. We know Adroit likes that hero. They played him a lot. He hasn't been nerfed, unlike a lot of other heroes recently that just got through the balance patch with a few nerfs. So I think Winter Wyvern will be something that we'll see contested, but not too heavily. It's like, oh, if we can get him, we can get a Snapfire. It's a good hero to have. Another thing that they have will be the Wyvern, Clockwork, Morphling, Magnus. But again, Adroit has not actually joined a tournament since they qualified.
exactly.
So we don't know what they've been playing with, and after the balance patch, we're not sure. But just the meta in general, Snapfire is popular. Huskar is another mid that we're seeing that usually is a cheese pick. At the very end, you take the Huskar if you're up against a TA. Teams will probably see it coming, but they could set themselves up for it.
But they kind of have to have a save when they pick like someone is as divey as Huskar, right? Who just jumps straight in with the life break and stuff. But usually you'd see it coming when like they first pick an Oracle or something. But yeah, do you think it's actually worth contesting the Huskar, or is he super situational? Because although he is great on papers, I've never seen much teams actually utilizing him. Maybe a couple too. So.
What we're saying is that usually Huskar is picked to counter the Ember Spirit as well as the TA because he's just so good against them. The problem is that after like 25 minutes, the TA and the Ember Spirit will continue being useful, whereas Huskar is like on the decline at that point. Usually once with the Huskar you get the Armlet, you get the Heaven's Halberd, you get like maybe the BKB, and then you're kind of like, well, I kind of peaked, there's really no item I can get after this that really improves me. Whereas TA gives Deso, Blink, BKB, then you can get something like Nullifier, which helps her out a lot. Same thing with Ember, big damage, a lot of control coming out, and TA brings you vision. Huskar is just, I go out, I do a lot of damage, and when the damage starts not being enough, the hero is just nothing. So come 25-30 minutes, you're on a timer when you're playing with Huskar, and teams that play on a timer, sometimes you're waiting for a very strong carry to come online, but when Huskar is like just completely useless, you go down from having 5 heroes to 4. It's just Huskar just gives you nothing.
Is there any you think hero picks that used to be good but now fall off like really badly?
Like we don't see them anymore.
Like you saw them in a previous patch, but now it's just not an option.
Let's see. I'm trying to think. We haven't seen. There's a few heroes we haven't just seen in general. Like something like the Juggernaut has been not really popular because of the way Omni Slash works. There's just so many safe. Ghost Scepter, Yule's Glimmer. All these ways you can just escape it, and all of the save heroes coming out as well. So I think that's one of the heroes that is just not popular, which I wish we could see more of. Other heroes that we're not seeing is a lot of Earthshaker. Seems to be unpopular as well. It's a little sad. Something that one of the teams is going for is a lot of Death Prophet. We're seeing that come out from Motivade.Trust. So I wonder if that's going to like seep into the rest of the teams that are going to be like, oh, hey, Death Prophet, she's pretty good.
But a lot of strats is revealed, right? When you pick the Death Prophet, you definitely would want to fight around her ultimate and definitely just charge down tower. In fact, talking about hero picks and bans and popularity, the draft has already begun for game number 1 of this first series. It's Army Geniuses versus Team Adroit.
Yeah, we can see the bans AA, Puck, and Pango. I assume they're being banned by Army Geniuses. Adroit bans the Void Spirit, the Morphling, and the Timbersaw. So, oh, there you go. Madness, first pick. Boomy or Bach. One of them will take it. I'm sorry, Mac or Bach.
Based on historical evidence, which needs to be taken in a hint of salt, because now that metas have changed, it's usually going on a +4, but we'll see. Are they still running the cheesy, get a Magnus, empower your carry, flash farm, and just take over the game? or will they actually be looking to utilize his RP as a means of team fight?
Yeah, it's a very flexible thing. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, is it mid Magnus?
10
And
seconds
are they gonna start picking
remaining.
other heroes?
Pick.
Winter Wyvern, we talked
Winter
about being a
Wyvern.
popular hero. Enchantress is a bit of an odd pick for Army Geniuses. I don't remember them being big pickers of Enchantress. I know it's one of Adroit's favorite heroes to take.
Yes.
So I guess it's something like we're taking it away from you. You know, it's ours now.
Anything worth noting, Enchantress actually does a lot now that the impetus can be leveled up
Yeah.
at level 1, right? It's a lot of harass damage.
Radiant
Especially now it's pure, and we got the Snapfire.
That makes sense. But I'm also looking at the Enchantress and Wyvern. I'm thinking, well,
Dire team
it's very
back.
unlikely both are supports. You know, because
That's true.
it's like, yeah, you have a couple of lane winners, but I imagine that you want something a bit more active than these two heroes for position 4. Enchantress, yeah, you can get creeps, but unless you get a few items, you're really nothing in the late game. You do nothing against BKB. So early game, usually she goes around as when she's a position 5, she gets a few good creeps, goes to
10
the lane, wins
seconds
it.
remaining.
But you have Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, I was about to get into that. Do you think that Winter Wyvern
5
was just
seconds remaining.
a no-brainer just because they saw a Magnus getting picked up? It just saves him from the RP. If someone gets RP, lay the curse down, they can't commit on you.
That's a fair point. Like, that is a fair point. I just wonder if that's really what Army Genius is thinking. You know, like, what are we? Maybe we're in a whole different bracket. You know, maybe it's gonna be that
Probably so.
the carry Winter Wyvern when it
Whoa.
first came out with the Mask of Madness when the ulti can do damage. That was a lot of fun.
Dude, I'm actually hoping that's the case here because then I'll be seeing something new, something different, something I would not have ever expected of. It is a best of 3. If they want to get a bit crazy about it, I do appreciate good entertainment, right?
I imagine Nyx might be a ban here. It's too
good. Yeah.
It's too good not to ban because firstly, Mortimer's Kiss. Yes, it's not a perfect counter, but it is a counter.
It is.
Secondly, when Magnus he attacks people with his Empower on, you can cleave and hit the Nyx with the Spike
10
Carapace,
seconds.
as they call
Dire
it.
team
So,
back.
OD is being banned instead.
Dire team
I didn't know it was pronounced Carapace.
No, it's
Radiant
Carapace.
team pick.
But
Oh, the Medusa. An early pick for the late game Medusa. Pretty confident on that one. They do have a lot of sustain coming out from the Wyvern to save him a little bit.
yeah, but
A
sometimes
bit overconfident, I feel.
a lot of times, yeah, it's very strange to pick the Medusa. I mean, like when you look at Wyvern's his heal, it really never feels like a save. Firstly, you're stuck there for like
That's
5
true.
seconds.
10
And
And
secondly,
it doesn't save you from magical damage. With the
Or
kisses
pure.
around,
Yeah.
yeah.
so imagine being
5
healed and Mortimer's Kiss coming in,
seconds
you're like, well, I screwed up this time.
I'm
you know?
dead. You just set me up on the noose. We'll see what Adroit is going to respond in their third pick.
I wonder if they're
right
gonna
now.
if they take Clockwork, because if they take Clockwork, still a flex pick could be a 3 and 4. So you have a flex with a Clock, flex with the Magnus. So you know, there's a lot of there'll be a lot of mind games still coming out. And you force Army Genius to show your 4th hero before you have even committed your draft to anything.
Well, what about the mentality of being in the upper bracket? It's a best of 3. Do you think teams are a bit more willing to try new things, knowing that there's always the lower bracket to be a safety net for them?
I think you're willing to, if you won game 1 and you're like on the second game, you have like the
Dire
1-0,
team pick.
and then you're okay with it.
All right, so it's a Centaur Warrunner. Definitely now this Magnus going to run on a 4th.
Or 2. No, it's Centaur's the
Oh, that's
confirmed
true.
3.
They can,
Centaur's the confirmed 3. Snapfire is probably the confirmed 5, which means that we still don't know. It's a 2.
could be a mid-mag.
Yeah, they still want to make sure that they get a favorable mid matchup before they commit.
So the Medusa is most likely going to be on mid, right?
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
So what is the matchup between the Medusa and the Mag? Do you think it's any favorable to the Mag?
Both get to
5
farm quite
remaining.
decently. Yes, the Mystic Snakes do damage, but they don't take mana anymore. So Magnus just goes into it, empowers, farms. You can't really deny against him because you get double bonus damage on yourself. So it's a lot. And we're seeing Medusa. She'll do some harass, but it's just not enough to kill him.
Hey, you want to know what's the crazy part now? That was actually Adroit.
What?
That draft was Adroit. It was swapped around now, the names. So that was not the Adroit Magnus as
Oh,
we thought it
God.
would be, or the Snapfire, or the Santa Warrunner. So
Blink and you miss it.
yeah,
Radiant
Well, it
team
makes sense because we know that
Balkan
they-
is Anch, right?
they love Enchantress. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like surprised that they took it. And Winter Wyvern, I mean, we have it in the notes here. Wyvern is picked for Adroit. But Army Geniuses, they are going for heroes that Adroit does like, which is the Magnus as well. So they want to take it. Magnus and Snapfire, great combo. And you also have the Centaur to help set it up.
Oh, look at the Medusa. It seems like
10
they're going.
seconds
Adroit's going
remaining.
for the 4 protect 1 right now. He's got the cold embrace
5
to hold to
seconds.
heal
And
him
False
up,
Promise, yeah.
and false promise to hold him there, even with the magic immunity.
Which
during
makes
the
me
heals. So
which makes me think that's gonna be Medusa 1 because Natsumi loves those farming
yeah,
heroes. He loves to stay in the lane just to farm by himself. So it feels like Medusa suits him way more than it suits Mac, who loves to move around. And PL coming out. All right. Okay, I can live with that. You can actually use Enchantress to take one of the PL illusions for your own, and that spawns illusions as well. So you can have this army of illusions fighting each other. It is fun in its own way. It's like
theoretically fun.
It's a lot of fun. But looking at Adroit, yeah, you don't have a lot of. You have Medusa who can help clear the illusions. You have Winter Wyvern with his Splinter Blast, her Splinter Blast. Sorry, she's a lady, to help clear some illusions. But other than that, it's not that much. You know, it's like, yeah, you got some, but you got.
So the question now becomes, who has the tempo, at least in the early game? Because Medusa is going super late, and it seems that all they have on the side of Adroit are passive save heroes.
Yeah, it's I mean, Army Genius looks like they have way better tempo. Snapfire can, with Mortimer's Kiss, you can set up fights. Magnus ulti, you have Centaur running around as well. On Adroit, you got Oracle, Winter Wyvern, Enchantress. These are your space makers, and none of them is particularly well known for making space. Enchantress, when we see Bach play him, he's very aggressive. He's able to make some plays, but the hero himself is somewhat limited to that. You know, he plays him more as a late game carry sort of hero.
So they're expecting the mid pick right now, coming out from Adroit. Banned out the TA, banned out OD previously.
This leaves, by the way, and Huskar's pretty good. Percentage damage against two. Again, well, 3 of them are strength heroes. Snapfire is a strength hero, by the way, which is something we don't think about very often.
Yeah, because he's pretty squishy. You never think of it.
But she is a strength hero, which means that you have 3 people, especially the Centaur and the Magnus, where Huskar does percentage damage, which is really good. Silencer coming out as a ban here.
They're expecting the mid.
And Burst Spirit is it gonna be the Huskar last pick? I feel like it's really set up for Adroit to take the Huskar, but there's a lot of control coming out. Huskar late game is not great, which we talked about. Medusa's very late game, so you will have a useless Huskar at that point.
But do you think it's fine because they're banking on Medusa getting super late, or maybe even get an early divine?
We've seen that work.
Yeah,
like we've seen that work. But it's also like that strategy where you're playing Russian roulette and there's like 2 left and you're like, do you really want to bank on that? You know, do you really want to go that?
It's a best of 3, man.
So
it's a best of 3.
Ember Spirit, Magnus. We talked about Ember Spirit being quite contested recently. PL. This is really good. Like, this is what they have. It's going to be that position. I imagine position 4 Magnus and Centaur 3, Ember mid, PL just farming, and PL late game against Medusa. If you have the Mamba, you're fine, honestly.
Yeah, you're honestly fine because like the PL, it's like traditionally used to counter the Medusa, especially with the diffusal, right?
This is a good draft.
So
by Army Geniuses, it's
solid.
Pretty tanky. They have 3 heroes that are pretty elusive. Yeah, I mean even the Skewer. You got Skewer, you got Stampede, you got Remnants, and you even got Doppelganger.
So you've got ways to initiate.
You got ways to get
out of there. And we were talking about tempo. The Empower on PL is going to speed his one a little bit faster.
Of course.
So if we're already expecting PL to eat the Medusa up for the late game, imagine if he comes online way faster.
Another thing, of course, is that it's so good on the Ember Spirit as well because you just when you do the Cyphers, and actually Necro comes out.
More sustain, more to save the Medusa, I guess, with the heals.
More likely it's just because I'm not really sure why you'd have the Necro last pick. It is quite an interesting draft from Adroit. It's not something I expected at all. The Winter Wyvern Enchantress is like, okay, I can see that, but after that, it's crazy picks coming out from them. So a Necro, it's probably going to be a Necro mid. It's going to be the safe lane, a Medusa, and it's going to be Enchantress off lane. How is this going to work? It seems like they really lack control. They have a lot of sustain, like you said, but that's just it. That's all they have.
They're banking on it, but it is Adroit we're talking about. Not being any bias or anything. We're just saying this is probably the new meta we said.
Yeah.
They haven't played a tourney for a long time. No one has figured this out. This is a total different Adroit than what we're used to. So we're about to find out this game 1. But before that, the harder question. Predictions. Who do you think is going to come out on top? Objectively, of course, just based on the draft. Personally, I think Army Geniuses has a more solid one.
It has a draft.
It feels more traditional. It feels more stable.
It has so much team fight as well. Mortimer's Kiss, RP, just all this team fight. PL late game is amazing, but at the same time, I mean, Adroit has the resume. So when you have to pick between a good draft or a good resume, I think all the time you go with a good resume. So I think Adroit, despite the draft being a bit weird, they'll surprise us, and I think they'll take the win.
That's true. So what I think the scenario is gonna be now is the Army Geniuses is gonna play the tempo.
Yeah.
They're gonna rush an Adroit, but maybe the saves they prioritize so much on the save that they get no objectives out of it and they just waste a lot of their commitments right there. I guess we'll find out as the game has already begun. This is game number 1, the first series of the day. It is Team Adroit versus Army Geniuses, and it's Southeast Asian Dota.
We got pause here. We got wait a bit. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Can we look at Ray Dyer's side? I want to see who's playing on what actually. Like for example.
Who wants cookies? Well, too bad.
UK already offering cookies to his opponent.
That's their position 5.
Yep.
So I mean, it was good. Obviously, it was gonna be a snap 5 and Mamang Daya is gonna be mid, and Womi on the you can't see. Oh yeah, there you go.
You're talking about the position 5 Snapfire, why it's so viable now as a pulse 5 as compared to a pulse 4. Could you just run it through it?
The reason that Snapfire is just agreed on to be the position 5, or at least there seems to be switching way more to the position 5 than position 4 role, is because generally she's just so good in the lane, so you don't want to really make her move around anywhere. Secondly, she farms super well, so whether she's a position 4 or position 5, you just go into force, you scatter blast, you get the same amount of gold anyway. And lastly, there's really no big item you rush after the mech. So as a position 5, you get the mech and you go Greaves and you're comfortable. You don't really need anything more than that. That's really, you Greaves, your Cookie, you use your Mortimer skills, and that's your contribution in the team fights. So it's gonna be the position 4 on the Wyvern. Bach always makes space. He always makes plays, but on a Wyvern, it's like you're really.
He's a bit more passive. This is not the Bach I know. Adroit has changed like a whole 180 since the last time we've seen them play.
To be fair, though, a lot of the heroes that they like, Morph was banned, for example, Kunko was banned, and when it was picked, they lost the Magnus, they lost the Snapfire. So there a lot of heroes they like were already taken out.
Natsumi going on to the farming heroes as per usual, already taking covers into the tree lines. Meanwhile, already 3 heroes from the side of Army Geniuses contesting the top rune, trying to get a slight advantage onto their end. Boomy also in the area, just diving deep. They know they have the tempo game, so they can play a bit more aggressive and zone them out and create the lead they want to, contesting the outpost at minute 0.
Wait, it's offlane. It's offlane Winter Wyvern.
Yeah.
Yeah, offlane Winter Wyvern. So what's he gonna build
begins.
exactly?
You tell me, man. You're the more experimental one when it comes to the drop.
He's gonna go for Orchid. I mean, like, is he actually gonna go Mask of Madness and do a ton of damage? That would be cool. But
I'd love to see it, man. Not gonna deny.
But it's definitely gonna be the Orchid. So this is new actually. Position 3 Winter Wyvern. At least none of the tournaments I've been watching have them. So bottom lane, Boomy will have some harass here coming out on the PL. PL's trying to block, but he's like taking all these hits. Here comes another impetus. There you go.
There you go. Dodges it with the doppelganger. Sends his illusion down. No damage on the harass back though, but does give up with the chase. UK is hiding in the tree lines. Already a tri lane up top. Natsumi is on his own. How do you like the Medusa being left alone without a babysitter?
Actually, Oracle he's a little bit behind, but he's around. You know, this is where you want to be in the Oracle. You can't see him, but you know his presence is there. You know.
Cookie's forward, gets the stun off, but there is no follow-up right there. This is the position 4 Magnus, as we already predicted. Gets the root down. He skewers forward just to block the camp. Great play.
Yeah, that was a nice one. And all he wants to do is keep the Oracle as far away from the lane as possible, and they deny all the creeps that they can. That way, that Medusa's just getting nothing out of the lane. But meanwhile, Mac is doing all right. He's 7-1 to the 2-1 by the Ember Spirit, so doing really well for himself.
What do you see come up in the mid lane matchup?
I mean, it seems it'll be really hard to kill for the Ember Spirit to kill the Necrophos because of all that regen you get all the time. Look at that damage coming out.
Splinter Blast as well to add it off. To break open the wounds that's already been caused with the right click, and now going into the tree lines. He will make it out. Just a harass there, but Natsumi's not having a bad time, honestly. Ski was backwards though. This could give him a lot of harass then, and he has to back out. He's going low on mana right now. The mana shield getting burned through, falling pretty low, but he will get out on time. CML with the body blocks will get his carry out alive.
The thing is, Army Genius' plan is very simple right now. They're like, okay, we will shut down Medusa. I mean, they're throwing 3 heroes at it. But they are losing the mid lane, kind of, like not that much. But Mac is fine. He's having fun in the mid lane. He's doing fantastic. low HP aside right now. And Bach is also really doing well in the bottom lane.
Stargazer though, he is falling pretty low, needs one more impetus, will get the kill. Boomy takes down first blood onto Stargazer.
Alright, this is a little awkward for RBGs. They were really hoping to do that tri lane top and shut down Medusa, and then they were like, oh yeah, PL can live, you know, top bottom lane by himself, but he can't. He can't take all the harasses coming out. Pure damage from the impetus, a lot of magic damage from the Winter Wyvern. It's too much for him to handle. So now that the lanes have switched up, it'll actually start going more in Adroit's favor because they're getting the drafts, the lanes they wanted.
It's exactly what you said. Boomy making the space he needed to, together with Bach in the same lane, gets the pull out, gives more advantage to the side of Adroit as the creep wave pushes closer into his tower. Spots Lawless Shy down in the bottom lane. The rotation has been made. So, do you think this rotation should have been made way earlier?
I mean, the thing is, if they did make this rotation, they would have felt
Hold that
bad.
thought, because engagement up at top already burnt through the mana shield. Scatter already committed. No other ways to take him down.
Again, they're winning 2 other lanes. If you look at mid, it's 20-3 to the 13-1. Like, Mac is running away with the mid lane. He's very happy with what's happening. Bottom lane, they got first blood there, so they're very happy as well. It's, yes, Natsumi will suffer, but once the other lanes are online, he'll be fine. He'll be like, yeah, you guys fight. Now I will get, you know, I'll get the benefits of all that space you guys had.
In an early contest by Lawless Shy. Always the nice thing to do. You just prevent their rotations going downwards. In fact, Boomy's already in the area. Has a ward placed down real deep though, so he does spot it out. Contested back. He's just playing super annoying, forcing rotation out of lane. CML falling low, but he lost the vision. UK now getting rooted up. No mana, but they have no catch as well. Natsumi will just waste his own time trying to go for the commitment. Has to crawl his way back to the lane.
It feels horrible though to only have 5 CS at this point of the game though. Like, I feel bad for the guy, but this is what they agreed on.
Now Boomy, Lawless Shy, just a 1v1 and a pause 4
Oh, this
right
might be
here.
a kill,
It seems
actually.
that Boomy is actually coming out alive, but he forgets. He's got the slow to control, and in fact, he's got impetus to play around with. The
There
boulder
He's gonna split them,
gets
I
the
think.
stun. Tries to cut him off. Will he though? Will he get the vision
Dire's
upon
middle
him?
tower
He's trying to
is
go
under
into the
attack.
into the tree lines. Jukes him off with the vision.
Dire's
Has
courier
to be
has been
on the
killed.
run. Gives up the chase. Boomy decided, nah, it's not worth the time.
Oh, they did get the courier though, so that's 150 gold in total. That's nice, you know. And interesting, he's going for the
Radiant's middle tower is under
Necronomicon on Enchanters. It's such an interesting item to see them go for it, and it's something he's gonna sell later, by the way.
More tempo. Breaks down towers faster, more space for the Medusa, which could really use some space right now. Natsumi in the top lane, not doing so hot himself. CML waiting in the area. Oh, but the cookie stun is
This is
there.
gonna be a
He's got
kill.
a lot of mana. Will go down to the Centaur. Wow, my. He's wowing us with his plays, although it was an easy kill though. Bottom lane, Stargazer again, and in a lot of trouble, gets slowed down. He's got the Golem and the Cedar Blast. Not enough to take him down, but enough to shy him away from the entire creep wave. So a lot of efficiency lost there. Has no mana to play around with.
It's very interesting how they're gonna play this on Adroit. They're actually, since they're rushing Necronomicon Enchanters, that means they really want to push these towers fast, get kills, get towers, and that's, instead of just looking for like running around the map making space, they want to take objectives as well. So, and if you look at their lineup, they don't really have a ton of tower damage, you know. Yeah, they have heroes who hit, but it's not much. And Mac is level 6. He doesn't actually skill. By the way, he has 2 skill points in his pocket. One is for the death shroud if he needs it.
Yeah.
One for the ulti if he needs it. So he's just keeping them just in case. Doesn't want to commit them to anything.
Take a look at the last hits though. He's doing very well with 39 and 11. Yeah, to the Embers 26-2.
Mamang Daya is having a terrible lane, and he's level 6 though. If he can salvage this by running on.
Oh, the lead is going to be greater now that Boomy has the double damage with the Reaper. Scythe will secure the kills and put some timer on his death. In fact, 40 seconds at this early of the game.
Yeah, that's a lot. And that's the problem is, that's your tempo here. Oh,
The
not
cookie
enough.
stuns there. He's on his own. In fact, you just made the wrong commitment. Boomy's still in the area with the DD. Will slow him
he's
down.
dead.
Trying to get the right click down. The Heartstop Aura with the Death Pulse will take him into the grave. Lawless Shy takes one harass. Pops the stick.
That's 2 kills for Mac in the mid lane. Like we talked about how it's like it's very unorthodox what they picked, but the way they're playing is perfect. It's still weird to see the off-laner Wyvern. That's still weird, but he's gonna make it work. He's actually gonna go for the Meteor Hammer. and you have enough time to set it up with your ultimate.
Oh, he's going for pure flash right now. It's all for the entertainment value. This guy, Bach, he knows he's the playmaker and he's willing to show it all off.
Yeah, Adroit styling to I mean, like, if you can win with an off-lane Wyvern, you know, that's just cool right there.
Yeah, that's wow. I don't know how to take it if you're on the side of Army Geniuses.
Oh, well, yeah.
You lost to that, though.
middle tower is under attack.
And it looks like Necrophos is just going to go for a lot of like tanky items. Power Treads into the hood. So it's going to be really hard just to bring him down. And if you look at Army Geniuses, they have a lot of spread damage, but they don't have like this huge concentrated like Finger of Death, Laguna Blade damage, where it's like one person, but it's a ton. You have, Mortimer's Kiss does a lot of damage, but Ember Spirit is a lot of spread damage. Same thing with the Centaur, same thing with the Magnus. You know, Magnus actually doesn't do much damage. He's a support.
I like that you pointed that one out because Adroit has got two very tanky cores, and without the burst, they seem to be in the back end. Bach being committed on, already commits the Doppelganger, the Stargaze into the tree lines, but he juked it. Bach just goes back to the tower and he's fine. He's just gonna get out of there. What a player, just making so much space. And now Stargazer gets spot out. Boomy is in the area. He's so willing to let it go because does he have untouchable just yet? Seems like it. Immediately Phantom rushes forward, but he's being locked down with the ult. Holds him in place. The rotation's coming in. Mac is in the area.
How's the ulti?
Forward. Will be out of range. They're going for the illusion. Well played. Well played by this PL, the micro.
Some weird things like Bach throw a Splinter Blast on like a hero by himself, which does nothing. Secondly, the Impetus was thrown on someone who's Winter Cursed, a little bit strange as well. But overall, they survive. Yes, they use the ultis.
Ooh. Oof, misses the hoof stomp.
Now, what can Centaur do? Because I think Army Geniuses, you're looking at your team and you're like, all right, Ember, Spirit, and Centaur, it's time for you guys to do some stuff. You know, you have to do more around the map. And Motivade actually had a decent time in the mid lane by himself as Ember Spirit. Actually, so no, he's been jungling this time around. So he's recovered a little bit, you know, and he has to be online, not just recovering.
Natsumi taking out mid. Really needed the level, some sort of farm going his way as well. He is pretty low in the net worth with Bach overtaking him. I think, no, the last hit. There you go.
And looks like it was a a Reaper kill as well, so that's an extra added time. And by the way, they got, for Adroit, they got the best neutral item. They could get Royal Jelly, tier 1, just fantastic item to have. And really good on both the Necro as well as the Medusa.
Makes them even harder to kill. Lawless Shy together with his carry, just cleaning up their jungle right now. He spots out the stacks.
That's a good stack. Yeah, it's good that you can take this, you know. There is also a haste rune on the Ember, so I wouldn't be so... Oh, they got the Royal Jelly as well, so there you go.
There you go.
One for the Ember, probably one for, I don't know, PL, probably.
Just feed it to him, man. Feed it to him. Bach is farming up top, but he is a Winter Wyvern. Probably his impact is not going to be felt, at least for the early stages of the game. But bottom lane, the tempo has been cranked up. Mac pushes already into the tier 2. Oh, spots out the courier. One hit, right click. There we go. Gets the courier. 2 minutes down in his item progression. Has to walk for it. Feels bad to be Stargazer at this moment. Cookies forward, gets the stun, but top lane already committed the Winter's Curse. Holds him in place. Bach can't get out just in time, but here comes the Stampede. They're going forward. Ramnan forward as well, but no chains to hold him in place. He just flies on top where they cannot get him.
They ping the mango tree, so they're probably going to go cut it when they can. There you go. So that's nice. You get the mango tree, but and you enemy make Winter Wyvern use his ultimate. But again, Ember wants to go around getting kills, and then when they're using this ultimate, it's like, oh, you know, you're really stopping my tempo. And Mac has another ultimate ready. 2 Reaper kills so far. It's really adding on the timer.
It's like I said, man. They're just gonna go full force onto Adroit, but Adroit have got all the means in the world to sustain themselves. In fact, they didn't even need it to sustain himself. He was just walking away.
Yeah, they just flew away. There's no vision.
Yeah.
So, if you're Army Geniuses, it's like RP is not even available right now. So you want to get the RP on the Magnus. You want to go in for someone you can actually kill. It feels like I don't know how they're really gonna kill Necro. You know, it's like Necro seems like there's just really no way they have of killing him. So you have to kill everyone else. Maybe save the Necro for last. Wait for the Diffusal Blade on the PL. Then you have a chance. So. It's a tough game right now for Army Geniuses unless they can make a move with Ember. And yeah, Magnus only level 5.
Stargazer now just farming up into the triangle, trying to get some decent farm on his end. He is not the best in net worth. In fact, the Medusa has already overtaken him from being down below. As I say that, it's like back and forth at this point.
It's very close. It's Winter Wyvern. I'm guessing they really value just the Winter's Curse on the Wyvern. And top lane.
Top lane already being
Winter's Curse
committed on.
available.
He's got a lot of control down here in his corner. Actually, Boomy is in the area. The Winter's Curse will be committed. Holds him in place. Will they have a follow-up for it? Impetus is trying to make some damage out, but he's out of mana. Pops the Mango, gets the Hoof Stomp in the backline. But the forward though, this Amber went straight for Bob. This False Promise holds him in place. Keeps him alive, but is the heal enough or will he pop and finally go down? Yeah, he'll be alive. He's walking out just fine. Again, they do get one Boomy, but like that's a heavy commitment. And if you're Army Geniuses, you're expecting to play the tempo.
Yeah, but at least you get a kill. You know, you're like stemming the bleeding just slightly. That was a kind of weird play by Bach. He had no creeps nearby for a Splinter Blast to bounce off. So he's like, oh, well, I can't really do half my damage right now. So it was very ambitious to go for that kill. There's a nice smoke here. They have RP. They have the Stampede.
Oh, they're gonna meet the Medusa.
That's
He's farming right here. Natsumi gets caught out. The RP committed. The Cookie as well to stun him in place, but the damage is enough. We'll take down this Medusa. Easy peasy. Putting him back in the net worth below their PL.
Very cool combo they're doing with the Cookie into the Skewer. You know, someone's skewering in, then when they reach them, they're just straight away stunning them as well besides the slow. It's cute. You know, so far it hasn't actually worked that well when we see it, but it's cool that they're trying out something new like that. Still, we haven't seen Mac fight in a while. Mac is, you know, he's 7.6k and here's 6k flat, and he's on a Necrophos who can make some work happen.
What do you think you want to see on Necrophos before he makes any movements around the map, securing kills?
I'm actually curious what he's going to build. Like, there's a pipe
down in mid. He's got a Rod of Atos, holds him in place. He has a Reaper Scythe if he so wishes to. Will not. Searing Chains will hold him back. Does not want to commit it.
I was gonna say he might go for Radiance. He has Radiance Q though. I'm not sure if that's the thing. I don't play a lot of Radiance. I don't play a lot of Necrophos, but the Rod of Atos makes sense. You want to be able to lock down the Ember as well as the PL. If you look at Adroit, they are lacking lockdown. It's like Winter's Curse, Reaper's Scythe, the Fortune's End. That's kind of it. And whatever creep that Enchants had that has a stun like a Golem. So they do need more control. The Rod of Atos is a fantastic pick. Into the Radiance, I'm not sure, but if he goes for it, I can see it. It makes sense. PL's illusions though, they do scale to the point where they start kind of being able to a little bit ignore the Radiance burn. But early game, fantastic.
Well, talking about the early game, they're going straight in. Winter's Curse and a Rod of Atos stack. But here comes the Meteor Hammer. Holds him in place. Reaper Scythe committed. Will go down.
Out for 53 seconds. Damn. But it's fine. I mean, the guy didn't even have RP, so him being dead, it's not like he's around making space happen. So it's not fine.
Plus, he was a post 4, right?
Yeah, he's a post 4.
That was a heavy commitment on a post 4.
It seems like he's playing more as a post 5, to be honest. Like, Snapfire is already level 8, so she's ahead of him in the net worth. I'm not sure if he's having a bad game, but I know UK is usually the position 5, so they're like, alright, you know what? Just do your best. Oh,
Mortimer's Kisses on the Boomy.
On
he
the
knows
edge.
Untouchable isn't impervious to magical damage. A False Promise is dead. I'll heal him up, but he's fine. He's going to turn this one around. In fact, holds him in place with the Fortunes and does not want to commit. They know this guy is a tanky one. Will stay back a little bit. Searing Chains right there. Slide of Fist.
See, this is the problem with having no like big burst damage. Because you don't have Laguna Blade or something like that, you will almost always get False Promised. You know, when you have like this big burst, Oracle can be there and he'll be like, oh, this is not going to then boom, big damage. But here there's no big hit that's going to come. Even Mortimer's Kiss, it does a good amount of damage, but it's like every 2 seconds you get hit by one. So it's kind of an easy Oracle game to play in terms of how to save people. Yeah, they have catch, but you can almost all save someone.
Straight for Bob. Commits his Winter's Curse real early. Do they have a follow-up though? Oh no, he's just trying to save his life. In fact, Natsumi makes the rotation in, spots out the DD on him, glowing so brightly, he has to get out of there. Especially if his friends are around.
Wait, it says Stargazer got the ward when it's like he was enchanted. Oh, that was so, did he deny it?
He used his illusion, the micro.
That's weird.
Oh, they're going straight in, but he pops the Stone Gaze. They're not going to commit on that one, but they're going to wait the duration out. In fact, Stampede commit the charging forward onto the tier 2. Do they really want to skew it forward? RP connects onto 2. Mystic Snake was there, and now the damage is enough. with all his allies in the area. They cannot get the kill, and that was what was that actually?
That was a miscommunication.
Boomy now getting Clawbiller down by this PL illusion. He's moving forward, does decent damage despite the hero not being actually there.
This is kind of cool that you get your own PL army making mana burning as well. But yeah, that was just a miscommunication. You can see like the Magnus, he's like, yo, we're going in. Yeah, I'm skewing. They step in. At that point, you're like, oh, we have to get something out of this. You know, we used so much. And we forced out the Medusa Stone Gaze. So they used a lot, but it wasn't the right play, and it cost him his life. And another career kill. There's quite a few this game. 250 health talent taken by the Snapfire. It is the sort of quote-unquote better talent. It just means that you're just not going to be killed very easily. And Snapfire, she is quite, when she's more merciless, she does stay a lot in the front line.
And she is alone, trying to go for the TP, but they do not have any sort of lockdown to hold them in place. So I guess that's the downside of having not much lockdown on your team.
Yeah, the downside of two of your two ultimates are your stuns. You know, like, oh yeah, what do we want to use? The Reaper's Scythe or the Winter's Curse to cancel TPs?
Let's take a look at the net worth of the heroes right now. Medusa slowly climbing away on the 3rd place with Mac finally on top. He's always been on top, honestly. He had a great lane in the middle. His Ember could not have the farm of his life, falling below his own offlaner, so that's gotta feel bad.
Stargazer is also doing really well. He's queued up a Shadow Blade.
Oh.
I'm gonna guess he wants to make it the Silver Edge so that he could.
Winter's Curse holds him in place underneath tier 2. Here comes the Meteor Hammer. It does come in. Natsu Mac is in the area trying to do the damage. We'll get the Reaper Scythe. It takes 4 to kill 1, but it's totally worth it when he's gone for 70 seconds.
And 2 ultimates as well. Yeah, I mean, it's very worth it, but it's like, it shows you that how hard it is to kill the Centaur right now. He does have a pipe. But again, Natsu, this is Adroit's game right now. This is really what they wanted to happen. They weathered the early game that looked like it was going to be dangerous from Army Geniuses, and now they're just farming fine.
Doing pretty well, and Medusa already on top at 10k along with his mid laner. Now this PL's the ones falling down behind, and that's the power to Medusa. She can always farm in the jungle if she had a bad lane, and you can see Natsumi pulling his weight real good.
Yeah, and remember, they just spent so much to shut him down. Interesting item coming out from the Brew Spirit. Going to rush the BKB. Kind of worried that he'll just need it very early in this game.
This PL has a diffusal blade now too.
Yeah.
So, do you think he should start getting involved in the fights, or does he need to just stay out of it and farm more?
I mean, you want to get the Manta style, you know, just so you can dispel. Like, you can, if the Fortune's End's coming your way and you already use Doppel, you don't have any other options. It's just having more options is always good. So I imagine they'll play it safe until they have the Manta style for the PL. Because he's looking at 10 minutes, he'll be all they have after that. Because Ember he's not doing what he needs to do this game. Oh, nice.
Cancels the TP. Do they want to commit onto him though? Mac is a big kill. He's got a mega kill streak under his name, but the save is there. Out comes the Mortimer's Kisses, but with the magic immunity coming up from this Oracle, he's going to be just fine. In fact, Natsumi's still in the area. They thought they got him good, but it was the other way around.
And they have Radiance on the on Necrophos already. I believe the recipe's flying to him right now.
Oh, he's on his own. Immediately commits with the RP after the skewers just beating him down, but they do have the mana burn from the Diffusal. Natsumi in trouble. His friends are not in the area. Spirit lands forward. And with the Phantom Rush, there's just no way of running away. Gets the cookie stun onto Mac. Mac again, big kill with a streak under his name. Searing Chains holds 2 in place. Out comes the Reaper Scythe. He turns this one around and now holds him in place with the Winter's Curse. Snapfire is just hitting on his own carry. Out comes the Meteor. 2, 3 will go down in that engagement alone.
Almost worth it for Army Genius, even if they had to trade 2 for 3 like that. I mean, they get a tier 3 tower, they kill all there. Let's go. You cannot underestimate the PL. You know, Stargazer, he's got extra attack speed thanks to the Shadow Blade, he's got Diffusal. Look at that, all edgy on everything. He's got edgy boots, he's got power, the Wraith Bands. You gotta be careful, you know.
They've already breached into the racks down in the bottom lane. Adroit, they may have always climbed up on top when it comes to the team fight, but this PL, he's just playing his own game.
Yeah, it's PL against the world, but PL's doing a good job. You know, it's like he knows what he has to do. He's able to do it. That RP, I was like, it's quite ambitious. Oh, PL.
Talking about PL though, the Heartstop Aura is gonna get him, even if the Death Pulse won't. UK trying to slow him down with the scatter. Throws a cookie. Will get out alive. But that was a big waste. We just complimented the guy. The curse is real, man.
No, I'm just saying he's playing really well. It's not my curse. By the way, when you look at Boom is doing a great job of farming. Look at the Enchanters, way ahead of the Snapfire, way ahead of Magnus. Yeah, and even Oracle's farming decent. I mean, yeah, his last net worth, but it's fine.
Going straight for a big objective right now. Natsumi and the buff of the DD runes will go straight for the Roche. Do they even know he's there? Not too sure. They might have pinged it out.
They have the Magnus.
They're going to try and check for it. Sleight of Fist discovers them.
Stampede is... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Stampede is available, but no RP, meaning that they... With contested kiss is a bit rough. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he gets rooted up, and now they're all leaving the pit, going straight for it, but the Mortimer's Kisses controlled him there. Mac now turning his attention to UK. UK trying to get out alive, but the Death Pulse is following him. The Roshan Aegis has been taken up by Natsumi, and they get the kill onto this Magnus and Snapfire.
Magnus wanted to skewer in, so maybe, I don't know if he had RP available at the time, I don't think he did, but he wanted to skewer in, push them away, and then he'll be the closest one to Roshan, and when the Aegis falls, that didn't happen, end up losing his life. It's still worthwhile play. Like, even if you do something like this and you die, it's worth it, because if you can just deny the Aegis, it's such a big win. Oh, there you go.
Boomy has been getting a good game, but I don't think he's going to get out of this one. Spirit lands forward, the disarm is there to save him from any magical. Oh, in fact, he does not want to commit. Has to back out. Scouts out 4 in the area, runs the opposite direction, throws out a Spirit Lance.
By the way, I like our observer. He's pointing out that there is a Vanguard on Boomy. Like, imagine being able to take that out, taking him out of the fight.
He's tanky. He's tanky, especially with the untouchable.
Look, Winter Wyvern's also has a chim on. I wasn't sure what he. So, Centaur Warner has the Blink Dagger. I feel like I'd prefer if he had something else like an Aghanims actually, but because you're gonna rely on the PL. If you have Aghanims on the Centaur, you can activate 40% less damage, save someone from the Reaper Scythe. Even though it seems like Reaper Scythe used when the person has like 10% HP anyway, so still, it's an idea that they might consider. Magnus, what's he going for? Vlad's. It's not a good Magnus game. It's just not having the game he wants.
I guess some decent lifesteal onto the PL just to keep him sustained for a bit, but they do have a lot of burst from Adroit. I mean, it's decent. They have a lot of control. Though.
Yeah, I mean with the ATOS. And the ATOS and the Meteor Hammer, that adds 2 extra stuns that you didn't have before. It's pretty decent. Ember Spirit does have the BKB. I mean, I'm trying to wonder. Well, you can still be like Winter Cursed even if you're BKB it. You can still be Reaper Scythe, so both these can stop your TPs, which is annoying. I don't know. I don't feel very good about this BKB on Ember. I would prefer he gets something more that makes it more elusive. Even something like maybe a Yule's or something like that. But look at that, Mac.
Going straight for Mac, he's just gonna burn down his mana first before actually going into for the commit, but he pops Ghost Shroud, heals it back up. Not much damage done there, but they do get the info. Mac is in the area. In fact, this Centaur is in the area as well, just waiting in the tree lines.
Crimson Guard on Enchanters, meaning that all the illusions, once they yes, they do mana burn still, but a lot of their damage just reduced now.
Takes away the physical prowess coming out from Army Geniuses. Rushing down in the mid lane. They have heroes waiting on top. They do have vision, but only on the top lane, so nothing's covering the triangle right now.
Titan Sliver, that's a pretty good item to have on the Radiant if you're Radiant. Do they have a repair kit on the Radiant side? That's the thing I want to know, because they might be needing to use it soon. Butterfly on the Medusa. No one really wants to make a MKB on the Radiant side, but you might have to, because otherwise you just... Oh, there you go, there's a repair kit. Yeah.
But they're all already knocking onto your tier 3s at 26 minutes in. This Natsumi, he just redeemed himself. Already second in the net worth chart. Holding his position, in fact doing so much damage just with the right click. Split arrow is just being annoying, cleans up your creeps while he takes your base at it. Mortimer's Kiss is committed just to zone him out, but apparently it's doing absolutely nothing. They take one, they're about to take the other before they just shift into a second objective. Most likely they know everyone's healthy and up.
That was a weird Mortimer's Kiss. He focused mostly on the siege creep, which takes like 80% reduced magic damage. I'm like, that is That is an odd choice from UK.
Oh, the coup is under the covers right now. Stargazer maybe looking to commit down in, but he has a stone gate, so they gotta respect that a little bit. Stuns immediately come out with the Reaper Scythe as well, but no one got any objective in that engagement. Has the BKB still holding in place, but he's the one falling down low to the Natsumi's right click. Mac just zoning him out. He knows he's a tanky one. That guy's chunky. Oh, the skew was back in. He's out of mana. Pops the Ghost Shroud. Will they get anything to pull him off? The stun is there with the cookie. I hear a Winter's Curse, but they're focusing on his PL. He's the bigger kill. Immediately Stone Gaze to follow up with Meteor Hammer. Smashes down onto his head. He's under cover of Invis. They do not have the attack, the reveal, so he will get out just in time. But that's a lot of structural damage already done. Mystic snakes forward. Skew is to pull him in, but the Road of Atos holds him in place. They're going down for the racks. They see it. I don't know what Army Geniuses could do to contest it, especially with all the cooldowns now on their big key spells, and Adroit just playing around the timing, gets the break on, has the Manta, will split, but here comes the RP, holds him in place, but there comes a Meteor to stun everyone in the vicinity, will go low, and he's gonna come in with the cleanup. Natsumi right-clicking down with the split arrow. They're going next for this Ember. This Ember tries to dodge it with the Sleight of Fist, will go down. Someone comes out, Stargazer, trying to be the one man against the world as he was playing all along, but unfortunately this is a team fight. Gets the Cold Embrace to hold him in place, but that's about it. He is out of mana. He's going for the easier kill. Box, the one who will go down. He's not the flashiest of hero in this game, but, well, he did his part. In fact, they're not done just yet.
That fight costing them 2 buybacks, 2 sets of racks, and all they got out of that was a kill on Bach. I mean, it's really hard. It's just looking like it's going to be impossible for Army Geniuses. They had the Blink RP, but he blinked just as the Meteor, so Meteor Hammer fell. So he wasn't able to like screw them back or anything. They used a lot of their repair kits. It took them a while to get the bomb racks because there was actually no creeps around to help them push. So they had the backdoor protection. But it's really rough. Army Genius, they need a miracle to win at this point because they do not have the damage to bring down Medusa or the Necrophos unless PL gets on them, takes away their mana. And you still have a lot of save coming out from your friends.
Wait, hold that thought. Let us click on the Medusa and his item progression. I see something that's being queued up right now.
It's a Divine Rage.
Oh no, it's happening, man. 30 minutes in, he knows he is unkillable at this point with all the sustains in the world. I did not see a moment where his HP fell less than half. That never happened.
Now it's like it just. Well, there we go. They're going to try to get the kill on the Snapfire as well.
Holds him in place, but he has the Glimmer. Just get out just in time. In fact, Boomy in the area. The Meteor Hammer does not connect. But who is the Reaper Scythe committed on? We missed that one, but he gets UK in the back lines. 100 seconds.
That's because he bought back as well. So it's like buyback plus the extra time from the Reaper.
Well, too bad.
So the problem, by the way, Mac was a little overconfident earlier. He used it on someone who had the Glimmer Cape on and barely did any damage. Like, yeah, you do a lot of damage back, but you don't do that. But you don't do like Glimmer breaking damage.
They discounted him before it even began.
Like, that's not happening.
Oh, this gotta feels bad, man. If this was any pubs right now, a question mark's gonna be spammed somewhere.
No. But for that, this might actually be a kill.
Immediately goes on to Bach. He's the only hero they could potentially kill, and this one's taking a whole lot of time. All he did was burn the mana, but he's actually finally ticking in. But Natsumi's in the area. Surprise! You're in this triangle relationship now. Stargazer backs out. He was like, I didn't sign up for this tricycle, man.
They keep trying. I mean, there you go,
Mac, real deep down forward. Has no teammates in the area. You have RP. Does not want to commit it. I don't think they could kill him anyways, especially with the Oracle in the area, ready to false promise him up.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, they got a courier. That's
Radiant's
something.
top tower is
you know.
under attack.
But how are they gonna? Yeah, again, they have all their ultis available. No Snapfire though. This is the Hail Mary. You have to be able to do something incredible right now. It has to be a Magnus RP into like a 5-man Centaur stun with Mortimer's Kiss raining the whole time. And well, it's Mega Creep, so.
Mega Creeps, the only hero that can come back from Mega Creeps is not many. In fact, Natsumi should be that hero, but he's the one pushing in. Stone Gaze gets a kill, and immediately they just call GG. It is over in this game number 1. First match series of the day of the ESLC Championship 2020. Adroit versus Team Army Geniuses. And congratulations, Adroit. You were right. Otomo, you were right. Never doubt resumes.
I mean, they just come in with so much that they've done, and when they have a weird draft, yeah, we might question. I'm sure a lot of players would say like, that's a weird draft. But when you see it play, it's like there's a lot of genius there.
Yeah.
When you look at the Radiant draft, a lot of spread damage, not a lot of focus damage. So you take people who are very survivable. You got Medusa, you got Necrophos, and you got Oracle keeping them both alive just in case something happens. And you saw that he got a couple of saves, but he didn't really need to. Mac crushed mid lane against Daya. Ember can't rotate. And I mean, the Winter Wyvern pick, let's be fair, I still think it's a little bit of a question mark. Like, I don't know.
What if that was just to throw people off, right? Like,
right, yeah.
Because we've been saying, yo, keep your eyes on Bach, keep your eyes on Bach. And he just comes out with the most passive of heroes and go like, yo, focus on me.
But he did a great combo. We saw the Winter's Curse into the Meteor Hammer every fight. And when he Winter's Curse like 2 or 3 people, he's able to turn this around. And, well, this is the summary of the game. So Adroit with the big W coming out. They still have game 2, so Army could make a comeback, but it's very such a dominant performance.
Yeah, this is a best out of 3. As you can see, what they have raked in the past 30 minutes. This game is a 30-minute game, actually. Half an hour, and his Medusa felt like we went into 60 minutes of the game.
with a farm.
She was unkillable at that point. But I guess that's always been Natsumi, right? Like, he always has a bad start. Like, that always happens, but he always catches up in farm for some weird reason.
Yeah, he's always gonna take something that farms heavy. He's not gonna take like a monkey can roam around.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he'll do the game 2 and prove us wrong, but he's usually like Morphling. Now we see Medusa, something that farms heavy. EPL as well as one of these heroes. And just stay in the lane, farm, let the other guys make the moves, and I'll join in when I'm ready.
And that's all they have to do. In fact, Adroit, although different draft styles, similar play style, I guess this is the Adroit we know and love and respect. Army Geniuses, not discounted just yet, still best out of 3. Anything can happen. We thought they had a solid draft, but maybe the execution wasn't on point, right? So let's just check the feature player of that game number 1. It goes to Mac.
There you go. I mean, when you have, look at it, this is the best mid lane you can have. 9 kills, 0 deaths.
Yeah.
You know, crushed the mid lane. Didn't ask for help. He was like by himself. He's just like, yeah, I'm fine. And he got the Radiance to help deal with the PL illusions. It just, what a performance. I love the Atos pick just to get more control, because they did like it. You know, when you look at the draft, they're like, yeah, you guys, you have use 2 stuns that come from your both your ultimates. So let's get something else going on here. And that's what they did. Atos along with the Meteor Hammer. Just perfect performance, really. I mean, they all played well, but he's outstanding.
I mean, when you're self-sustainable as a carry, that's all you gotta be, man. 9-0 and 9. It's hard not to give to the guy. Well, I'll give Bach as the best distraction though.
All right, sure, we can give him that.
I mean, everyone's just committing on Bach because it's probably the only hero they could kill at that point.
That was cool. That was cool that they tried. So they did decent Army Geniuses. Just they were outdrafted. So after that, they just couldn't really recover in any way. Embers just couldn't do anything in the mid lane. Couldn't make space. It all snowballed from there.
So Army Geniuses, despite we thought they had a better draft, it feels more solid, feels more stable, feels more traditional. What do you think went wrong when it comes to the execution?
I mean, the first thing they did was that they went the tri-lane top, so they tried to really shut down Natsumi, and they did. But at the same time, they had first blood against them in the bottom lane on their carry, so that's a really bad situation. And of course, mid Ember he didn't rotate. He had to spend time in the jungle recovering. It's a lot of like compounding factors that you have to sort of look back and go, it's really not one thing. It's just a bunch of things that went wrong.
All right, so that was game number 1 of a best of 3 series, which means Army Geniuses still has a way to bounce back into game 2 and maybe even a game out, get into a third, but that all depends in the next one, right? My name is Scary Keith, and together with me it's Otomo, the one and only. We'll get back to game 2 in just about a bit for this ESLC Championship 2020.
I think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
Your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. Be waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back finally for the ESLC Championship 2020. 8 teams, 20,000 prize pool in US dollars, and all of them working for a direct invite into the close qualifiers of the upcoming ESL 1 Birmingham. Hi, once again, my name is Gaddy Keith, and together with me, big brains in Dota 2, Otomo.
Why do you always have to do that? Why do you have to always embarrass me?
What do you mean embarrass? I'm again upping your ante.
Yeah, it's like people expect me to say something genius now, and I'm like, I don't know, I'll say something.
To be fair, you're not anything less than a genius.
No.
You called the previous game that Adroit was gonna win that one. They did.
I think that's like when you see like a tier 1 team. I mean, I'm not saying that they're, that there's anything wrong with RMGs, but they are a tier 1 team. When you go in against a team that's less known, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna bet on the safe bet is Adroit.
It wasn't a safe bet.
It was a safe bet.
Because let's get into the draft that Adroit picked earlier on. What was that? Like, what that caught me by surprise? Caught you by surprise?
It was shocking for everyone, and that's beautiful. Actually, I love that they played this such a unique way, and that's why they were able to win. They just played this really unique way. Of course, they outskilled them as well. Like, they were in the lanes, they were just playing them so much better. But yeah, this crazy draft. It's beautiful to see. It's nice to see them innovate. Because we're looking at some of the tournaments, and there are some heroes that are just going ignored. We don't have the biggest, most diverse hero pool right now. And some heroes are just always being picked and banned. Some heroes are just completely ignored. And Adroit came and showed, hey, yeah, you can play something like a Necrophos as a mid. You can play Winter Wyvern as an offlane and still get away with it.
Do you like that offlaner though? Bach gonna win the Wyvern.
Oh, there you go.
This time around it's on Army Geniuses, so it's a bit okay. We're not gonna see the Bach Winter Wyvern again, so it's all good. It's game number 2 of a best of 3 series. Army Geniuses trying to go for a comeback against Team Adroit. Team Adroit already leading in the scores. One more game till they advance in the next round, and the draft is here. They pick up a lich now, something more traditional, something more stable. Just when we were talking about how creative they can be.
It's very interesting to also pick the Lich, because he reduces physical damage received by 60%.
Yeah.
So anyone who gets Winter's Curse, there is something like a small save. Yes, it's not 100% damage reduction, but 60% if someone's full life, he's keeping them alive. And good luck catching the Lich. Like, you're not gonna Winter's Curse the Lich himself, or he's not gonna be caught in the AOE. Just a very nice pick to see that. Winter Wyvern, Army Geniuses, again, they know that Adroit likes to play. He's one of their most played supports and occasionally cores now. So taking it away was a good idea, but they also, it's like you leave a lot of things open. You leave the Morphling. We know this is going to be Natsumi's PL. We actually talked about it just right now. We said that he loves the farming hero. We counted 3: Morphling, Medusa, and PL. Now he's gonna take the PL.
I think he's just trying to show them how it's done, man.
Oh, good.
They had the PL on Army Geniuses' side in the previous match. This time around, Adroit picks it up for themselves. And 60%, dude, that's a lot. That's
a huge amount of damage reduction.
Like, it's a big difference between 60 damage and 60%. Yeah, so it scales as it goes on. Army Genius picking up the Earthshaker, hero which you say people don't pick up as often now.
Well, I mean, if you're up against PL, I guess it goes back full circle. A hero gets popular, his counters get popular.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's an interesting draft so far from Army Genius. I like what they have with the Winter Wyvern Earthshaker, because Winter Wyvern, good luck getting the Winter's Curse on the correct PL. But Earthshaker jumps in with an Echo Slam, clears out all the fake PLs, and you have an opportunity to catch him. But this the blink into Echo is an easier said than done. You first have to force out the Doppel from the PL. We see a lot of games where Earthshaker blinks in, can't get the Doppel. Earthshaker blinks in, can't get the Echo Slam to hit him. So it's more difficult than it seems.
So it seems like Army Geniuses still has to find a way, or a hero that forces the PL to just overcommits on him before he gets in the blink initiation. The bans though, let's talk about it. Taking out Void Spirit, taking out Oracle, again, and proven to be annoying to have on their team. Bat Rider, Clockwork, all these meta initiating heroes.
Yeah, and on Adroit's side, they banned the Morphling. You don't want to do that. You don't want to play against TNC Light. You don't want to play against the Morph ES no matter what. And of course, Lifesteal, if you're not playing against him. Sorry, if I'm not picking him, I don't play against him, even though he has been recently nerfed. But Adroit gonna have to show a bit more of their draft now. What are they gonna go with here? They still have their position 2, 3, and 4 available, unless they're gonna do something completely crazy that we don't expect. What would they like to do? Silencer was banned against them last game, and I do wonder if they want to go mid Silencer. we've seen it happen mid-Sciencer if you're up against like an Ember, but I think they want the Ember to come out first, which means I do think it's going to be their position 4 or their 3 coming out right now. And with Clockwork gone, Batrider's also gone. Lina, they don't want to show them it yet anyway.
Radiant
Still a bit open-ended for Adroit, right? They can technically... Oh,
there you go.
Oh my god. Arena of Mars into Chain Frost. How are you getting out of that one?
You're not. He was like, oh, let us out. Like, no, you can't. It's probably, I mean, almost 9% their position 3. Who's it going to go out against? Underlord. Again, another hero that's pretty good against MPL. I'm thinking Army Genius might consider taking a Faceless Void, actually. I feel like Faceless Void wouldn't be the worst option for them. They do, I mean, they have a lot of decent damage inside it with the Winter Wyvern, with the Underlord. Faceless Void seems pretty good. He can run away. He can, I believe you can time walk out of the Mars Arena of Blood.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a blink, right?
So I'm feeling very strongly that Army Genius should take the Faceless Void if they have the option for it, which they do. Adroit though,
they actually predicted the lifestealer instead because he could just rage walks out of
exactly.
it. And well, he loves going against beefy tanky heroes like the Mars, so that one's been taken out.
And Morphling, same thing, Waveform.
Yeah.
Waveform out of there, who cares? And I wonder how early they were setting this up, because they also have the Pango Spin, the Puck Illusory Orb. You know, only A is the one who's like, if he's stuck in there, like, oh wait, I can't leave. But yeah, Adroit, they're gonna have to show now their position 4 or their mid. Probably their position 4, unless we're gonna get a surprise. It turns out, oh wait, Mars was the position 4.
Never discount that.
I mean, not with Adroit playing.
Yeah,
that could happen. But who would they want to go with? And oh, here we go. We have time to spend it. Grim.
Okay, so that's definitely a plus 4 there then.
That's so strong.
Yeah, he's got everything here. They've got the lockdown with the Inkswell on the PL. He can just Phantom rushes forward, gets the control there. And not to mention, if he already has the Frost Shield on him, that's like no doubt. You're not running away from this PL.
Another thing is that I still think that the Faceless Void is a really good pick for Army Genius. There's so much team fight from both teams. You got Echo Slam, Winter's Curse. From the other side, you got the Grimstroke's ultimate, and as well as the Lich's Chain Frost.
That's true. Double with the Soulbind, double Chain Frost.
Yeah, double Chain Frost,
in the Mars Arena. That's the ideal execution. If that happens, thank God. If it doesn't, but hey,
it's still just strong by itself. And you also have the double Sinister Gaze. You know, that's the real triangle you were talking about earlier, where Lich is like, yeah, both of you with me. Who's it gonna be? And it's gonna be Sven instead.
The beefy boy who wants to be in between two heroes with the cleave, the greater cleave he has. Do you fancy him though? I mean, he has the cleave to clear and handle the illusion, sure. But what about the synergy in the entire lineup as per whole? I
mean, it could work. Again, anytime we've seen weird drafts before. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. So it's like it's too early to discount it. Would I have liked the Faceless Void more? Yes. But another thing that you have to think about is when you have Faceless Void and Earthshaker and Winter Wyvern, you have a big fight every 2 minutes. But between that, you really got nothing.
Yeah, they're gonna play the cooldown games. Yeah.
So they don't want to have that too. They don't want to rely on that too much. Sven is able to fight in between a little bit more than a Faceless Void, I'd say. So, but still, Adroit's the same thing. Like the team that initiates on the other team in this game wins. You know, if you're able to throw your spells out before them, unless you're 20k behind, you're always gonna win the fight.
Last pick or ban coming out from the side of Army Geniuses. Can they actually pull their wits, pull their genius, and come up with something right here? The Sven was already a surprise pick.
Necro is still available. And really good with the Grimstroke as well.
Oh, double Reaper Scythe.
Double Reaper Scythe, why not? I mean, you already got the Soulbind, you already have... And we've seen Mac play him like crazy. What else do they want? The OD, is he banned? No, OD's still available. Not sure if how much you really want the OD, but OD for mid. Yeah, OD is a possibility.
Good, and against like an Underlord, Sven, all these tanky heroes just soaked up all the intelligence.
Percentage damage, So OD, sorry, no, Necro is percentage damage, so my bad. I was thinking of Necro when you were talking about it. I was like, yeah, but Necro has a percentage damage hard stuff.
I'm like, wait, hold up, but I'm gonna roll with that anyway.
OD's got, there we go, Necro's banned. So, alright, so OD is still there in the pool. Ember Spirit's still there in the pool. Let's see who else is picked. Huskar is still there in the pool, which is pretty decent. I'm not sure how Life Break works exactly when you're Soulbind. I believe you like jump to the second guy. I don't think you jump like both. So that'll be interesting. I don't think actually OD synergizes as well with Grimstroke as I thought when you have Lich, because you want the targets available to actually chain frost. Whereas if you Astral them both, you're
You
like
just save their lives.
you're like, oh, I get sorry, my bad team. I didn't mean to do that.
Makes
What is
sense.
it gonna be? It's gonna be Timbersaw. Very interesting.
And now the OD pick seems
They-
more likely than not.
But then again, it was just like it's the exact thing we talked about, where
I mean,
it's like.
We're talking about Adroit here, right? Like the execution have been flawless so far. I mean, that scenario would sound like a
It is
fail of
OD.
Yeah, there we go.
Choose your
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was like thinking OD, and I had so hesitant about it. But then again, here's another thing: Lich could be dead.
Yeah.
At which point, if Lich is dead, it's like, well, what do I care? I'm just gonna take them both out of the fight anyway.
Or if two targets are being soul binded up, you just don't have to astral them.
Yeah, you can wait. You can astral the third guy or
Yeah.
something, or you can also astral right after the Chain Frost comes out, the second one, because there's a bit of trigger. So yeah, it's. I mean, I'm going to go Adroit all the way.
This time around, the
yeah.
draft seems more
Meta. Yeah.
than the creative ones they had before. So I'm gonna have to go with Adroit on this one round. Not to discount anything from Army Geniuses, they could just prove us both wrong. We have the Caster's Curse.
Not yet. Yeah,
Not
we're right so far.
No,
you know.
you agreed earlier on.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't in it. I was the curse, bro. I'm the curse right now. I'm going to vote Adroit. It is game number 2 in this Best of 3 series. Team Army Geniuses going up against Team Adroit. Is the game a go?
The thing I'm thinking about as well is that what does Army Genius have to keep them in one area for a long time? You know what I mean? Like, yes, they have the Echo Slam, but does anything set up the Winter's Curse?
The Winter's Curse.
Yeah, it's like but one of them has to go first. You know what I mean? Like, how do you group them, a bunch of them in an area to begin with, unless they sort of have mispositioned themselves?
No, like I said, they probably needed someone so tanky that PL's going to heavily commit on him. So they picked up the Timbersaw, but there's an OD, so
Yeah.
I don't suppose he's going to be as tanky as we all think he's going to be. It just feels like an outdraft. That's why I went Adroit this time around, because it makes sense. They had all the answers in a book to go against him.
Another thing is, of course, you're up against Mana Burn. You're from the PL, and Timber without Mana, he's just a very, very tanky creep. You know, he's adorable. He doesn't do any damage.
That's true.
So, it's going to be the Underlord mid.
Wow.
I mean, all right.
No, I don't. Wait,
It
hold
is.
on.
It
Yep,
is.
it is. That's him.
It's Mamang Daya going mid with the Underlord. Okay, so that's a little bit of like a curveball.
Yeah, but you're up against the OD.
I know. It's not like he's much better than the Timber, right? It's like,
True. They're both like this tanky guy who's just gonna feed intel to him. He's gonna love the mid lane. Mac, I'm expecting a 909 once again on his KDA, maybe even more.
and the Sven's still a bit. For me, the question mark comes from the Sven. I'm just. Again, I'll have to wait. I'd like to be proven wrong and see it prove itself, but it's a weird pick.
30 seconds to battle.
I just feel this Sven is gonna get so much. He's gonna get astraled up, and
Kited around as well.
kited. He's gonna waste his God Strength duration.
Like, how are you gonna chase anyone who's been frost shielded? You can't,
Yeah.
because they're being slowed. There's Astral to save. There's Soulbind next to someone, and if you don't kill them, the Ink Soul will pop in time. There's PL Doppelganger. It's so hard for this event to like latch onto someone, unless his team sets it
The
up
battle
really well.
begins.
Oh, let's try. Okay, it's a one-on-one so far. Bounty Runes goes even. Break on both ways. Uses the Fisher to block. Tries to get the lanes pushed in a little bit more towards their tower.
We got a pause here.
It's
Yeah.
necessary in Dota.
We have to think about what we're gonna be doing here. Stargazer DCs. All right, we're waiting.
He's like, "Aights, I'm out." He heard the stream, man. He heard what you had to say. He was like, "Aights, I'm out. Not playing this game." It's just too many kiting that's about to go on.
It's a very durable draft when you look at Adroit as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you also have some durability coming up from Army Geniuses. The Underlord's Atrophy Hour is really good, but it's like you're not reducing as much damage as you think, because pure damage from OD, a lot of magic damage as well. Grim and Lich are all magic damage, so this most of the damage that you're reducing is PL as well as Mars, and even Mars is like half his damage is at least magical. So I just wonder how good the Atrophy Hour is gonna matter in this game.
The more people dies around him, the better. But can he? What if he was the first to die? What if they just focused him down? Oh, I mean, that'll be the best case scenario for Army Geniuses. That just sets up for the Winter's Curse and the Echo Slam. But we'll see. Yeah, you're right.
Wyvern-
Comes down to the execution.
Wyvern has to play out of his mind. It's like it's gonna come down to a big win to Wyvern, big curses. Like big curses will set up everything. I was thinking they should use Chronosphere for that, but they're like, nope, it's gonna have to be the big curses. And
Wyvern getting picked up twice now in 2 games. You said he wasn't so mad at the moment, but he does his job, right? He gives you decent saves, holds them in place, sets up for a lot of things. Great disengage, great initiate, and more people are disconnecting. What is going on? Oh, it's a remake on the lobby. It's gonna be a remake. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all good. It's all good. Assuming it's gonna be the same picks, right? Otherwise, we're gonna have to theorize.
right, it was like, wait, what if it was the carry Grim all along?
Oh
you know?
no! Well, we can only find out. Once again, if you're only tuning onto Facebook or stream at ESL Asia, do remember to like and share it. Get this word around before the game starts. Hey, we've got time now, so we can invite more people inwards. So, what do you see Army Geniuses in their draft, or at least how can they actually turn this one to their favor? Because it seems that they have Team Adroit has answers for everything. Like regardless the skill sets they have individually, I just feel like their draft address a lot of things Army Geniuses is planning to do.
They do have a lot of disposable stuns, which I really like. You know, you have the Fissure, you have the Sven stun, you have even Underlord's Pit of Mouth, not a stun, but you know it's a root. So you have a lot of ways that if you can catch a group, like you get 1 or 2 people, you can just kill them, keep them perma-stunned, and that's really good for them. They have Winter Wyvern's Curse as well, so they have a lot of control, and they have good damage coming out as well. It just feels like it's not enough based on what we've seen, based on how Adroit plays with this draft. But Army Genius could definitely take this.
So what about laning phase, right? Who's gonna lane with who? Like, who would you rather see in a mid lane, if not the Underlord?
I mean, it's Timbersod Underlord versus OD. It's a headache no matter what you do. But I think that because Army Genius feel like we're gonna lose the mid lane anyway. I'd rather lose it with Underlord than Timbersod. I want Timbersod to run wild later on. So let's give him a lane he can win and have him theoretically, run around try and get kills, similar to like an Ember. If Ember's gonna lose either way, if the mid lane is lost either way, like you outdraft no matter what. Just put a guy you don't really care too much about who can recover. And Adroit, I mean, he's not the flashiest hero.
Yeah.
Sometimes we see him like get early like phase boots into maybe some sustain, and then the team groups around him. But maybe that's what they're planning on actually.
What about the timing though for Sven? Because for sure they're gonna throw him in the safe. I mean, he has to play the carry, right? What are the damages they're gonna get? Because you said Timber without mana is probably not the best thing, especially up against an OD who's gonna suck your intel out.
Actually, that was changed. He doesn't suck intel, but when he hits, he gets more mana.
Oh,
it's like your mana pool increases. It's kind of weird, but it's nice that you don't lose mana. Same thing. A lot of mana drain has been removed from the game. Medusa used to take mana, but now she doesn't. She just gains mana. So it's.
But the PL is still there, so naturally builds into the diffusal.
There's mana burn there, yeah, for sure.
So it feels like everything just falls on the shoulder of this Sven. Do you think as Adroit, if you just shut this Sven down, you just win the game?
If you shut the Sven down, there's no real late game to deal with. So yeah, I mean, we saw them try to do the same thing to Adroit in the previous game where they tried to shut down Medusa. Didn't really go so well, did it? So there is always a chance that your hard carry will recover. The question is, how much can your supports do? Because it's going to come down to the Winter Curses and the Echo Slams. It's sad to say that it's not like they're non-factors, but Underlord and Timbersod will play relatively like expected. But can you get a good Winter's Curse? If you can get one, can you Winter Curse? I'm not sure the Grimstroke. Get him out of the fight. That'll make a big difference.
I mean, it is Dota 2, right? Like anything's possible. It is like I arguably 60% the draft, 40% how you play and execute it. But like, yeah, right now. I'm totally agreeing with you, man. Army Geniuses, they have a chance, but the window is way smaller. You're hoping when the stars and moon aligns and the sun continues one straight glow of radiant before you get the perfect setup into the perfect echo. Yeah. And maybe they get, but maybe that's all they needed.
It's like when you roll the dice and you get the double every time.
Yeah,
that's what they need to do, right? Which is it's possible.
It's possible.
How likely is it?
I know, yeah. So that's where my faith is a bit waver. Now, good news that the lobby has been remade. So we're gonna get into this game number 2 of the best of 3. It's Army Geniuses once again versus Team Adroit. Will they bring it to a tie and drag a game 3? Let's find out.
Right, best of luck to UK, man. If you can do it. So bottom lane is going to be the Sven as actually they're tri-laning top again for Army Geniuses. They're like, yeah, Sven, remember what happened last game? We want you to do the exact same thing. You farmed pretty well. And at least you can say Sven, you know, if you get the Blink Dagger, BKB, and maybe a damage item, he's online, you know. Same thing with a PL, but, you know, he has that more big burst damage when he comes out in. So that's what they're going to be relying on.
Yeah, they like Army Geniuses. Yeah, I think Adroit just read them like a
30
book.
seconds
They
to
really
battle.
like to leave their safe carry on his own. Not so safe anymore at this point, Stargazer. Just roaming around the area. What do you think his odds in farming is going to be like now that he's on his own? He is up against a Mars too.
Yeah, Grim and Mars. I mean, Mars will just run at you. It's not fun to play against him with the Grim behind him, just keeping the ink swell on. They're gonna have to rotate someone down there. They're not. There's no way they're gonna keep tri-lane this. If they can try and get some kills and they force the Grim to move, that'll be a victory for RMGs. But if it's the other way around, then it's a victory for Adroit. And it's gonna be 2 for 2 in terms of bounty runs. Nothing crazy here.
Adroit starting the game like they did in the previous one, capturing outposts at minute 0. And now, there we go, Bach just cutting the creep waves already. He knows there's no threat. Stormhammer has his first skill too.
Okay.
But without a teammate down at bottom, I don't think there's any kill potential with that one.
Yeah, just Mana Rage for some HP. I was like, whatever. So then one of the nice things about having the Underlord mid is that he will be able to get all that damage from his aura, which means that you'll be able to secure those last hits. We saw Ember Spirit have a bit of trouble last game, so Mamangdai should be like feeling a bit more comfortable this time around. Hopefully not losing the lane like he did last time.
Top lane, this Timber is paired up with the Earthshaker, but he seems to go a little bit too deep right now, going for the courier snipe. Down at bottom, Bach already showing his prowess, spears him into the trees, but they do get the kill on the courier up at the top lane, pulling him backward, setting the lane up for his success right now. Bach playing his mind. Finally, something more active than a Winter Wyvern.
And yeah, that was a good courier kill as well. We didn't see, but we're like we don't how do we say, promote animal abuse around here, so we don't show you these things. But alright, so Womi, but he'll do should be pretty decent for the Timber against the PL. But yeah, and like I don't think they'll be able to kill him even with the Lich PL combo. Just shouldn't be enough damage to get him out. And mid lane, they're doing so far even 8-1 to the 7-2. Oh, there you go. That's in the night. So much extra damage, and the Atrophy Hour also affects the OD, so you're not really able to. And you don't want to take the early Arcane Orb a lot of times. Maybe now you have to actually though.
There's a reason to. I mean, he's a tankier guy. You could get more out of it. Sustain yourself in lane just by taking this mana back. Someone is real deep. This Earthshaker trying to play it super aggressive. There is already 2 down at the bottom lane. They might look for something.
There's a ward there.
Yeah, there's a ward up in the jungle. They do see him. Immediately commits onto Wow Me, but the lockdown isn't there. They will get out just in time. Spears towards the trees, but the Fisher block is there. Bach falling pretty low. Uses the shield to push them back. Ink spells on him. Will connect onto only one, but that's the one he cares about. In fact, he's a tanky guy. He's just going to walk through the trees. They're ignoring his ally. They want the Bach kill so bad, and he's just regenning through it all. He will not live to tell the tale through another day. But his Grim actually nearly gets the kill onto UK, but Stormhammer is there to hold him in place. Will be gangbang in the trees.
Worth it.
Yeah, it's the best start for Stargazers are possibly. First blood and followed by a double kill, which is completely different than last game where he gave away first blood. So he's feeling really good about this now. Oh.
They're not worried about it because this top lane though, Wow Me is having such a bad day. Already? Oh, well, he's got 2 points into reactive armor, so he should regen up relatively fine as the level goes. Not a threat until at least that Diffusal comes online. So far falling pretty even mid lane. This OD already supersedes this Underlord, at least when it comes to the last hit and deny. He is holding his ground.
Yeah, he's doing okay. I mean, remember, you are going to be astraled. You're not going to be CSing for 4 seconds. Usually when around the creep is about to die, which means you're always going to be missing 1 or 2. But I am surprised by Timber just being manhandled top lane. the moment they decided to abandon him and go bottom, yes, it was a good move for them getting that double kill. It was really worth it. But
it looks like they want to get more spears onto the tree. Inkswell is there, will connect, will go down. UK tries to get a better lane dynamics for his carry, but will pay with his prize, with his life.
Yeah, that was an interesting pick. Sorry, that was an interesting pick off just now. It was kind of cool that Witch Wyvern thought he could take that, but that's not going to happen. Top lane.
Well, me getting so much harass in, but he has the mango, just pops it, changes himself away.
Well, and are they going to bring someone? Yep, Earthshaker's here. They might be able to get another double kill. And you can see they're
go
going
for it immediately. Storm Hammers connects onto Boomy. The stun is there from this Earthshaker. Body blocked, but unfortunately not enough. The Inkswell will connect and turn this one around with the Stroke of Faith. Slows them in place. Stargazing falling pretty low. But no one's gonna die. Well, it was a commitment on the end of Army Geniuses, so I'd say relatively a slight victory going on the side of Adroit.
Yeah, and that's exactly like a victory for Adroit because 3 people against 2 people, nothing being traded. That's good for the 2, you know. And Matchday actually low HP here. I don't know if he's low HP from the lane or just from jungling. Bounty wins. It's going 2. Yeah, it's going to be 2 for 2 again. Good thing about Army G is they are able to always control the bounty a bit, but Lich.
He's looking for it. He sees the courier. But they do have a ward. They scouts him out. But he's going to go for the snipe. They know.
Nah, it's not it's not happening.
Okay.
Mars is also having a really tough time, by the way. Only 10 CS. Like, yeah, Timber's only at 16, but Mars is doing even worse than that.
Bach not having the game he wants to. Oh, immediately pops the Dark Rift. Where is he going, though? Straight to home? Most likely. There we go. He's back home now. He's going to regen up, get back into the lane. Stargazer gets a kill and a killing spree under his name. So things are going not too bad, actually.
Yeah, for Army Genius, they're slightly, they're not like 1k ahead, but you know they are slightly ahead. They have 3 kills under their belt. Mid lane is not going too badly. Mars is not farming. So yeah, I mean, if you're Army Geniuses, this is okay. You know, it's perfectly fine. What's PL? He's just gonna go for those phase boots. Nothing exciting. Kind of weird to see him go with the early Orb of Venom, and I don't think I see that very often.
Do you like that though on him?
It's a nice slow. I mean, it's good if you're going for kills, you know, because then the slow actually makes a difference. No?
Oh, lawlessly. Yeah,
just taking a bit. Yeah, it's like just a little bit of trading here and there. Game seems to be going into a very like slow pace where both teams are waiting for their ultimates, waiting to see what the other players are doing.
He misses the spear though. If that one connected, they might have just committed on him and get another kill. UK dodged it. So you okay, man?
Yeah, basically bottom lane. If Earthshaker shows up, they'll go for a kill. If not, unlikely. Bach, Adroit, they'll just wait for the Spear of Mars to land, and that's it. Mid lane is even, basically 40 and 5. Oh, the 16 denies is huge though on the Mars.
It's kind of a stalemate right now. I don't think Adroit has any reason to rush, but spear him backwards. Stargazer does have the early damage, especially with the God Strength now on his side. They will respect it. Oh, look at that damage after he turned off the armlet. WowMe trying to commit deep onto CML, but they are on the tower right now. WowMe actually gets burst down with the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death. And now to join along is Bach as the Splinter Boss come in at the last minute and takes him down.
Way overconfident, going in while he still had the God Strength on. Like, they could have just waited for his damage will be less, his SP will be less, but Adroit kind of rushing it, top lane. Timber getting that solo kill against Lich in a dual lane, that's really good. He got the 2 bracers. He was having trouble against the Lich's magic damage. Like, PL, I can live against that, but the magic damage from Lich was a bit much. So he was like, alright, get a couple bracers, more HP, a lot more magic resistance.
Gets a stack off, so this Underlord, honestly, well, he's getting the last hits in now, especially now that he rotates into the jungle with the Firestorm.
Oh, trusty shovel.
He was doing not too well earlier on, but he's catching his way back up. Now, what do you think about the impact of the mid Underlord, though, in terms of scalability into the later game?
Yeah, that's also one thing I'm wondering about. Is like, what is he actually gonna do? I mean, is he gonna go for like a lot of these aura items or utility items, and the team will go around him. Because sometimes you see, what Timbersaw do the same thing. I imagine they might want to play this event like a Medusa and get a lot of the solo. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hold your thought, because right here there seemed to be an engagement. Stargazer actually, chasing onto its block, but with the Inkswell he will not come in. And you were saying?
Yeah, I imagine they might look at Sven and play him like a Medusa and get like Lotus Orbs and Linkens on the other cores just to keep buffing him up so that no one can control him.
So it's more playing in the backlines, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Fissure block, great block, but
he
he's
has
got the double
Atos
guy in it,
actually.
We'll get out in time. Natsumi's safe.
So it's gonna be Atos into, well, I don't know, not Radiance, no, or maybe they are doing like Mac did last game, you know, with the Necro where he went Atos into Radiance. Like, hey, if you can farm it, it makes his frontline so good. Evasion from the Radiance, I think Smith shot. Oh,
but unlike the other game, this time they're ahead as Army Geniuses takes down the Lich, has Godstrength on. Will just move towards the jungle, clear some stacks, put more money under his name.
Impressive performance from Army Genius so far. Can we look at the net worth actually though? I mean, they're less than 1k ahead, so they can't be that far ahead, even though they're ahead by 5 kills. So, yeah. And PL's farming well, OD's farming well, Sven is also farming well. It's the Mars. You know, Mars is the one who's he's dying. He's having a hard time in the lane, lowest CS of the cores. That's the one I think that Army Genius look at like, yeah, we can punish this guy, you know. And there's no ultis on the supports. Once they have the ultis, then you can start doing the combos.
So they're waiting for that timing, but at this point they are doing pretty well ahead without it already. Self-sustainable when it comes to team fight. I mean, it's technically a gank, not yet a 5v5, but we'll see how they hold their ground, especially in the early game. Top lane already gets the silence onto this Timbersaw, but he's tanky. That does not even tickle him, not one bit. Oh, misses the Timber chain.
You can see he was like, I want to throw it to the trees that were like the bottom trees, the ones that are by themselves. But he's like, if I do that, do I have enough to throw in the chakram? Yeah. He's like, no. So he wanted to get, he should have gotten a little closer. But it was a nice idea. You can see he was really thinking about it.
Boomy's on his own. His friend is rotating in, but a little too far away though. I don't think they are now. They will be TPing themselves inwards. It is the OD. They gotta respect that. But they have 3 in the area. Bit of malice with the Fissure. A little bit mistimed there as they stack upon each other, but it's enough. Akko committed. He drops the hammer. Nearly gets one, but unfortunately not enough. Wait, they might. CML backlines does take down the Underlord, and now wow me. Still in the area on his own, so that's a mid for a mid, but it's wow me against the world, and here's a tanky guy, especially in 10 minutes in, 11 minutes in. They do not have the solution nor the damage to burst him down.
I love what Lich did, throwing the Chain Frost. He's like, through the Chain Frost, through the Frost Blast, he's like, I'll get the kill, and he did.
Oh, a kill down at bot as Bach takes it with the commitment of the arena. Will walk out, such low HP.
Got the kill though, so overall this is a decent, this is a decent minute that Adroit had. Yes, trading mid for mid, but the supports got a lot of XP out of it. I think both of them have their ultimates now, which means that you can start looking towards this combo. Might see a smoke, might see them try to use it, because once you have it, you're like, I want to utilize it, you know? So Lich doesn't have his ulti for a little while, but he'll have it soon.
The Malice is there. Do they want to commit? The slow from the Winter Wyvern is there as well with the Storm Hammer. He's not going anywhere. Will take him down without any sort of resistance. Pops the God Strength, more damage to go for the tier 1. Trying to secure that space. Trying to snowball this real hard, knowing that they have a Timber. They are on the clock right now.
I like the way that he's using Atos with a Pit of Malice, just to keep keep the Pit of Malice applying multiple times like that, and he does a lot of damage. Very nice. Like, just really nice plays coming out from Army Geniuses this game. Timbersaw, I think he's going to go for Heaven's Halberd, which is great against the OD, but it also makes me think that you'll probably want a few Heaven's Halberds on the Dire side as well, especially because it works with the Soul Bind and it's great against the Sven.
Yeah, I mean, Disarm's just like the worst thing Sven can go up against.
Yeah, he has the temper tantrum where he turns red and he's like, yeah, and then he's like, no, you're not
just
gonna attack.
Running around. Yeah. All that God Strength and you got nothing to carry the team.
That's a smoke on the Lich, I believe.
Oh, it has been popped though, because they saw Lawless Shy up on the high ground. Does not close the distance enough to actually get any sort of kills. Don't want to overcommit. Well, back respectfully, they have a ward up on the the dire jungle, so they do scout out whoever's in the area, and Astral is happening someplace.
Yeah, Lol.
There we go.
Lol is shy. He doesn't want to. Like, he knows that they see him. So he's very careful. Sven, number 1 in the net worth. Can we see what Sven's going for? Actually, what's his first item? Diffuse on PLs. Yeah, that's what we expected.
Let's take a look at the item on Sven.
Yeah, armlet into BKB
Radiant's bottom tower
straight.
is under attack.
You know, just which is cool. He really relies on his team to set him up. You know, he's like, all right, you guys will do all the control. He knows that there's a soulbind combination, and he just doesn't want to deal with it. So I can respect that. Probably might look into a BKB or some sort of movement item later. It's almost for sure BKB.
Yeah, he was queuing at a
Aghanim.
BKB. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Blink Dagger. I meant.
Oh,
Blink
yeah,
Dagger.
yeah.
Some sort of mobility item.
Would you like to see him pick up the axe
Aghanim
and
is
go
right.
all Thor in this thing?
I played against a Sven today who did go for that, so I don't know. It still seems pretty gimmicky to me, honestly. It's like, oh, you get a Blink Dagger into your stun.
Only if you're crazily ahead,
Yeah.
right? That's like the flashiest show you can ever pull off here. Mid lane, wow, me actually top lane on his own. This is independent right here. 15 minutes, they're going for your tier 2. They know that the timing is on their side at this point. It's the power spikes, and well, Team Adroit couldn't do anything about it. And look at the PL, farmed up, but the Sven is way farmer than he is, so he's the direct counter and solution to that problem.
Yeah, and you can see that neither team, they're waiting for something to make a move. Top lane, as long as no one goes to him, he's just going to get towers by himself. And I expect he might go bottom, park himself there, and you can send someone else to farm top. So it's their plan. They're not actually having anyone around Womi, which is kind of interesting. He's making space just by himself. So Army Geniuses wondering if they're actually going to consider taking a fight. They're scared of the Soulbind combo. They do not want...
Oh, as you say that, someone stepped in a little far too deep here as they even commit the Echo Slam. Well, he did commit the Chain Frost, but they're just going to get out just fine. And now Mac makes it in the area, has the Dark Rift, has to pop it before anything happens, but the hammer will finish the job. Drop the sentence on that guy.
Oh, PL might be in trouble.
He is falling pretty low. Do they have the sort of control they need? But they do have the burst, so Natsumi has to respect that. One right click coming out from this Winter Wyvern will take him down, and it just feels like Army Genius is just steamrolling on them, abusing the tempo timings from their lineup.
Sven has a BKB now. Again, it's going to be either now that he fights or he's going to get some sort of mobility item. But he is very confident to go and fight right now. Anyone who gets Winter's Curse called by the mountain, you can see, yeah, he's in the front lines. Like, what are you going to do to me? Anything that comes out, he has time to BKB it.
Oh, there you go. Arena of Mars together with the Soulbind, though. That pierces the BKB, and now he's wasting his BKB. So that's one way to go around it. 10 seconds BKB down. They gotta take this tower at the very least, but Mac is making a rotation now into the bottom lane. Spots him out, chains himself away, out of sight, out of might. Don't want to deal with this problem.
Yeah, which now makes you think like, oh, he has the BKB, but he's chained to someone. The other guy can't leave the Arena of Mars, so still his friend's like, come on, we can go, we can go. It's like, no, I can't, man.
It was just an awkward moment of, well, willy-nilly running around the tower.
So probably what they're going to do is they're still going to wait for a Blink Dagger now, because they don't want him to be Soulbind. They want someone else to be Soulbind. He blinks in with the BKB, does all the damage, and wins them the fight.
Oh, they know that the arena is down though, but going to make the rotation in just in time for UK to get the Winters. No, he will not. Will go down to the Stroke of Faith. Just gonna let this tower go.
Blink Dagger on the Grimstroke. He really, he wants to land the Soulbind on this event every single time. That's gonna be his goal. So it's like everyone's, you know, it's like Death Note. Everyone's having a plan for their plan, an enemy's plan. So Sven needs a mobility item, which means that Grimstroke needs even more mobility than him.
I mean, you talking about the Sven being easily kited. Well, good luck trying to play a Sven when you're chained onto your own teammates. That is the hardest thing you can do. And now, look at those illusions just burning off this Timber Saw's mana. It is starting to get there.
Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker.
Oh, Arena committed onto WowMe, and he is nowhere without his allies. But the Winter Curse is there to hold him in place. Great counter initiate. It's just coming in. Stargazer right-clicking him to death under the Firestorm. The damage is enough, but will they let Natsumi run free? They will. He's still running out of there. Nearly could have gotten them if they, well, actually just focus on the carry, the bigger kills. Didn't know why they let him go, but they did.
I think that they just also mistimed the Echo Slam, so that was a great fight from Army Geniuses with a bad Echo. Oh no, no, I didn't have it. Okay, just didn't have it online because I saw the colors and I was like, oh, that. Alright, there we go. So he didn't use it, but they didn't even have Echo Slam for that fight, and they won it.
There, so but the tempo is now up. They know Arena is down. They can play a bit more aggressively, knowing that they are not gonna get trapped into the rat cave. As they just bash down this tier 2, don't have the damage to take it. So Savan will move on to the jungle, spots him out. They do have a ward up there, so they know he's on his own.
He's going for Aghanims. Okay, so he has crit on the way I imagine, and he's gonna go for Aghanims after. Yeah, you can see that's his Chrysalis. So Aghanims, he knows he needs to find some way to get close. I'm actually wondering if he's soul binded and he uses his Aghanim Scepter Stormhammer, does he actually still like leave his friend and go? Because I believe like it's a you're just tied to the person, so you can't do any movement that gets you away.
That's a great point to make.
Like you can't. I believe Stormshot like can't zip out of it. So I don't see why Sven would be able to.
I want to find out. I mean, that just solves the problem then.
Good.
Do have that, if that it does respond the way it did. Stargazer is actually running him down. He sees this. Oh, the blink though. Got away. Now we lost some connection onto the screen. So, oh, there we go. We're back on again. Cleaves down the creep wave.
Well, Odie's going for the Aghanims. This is
down at bottom already in the jungle. They do have the arena committed. He's on his own, so that's going to be an arena wasted. And the outpost not taken down, so they get absolutely nothing on the side of Adroit. This is Army Geniuses. I told you, man, I am the curse, I am the cancer, and it's starting to bud its seed right now in this game number 2 as they go straight onto the Lich. Whirling Death is there with the Chakram. He's trying to survive, but the control from this Earthshaker. He does have a blink now, so initiation game is going to side of Army Geniuses. Tempo has just cranked up a notch.
Odie, once he has the Aghanims, they will be able to kite any, like when they're chasing people, he'll just be able to astral them away, keep them safe. It's gonna be a little while though before he has that the Aghanims ready. Actually no, it's about 100 gold. He has 2 components ready. So after that, we'll see them if they want to fight, if they want to wait for the BKB. Despite all the kills, 13 to 5 and everything, RMG is only hit by 2k. And all of it's on the Sven. So if you can kite the Sven, you are in a fine spot. It's just Mars having a really bad game. Uncharacteristic for Bach, but we all have bad games sometimes.
Going straight for the tier 1 down at bottom. That's a long overdue structure. Has been waiting to be taken down since the longest time now. They are occupying the... Oh, he gets caught out. Natsumi in a whole lot of trouble. The Pit of Malice is holding him in place, but the Rotovators not enough to hold him there. They will get out. Bach with the defensive arena play. In fact, they're coming back in. Great soul bind onto 2. Slows him down with the...
Lich wants to ulti, but he can't.
Yep, gets the Winter's Curse, and now this is just a game of initiate and de-initiate, counter-initiate. Boomy ink swells on himself to get out of there, jumps straight into the backline. Wow, me being pretty deep. Will they get a kill right here? Oh, Odie's up on a high ground though.
They have Echo Slam.
Echo Slam, and here it goes immediately as you say that. Connects onto 2. Natsumi and Mac, 2 of the heavy cores. You want on, but the hammer takes him down. The threat has been diffused. Going straight for them. They're going to commit, but the Dark Rift takes all of them back. 5-star for this Uber.
He picked them up while he was driving. He didn't stop. He was just like driving. He's like, come on in. And he just opens the door. But yeah, the Echo Slam, once you see a lot of ultimates being committed, you must think, all right, mine will be the one that changes it, you know. Everyone used it. I might as well throw mine. Got a little bit too, he was impatient with it. I think there was a doppelganger as he landed. So it just wasn't enough for him. And OD, he kept hitting a lot of people in that fight. So he had a ton of intelligence, just dropped the hammer, immediately took him out. Good good hold by Adroit, but you can see also that they are a bit nervous. They try a bit too hard for the Lich combo, because Lich and the Grim combo.
Do you think they're just getting desperate now, knowing that they are on the clock?
I mean, you can see just now, like when Timbersaw went in. By the way, Timbersaw is lowest of the course. Like even Mars ahead of him. When Timbersaw Timber chained in, I was like, oh, he really took a few hits. And he's like, oh wait, actually this hurts, and I can't tank. I'm Timber chaining out of this. So you can feel like there is a tiny bit of impatience because 2 of your cores are slowly losing a bit of their edge. One Timbersaw way more than the Underlord, of course. And there, Aghanim's finished on the OD. So if they are caught, if they do catch a good Winter's Curse, good Echo Slam, you can save 2 people.
Dire are scanning.
It's scary. It's very scary.
Mac, it's all about the positioning game now. He has to stay in the back lines, make sure to get those saves off, but they're already pinging the Roche pit. They know, yo, that fight, I'm not confident anymore. We gotta get something on our end before actually confronting them 5-on-5. So they're heading towards the Roche pit. The Bach does scout the rotation down. They do run out. So now it's been revealed. They know the intentions. It's there. The Roche down to only about 2/3 of his HP.
Soulbind's cooldown goes from 100 seconds to I believe 75 at level 2. Lich also from 100 to 80, so your combos, like your uptime goes way up with it. And Army Geniuses, they're kind of sticking together. They feel like they want to fight, but they're also not sure how to take the fight, because if they farm, it's bad for them, because 2 of your cores just they're not scaling amazingly. Sven has the Aghanims. This is probably going to be their time. Smoke, probably. There you go. The SEA smoke, where you smoke into an area you have no vision of. Look at that. They're pinging that area where like they have no wards there, but they're like, if we fight someone, you know.
They're just going by faith at this point, but no one is in the area though, so they might just wait it out or wait someone to overcome it down in the mid lane, just send someone down just to bait it all out. I hear the Chakram being committed onto the creep wave. Oh, it gets the fissure. The connect is there, and now they're just gonna chain stun everything with the Pit of Malice. Echo Slam even committed, but he's getting out. He won't with the Spirit Lens. Wait, Spirit Lens coming from who? It was the Storm Hammer coming out from Stargazer. Actually, his BKB is up, has to get out, but now the Soulbind connects onto both the cores. He does use the spear to save him. Actually, pushes him away from his teammate. I mean, from the enemy.
I think there was a fissure at the time, so he wanted to hopefully to pin him to the fissure, but it didn't quite work that way. So that was a lot unfortunate for them. That was a lot of flashing lights just now, but only thing that happened is the OD died. OD does not have BKB, so he's vulnerable in that situation. They are going to go for Roche. Chain Frost is available, but so is the Winter's Curse.
Well, now someone just committed a little bit too deep. This Brimstone in the area. They want to fight this one. CML controls him, but the Winter's Curse drops down. They see the PL is there. They want to get out of here. They've already got the Uber, but they cancelled it. In fact, going in for more Timber Chain. I mean, throws his Chakram. They want Natsumi. He's the bigger kill. Will get him down with the burst from the Whirling Death. And now in the back lines, Bach being totally ignored as the tankier guy. They see Mac in the area. If they could get a second kill on him twice, that would be amazing. But it's not there. He is being stunned up for some weird reason. Bach there. Actually falling pretty low to the Whirling Death. Finally throws out the arena, holds them all in place, spears them into the walls, getting ticked down time after time. But Mac was just waiting for the hammer. Unfortunately, the damage isn't enough, and now they just confidently run straight at him. Stargazer pops the BKB, runs down to the low ground, gets the Pit of Malice off. This is big if they can get Mac twice. Here comes Thor from Asgard. Just went into Mac straight up. Face front, he saved him. He could have actually maybe tried to get the kill onto the Sven, but he actually astraled him up. So
that's such a weird way for Adroit to take fights right now. I mean, they're in a really bad spot because they just seem to always be taking fights when they don't have people ready. We haven't seen a Chain Frost combo only once this whole game, and that's really bad. Oh, gets it. That would have been hit. He would have died if he didn't get in time. I was like, that's scary. So Adroit, you just gotta wait for your heroes to be ready, especially Mac on the OD. He 2 times now he gets into fights, he dies. The first one he was caught near the tower, unfortunate. Second time no BKB. They want to rush these fights, but it's like the time is on your side, so just wait. But we'll see if they can do that. Even with the Roshan on the line, having your BKB on the OD is more important. Titan Sliver, that's a nice item to have.
And it goes on the side of Adroit, so maybe some sort of sliver of hope.
Look at that.
And
Stormhammer talent taking on the Sven, so he's gonna be able to throw it out, I believe, every like 8 seconds or something like that. It goes from like 14 to 8.
He's
so
gonna fly, man.
He's gonna be flying all around.
And going straight for the Roche. The Roche has regenerated up, so no one's gonna take it for a while at the very least. I mean, Army Geniuses does not have the best Roche taking capabilities, but they will take the outpost instead. It's about another 2 minutes before it procs and gives the XP bonus, but they already conquered the bottom outpost. Should be a stalemate at this point.
OD not that far from the BKB. Well, I want to look at some of the items that we have. I know that Greaves is coming out for Timber Saw, along with the Heaven's Halberd. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why OD is having trouble. It's like, oh, he's always being stopped from attacking.
Are fortified.
And the pipe on the Underlord is very nice. Last OD Hammer threw it out. We were like, oh, it's gonna take out 2 people, and then nothing happened. You're like, oh, that's too bad. Vlad's was on the way. That's a good delay. Removing the Vlad's really removes a lot of the pushing potential.
Definitely a value pick right there.
Good thing to get the courier out of the way. But Greaves is finished on the Timber Saw. You can't actually remove some of the stuff that are in this game. Like you can't remove the thing that the Grim throws, the spirit. Well, it's not Inkswell, sorry.
The Phantom's Embrace.
Phantom, yeah, thank you. You can't actually remove it because you have to hit it off. You can't just grieve it away.
And it takes like a couple of hits too, right?
Yeah,
so that's just a lot of efficiency loss.
I believe it's like 3 hits and you can make it up to 4. It's annoying. It's not an easy thing to get rid of.
Adroit realizing how far behind they are in terms of the kill potential ability. Just gonna focus down in the bottom lane, but mid lane gets the Pit of Malice and the Road of Aether, so it's gonna keep reapplying in with the Fisher. It's gonna hold him in place for like forever. Even commits the arena just to show and tell, and in fact just walks the other way around, but they know now they can confidently take that Roche.
70-second cooldown is not that long. He'll probably have it by the next fight, so it's okay. And they can probably stall this. And you can see at the Grimstroke bottom lane just pushing the creeps by himself. And OD has the BKB on the way. If this courier dies, that's even worse than the Vlads. You know, you can lose a Vlads and still push, but you cannot lose the BKB.
You totally need it, especially seeing the control coming out from Army Geniuses. As you said, man, they do have a lot of control, and stuns are never a bad thing to have. As I say that, the Storm Hammer comes in, connects onto this OD, but he's holding him in place, commits the hammer, he's falling pretty low. Stargazer getting saved by the Glimmer, immediately comes in again. Boom! Marvel versus Capcom. This is what the Avengers are all about. Gets the Winter's Curse to hold him in place. The Soulbind does not connect to Stargazer, so Stargazer can look to do some damage, but the Chain Frost bouncing back and forth. It's a double Chain Frost. Will take one down. Stargazer to fall with, but unless the control is there, they will take him down finally to pop the Aegis, but they take down the OD in return. And now they can still look to fight. They have 2 tanky cores on their end. Wowme and the Underlord inside the arena. They're gonna just dance with you. In fact, they tried to change the chain himself out of there, which is the worst idea. Will get top brought down with this stroke of faith. But now, Stargazer, monster kill. He's an absolute beast just running at you. Gets stunned onto 2. Natsumi's the bigger kill. The spear holds him in place, running into the tree lines. They do not have the damage. Bot will have to play sacrificial, but they are gonna focus for more. Double stun with the Storm Hammer fly in. Boom's next. Boomy, you will not live. That's what one thing he promises you. Natsumi turning this one around. They pinged him out. Stargazer falling pretty low. He's out of mana. Has to make the run for it. Bok is in the area. Has the spider legs to go up, so he will be pretty fine.
That was pretty cool the way he just spider legged out there. It was a dieback for the Grimstroke, and I think that's like what, 4-3, something like that. So, and they got the Aegis off. So overall, yeah, it's 4-3. The Aegis doesn't count. It's basically 4-4 if you look at it that way. And both teams kind of okay with that. The Army Geniuses, they got the dieback for the Grim, which means he's not gonna have buyback for a while now. Whereas Adroit, they say, oh, Aegis is gone. If we kill Sven the next fight, the first, like they did just now, they killed him pretty early. But that's it. They can win the next fight pretty convincingly because Sven was going around. Every hit he takes was like chunking people's lives. So they can now, Adroit can play around thanks to that BKB from OD. He wasn't bursted down early. He turned on the BKB and he was fine. And
talking about this Sven though, he is 906.
Yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, Mac was 909 in the previous game. Can he go on with the clean sheet? They gotta find a way to stop this guy. They did it once with the Aegis. They just have to do it again.
Yeah, and he probably wouldn't play as recklessly if he didn't have the Aegis, you know? He'd be like, yeah, I'm more careful here. And Mars is going to have his BKB pretty soon as well. So it's going to be like, what, 2 BKBs on Adroit's side. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, Mars is also pretty good against Sven because you can just look at him when he hits you. And if you look at him and you have the Lich Shield, there's a lot of that physical damage being mitigated. Plus you have the Vlads reducing armor. I do wonder if anyone's going to get Assault Cuirass this game. Probably only the Mars can really afford it, but the extra 5 armor could go a long way to keeping everyone alive. Butterfly, okay.
Some evasion going his end. He said, I want to be a bit safer when I come in and make all these engagements. So he's down here confidently ever since he picked up that butterfly, just going straight for the tier 3s. No rotation has been made. Actually, 3 already huddled up onto the high ground, just waiting about it.
Oh dear.
Bach is coming in. Does he know that Lawless is in the trees, just teasing the Fisher? Finally gets it, and the control is there, but everyone's making the TP in arena. Holds him in place, but the Winter's Curse cannot commit. He just flies straight to the OD. Look at the damage. The cleave is there, but now Mac has to back off. Bach now the only target in the area, but Natsumi, he's untouched. They don't see him. Oh, they finally used that Storm Hammer to control. They're controlling Boomy. Boomy falling pretty low, but the Chain Frost is already out. It's bouncing onto everyone. Stargazer falling pretty low as well. Has to back out. Will they get the kill? Do the Glimmer? Unfortunately, not in time. Here comes the Echo. Deals enough damage, but only to take down one of them. Natsumi is the only sole survivor in this engagement. I mean, one of them just ditched him, so technically he's not.
He's only one fighting.
Yeah, he's only one fighting. They don't care about CML. They want the bigger kill, but looks like CML posing to be quite the annoying feat. So go in for him instead. Secure one in the grave. They said a kill is better than Natsumi running away.
That only held his ultimate for a bit.
Oh, it's not over just yet. The chain stuns come in. He tries to Manta dodge it, but instead the Enchant Totem wasn't timed right. Was timed right. Gets this Sinister Gaze in, pulls him towards the towers, falling pretty low. Lawless, that's a big control. Out of it. He had no mana anyway to begin with because this Diffusal finally at work. Wow me, trying to walk away, but you know, he's a tanky guy. You probably don't want to get him anyways. Now it's just consolations at this point. Phantom's Embrace comes in to silence him up. He's not going to be chaining anyway anytime soon with the Frost Shield. Is going to slow him down. He's trying to go for the TP, but the Sinister Gaze is there to cancel it. He's silent up. He's eventually dead.
Eventually. It'll take a while.
Yeah, he's going to make a run for it. Oh, he's still got some fight left in him. Boomy is waiting in the area with the Ink Swell. Will pop. He's falling low. He's dead.
Today. Sometime today. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
A few moments later, I guess.
Let's go to lunch. We'll be back in time.
Oh, finally, with the right click coming up on the OD. Finally, he goes down. But that was long drawn out.
The problem Army Genius, they took a great fight. Like, they lost Sven, but they got 4, but that was a great fight. The thing is, when they focus on Natsumi, you're telling the other team, listen, we're going to go for kills. The other team is like, oh, wait, well, I'm not willing to lose Natsumi. I'm willing to lose like a tier 3 tower. So they might have stuck to objectives a bit more, getting a little bit too excited in that situation, not going for the objective, forcing out the buyback, then losing the fight. And it was a little awkward. Mac needs to be a little bit less conservative with his BKB. Just use it, you know? Just use your abilities. That's how to win Dota.
Well, they're using it pretty right so far. 36 minutes into the game.
It's not in my nature.
Still swinging the way of Army Geniuses, looking to even out the scores and make it a game 3, but it's too soon to say. Because that means to handle it. Winter's Curse holds Bach in place, and here comes Thor from Asgard. Gets the stun onto him, and now they're just going to stack one on top of the other. Bach out of the game for 70 seconds.
No buyback on him. That is a little awkward, actually. If they can get Bach to level 25, you get the Mars talent for the heal inside the arena. That's pretty. That you can just throw it out and fight inside, no matter what. Wait, actually, sorry. Can we go back to it? Was it changed? Oh, sorry. That's Underboard. Mars. Yeah, 100 HP. That's so good.
Oh, look at that Pit of Malice. Such a pain to fight into.
It is, and you can see they put in his choke points.
Oh, he just jumped straight in.
No buyback.
The easier target. He's gone. 80 seconds at least. And now he's confidently just going to take the towers, knowing that the control isn't there. The threat of the Chain Frost isn't there. And he still has
dear.
the BKB straight onto the other one, but the Pit of Malice will hold him in place with the Fisher. Oh, he drops the Echo to hold him in place. And now all the big stuns are gone. Natsumi is falling low on mana though. He's turning this one around. Stargazer tries to go for the stun, but that clutch BKB will save him soul. But if he's not going to get anything out of this BKB, then it's still a small win for Army Geniuses. Looking to close this one out. Already takes down the Rax up on the top lane, abusing that tempo.
Lich really was out of position at that. He saw them pushing. He still is like standing right next to the tower. Of course, it's like if you're asking to be killed at that point. Usually that's a area that has a ward as well. But the only person who has a buyback on the dire side is also Natsumi on the PL. So all these people who died, it's like you can't afford these deaths. These deaths specifically are the ones you want to avoid. But 1 Rax is something you come back from. 6k is also something you can come back from, but it's all.
Oh, they're trying for it, Natsumi. Will not get a go. Oh, actually, Mac roaming in the area gets the Astral
Is this
off
something
on
they
the
wanna go
illusion
for?
and the real one. Finally, no, but
No, I don't believe Grim was nearby. Lich was dead. They're like, you know what? Let's just not. And Mars is only level 20, so that level 25 talent we were talking about, that's a long way off. You know, it's plus 40 God Strength talent on this Ven though. That's huge. So much damage. So much damage. So much life as well. It's like 1,000 HP.
looks like the Radiant team's huddled
Or is it
up.
800? I'm not sure. Actually.
Army Geniuses might be looking for a sort of engagement. No, they will not. Thought they'd go for the gank. They will actually pop the smoke, going into the back lines while someone bait them out down in the mid lane. They do see him there, but was that scouted out in the mid lane? Or in the jungle? No, they had no vision there. How did they know that they smoked up?
It's like that spider sense. You know, you're like, this is what I would do.
Oh, they're running
Grim.
up to the high ground. It pops. Immediately gets the Astral. Saves himself, tries to buy some time, but the PL wants to commit in. He's been Astral twice by the backline. Spark already committed the arena. They could have gone and, you know, just clobbed the Stargazer down, but they are held in place. Natsumi being Winter's Curse up there, focusing Bok. They're all not in the area. Comes out, double Chain Frost with the Soul Bind, bouncing onto 2. Enough is the damage, and Stargazer, unfortunately, he has a BKB, will hold for a while. The hammer did quite substantial damage onto both of them, but unfortunately only one will go down.
Trading 1 for 1. This Adroit will probably not want to go anymore. They already used the hammer, they used the Lich ult, they used everything they have. And Mars is dead. So on the other side though, they also have used everything. So it's like one of those spots. Whoa,
oh, someone got forced off forward. Boomy! Not your day, my friend. Bitter Malice holds you in place.
Some weird positioning issues happening for Adroit's side. We didn't quite see this in game 1.
Look at the chat though. They're saying passive OD BKB.
He's used it. That's unfair. He's used it.
I love Southeast Asia Dota, man.
Hurricane Pike. He's gonna stay safe now. He does use. Oh wow! What really? Beacon. Wow.
What?
Abyssal Blade. It's gonna be. I think no. It's gonna be Nullifier coming out. I think for the PL.
Wait, was someone queued?
No, wait.
Is it Divine?
That's a Divine. Sorry.
Oh, they're going for the all in. They're all in on this one.
I think that Abyssal would have been a safer option. If you lose with the Divine, like that's
over,
it. It's all over, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about this Divine at all. Sven, he's got the Minotaur Horn, by the way. The Minotaur Horn gives him 20 strength, which is huge. Yeah, it's like 20 strength along with the 40 strength talent, 60 strength that you got, and then God Strength gives you another like I don't know what 30 or something. It's a ton. What was it? Holy crap, 70. That is insane. Oh wait, that's with the talent actually. I remember that. Like, oh, it's with the talent. Yeah, it's.
Nevertheless, he has it, man.
Yeah,
Where he got it isn't the question anymore. It's he has it.
Spell Prism, probably one of the best tier 4 items as well. So that's an item that you always want to have on you.
They're going for the smoke.
Divine Rapier's finished. This is it. This is going to be the Adroit. They have put all their eggs into this basket specifically.
Will they get the kill though? WowMe already advancing into the Roche pit. This determines whether the GG comes out or not. They scout him out with the stroke of faith. They know someone else is in the area for sure. No one's gonna walk in a Roche on their own.
Bok has buyback. That's why they're willing to let him go forward and die.
Ooh, I'm pretty sure they see the item on Natsumi at this point. He gets the silence onto Stargazer. Stargazer pops the BKB, but the Storm Ball actually pulls him off. The Echo Slam is there, takes down the OD. Natsumi was like, nope, I have a Divine, guys. I'm out of here. CML next on the list, but top lane, looking inside the jungle. Wow, Natsumi trying to run for his dear life, uses the Manta, Doppelganger's out of there. But the silence will hold his Timber in place, but the Chakram slowing him down a whole lot. Ink Spell is on him. Might just turn this one around. It will pop on two. But the Winter's Curse, he's using the Divine onto his allies. This is treason. This is blasphemous. He's falling low. They got him with the Bitter Malice. The control and stuns are there for days. He lost the Divine. Who picked it up? WowMe has the damage now. WowMe finally has a Divine Rapier. They're going straight for the tier 4. They know he just lost a well-invested item. Or a bad invested item, actually.
GG.
Chakram's forward. Timber Chains will take him down. DC is
is the Grimstroke, and congratulations to Army Geniuses, finally flexing those brain muscles, showing that they too can rob a game out of a team like Team Adroit.
Yeah, that was really, that was crazy that happened. I still think that Divine Rapier pick was really crazy because when you saw Sven jump on the OD and his allies, they try to force him around, but it doesn't make a difference. But if you had Abyssal, you can actually stun the Sven and stop him from attacking people.
Not to mention, you won't lose it when
you
you
won't
go down.
lose it, you know. So that was such a weird pick, and the extra damage doesn't really help you in any way for your illusions because they don't get the bonus from it. So I don't really feel like I did not like that Divine Rapier pick. And overall, it feels like Adroit were really rushing through a lot of their sections when they just didn't have all their abilities. Some positioning errors when we saw the Lich in the high ground, then the Grimstroke in the mid lane who got caught like a little while after. I was surprised, honestly, the way Adroit was playing this game. And yeah, congratulations.
It's pretty weird, yeah. Because like when you contrast it to the game when they played in the first one, no one could figure them out. They were outplaying their opponents from like this minute 1 all the way through. But this time round, something was wrong.
And it's not like they were, when they lost their lanes or anything, lanes were pretty well for Adroit. So it's like you have to go back and say like, why did we lose this? It just seems very strange. But of course, Army Genius played fantastic. That last fight showed it when they had the Earthshaker pinned to the wall, but Winter Scourge saved them. It was just a lot of really good combinations. They played very well against the Mars ultimate, always getting it out of the way. Like fantastic plays by Army Geniuses, you know.
We talking about like waiting for that stars to align. Well, that went to a straight path for Army Geniuses. I'm the Cancer, man. I tell you. I'm the whole curse. Look at this right here. This resembles Bulldog, and he's the most Cancer's toxic player out there. So let us see who the most featured player is in that game alone. Oh,
there you go. I mean, it's probably going to be the Sven for MVP, but look at that. Just the Spell Prism, Minotaur's Horn, that's lovely. It's like an extra BKB you can use to dispel. For Grim, he tried to go for the Ghost. What they really needed was a couple of Lotus Orbs. Because what happens was that Odie gets stunned, and they force-staff him around, and he's like, guys, no, stop! You know, I don't want to be force-staffed into them some more. So they need a Lotus Orb to keep him alive, because they could have dispelled a lot of the stuns coming out, but that didn't happen. Sorry.
Look at a game coming out from Solitude though, 12-1 and 14. Sure,
Very
in
impressive.
once it's not the 9-0-9 like a Mac did, but hey, he did the job done. He got it done. I love that Ags pick. I thought that was hilarious. It was entertaining, and we got to see what we want to see.
Yeah, it was beautiful seeing him be able to use it like that.
And we finally got the answer to your question.
The Soul Bind? Yeah, I think he was able to go out of it, right?
Yeah, he broke it.
Yeah.
He broke it.
So I was like, by the way, I love that he had the spider legs at some point where he just ran away with it.
He nearly died.
That was really good.
Yeah.
So just really good game for Army Geniuses.
What about the item choices though that came out from this from Solitude itself? Do you think that was the right way to go since he rushed the BKB first? I mean, it shows, but like you were thinking that he should have rushed something earlier.
No, I was thinking that after BKB he'll go for some sort of mobility item. He went for the Aghanims. I was like, oh, that's pretty good. The thing is, I mean, when you win, everything you do looks good. You know what I mean? Like he won, so anything we say is like, well, no, I don't think that was. It's like he won.
He won. You
Doesn't
know,
matter.
It's justified. Look at Isaac though. He's so rich.
Yeah, and he got the Lotus Orb.
He's got a Lotus on boss 5.
That's what you want to do for like because you can see Lich later on. It's not enough. They're not reducing damage enough. They're not saving people. And Lich, if they can't get the combo off, he does nothing in these fights with the Soul, because Chain Frost late games. It's not one Chain Frost is not much. So they really, really need the Lotus Orb, and they could have afforded it. Instead, he went for they have the like Force Staff and Lotus and the Glimmer Cape. It's not enough.
I think the OD was a bit underwhelming though. It seemed like he was the perfect pick on papers with all the tankier heroes, but I felt he didn't have a game, especially with the Sven around. He just gets cleaved down before he could ever even start it.
But it's the job of the supports to keep him alive at that point.
That's true.
That's their item choices just weren't enough.
So, who do you think the featured player is gonna be?
I mean, it can't really be anyone other than the Sven.
Who
could it be?
I mean, what if the support plays a lot? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously Stargazer, but like...
I mean, come on. Timbersaw did okay, but it's not like they won because of him.
Why do we sound so sad knowing this fact?
He did so great. I mean, I'm just saying that he's the one who deserves it, because
that's true.
Like, his team did great, but he's the one who really carried.
Yeah, he did.
He carried.
He's the literal definition of the word. I mean, not literal.
Yeah.
In a gaming sense. You get my point. So span 12-1 and 14, 628 GPM, 725 XPM. About what Mac was doing earlier on.
Game 1, yeah.
But yeah, Army Geniuses actually ties the tide and brings it into a game 3, which we will be getting into later on. Anything you want to talk about between the two of them?
I mean, I still feel like going in that Adroit, maybe they weren't ready. Like maybe they took game 1 so easily that they felt overconfident. Because Army Geniuses game 1 it really didn't go that way. Like that was way worse than game 2. So they go in, maybe they're thinking, hey, we don't really have to execute our combo like peak level. We can just do a couple of mistakes, fool around. Then by the time you made those mistakes, it's over. You're too behind.
Also worth noting that apparently the traditional draft didn't work out for Team
not at all.
so much. Anyways, we are going to get into a game 3 in just about a bit, but for now we're going to take a quick break. Once again, my name is Scary Keith, and together with me, Big Brain Dodo, Otomo. I'm going to keep saying that, man. It's going to stick. Spam it down in the chat. ESL Asia. This is ESLC Championship 2020. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live, we know it. It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, we'll seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, get back your back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will not be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
It's been 5 minutes, and finally we're back for the ESLC Championship 2020. Once again, joining me, Scatty Keith, and the greatest mind in the biz, Otomo. Yes, this is only going to escalate bigger and bigger.
Every time. You know, I'm wrong. I was wrong in game 2. It happens.
Yeah, that's only because I voted the same vote you did. That's why that happens. I'm the curse, man.
It's like this time we're going to have to really pay attention to the draft to figure it out. Because Army Genius is that... We were talking about this in the break, the agonyms on the Sven. You know, it's like 3 things in one. You know, it's a TP, it's a blink, it's a damage, it's a stun. It's really good for them. That was such a genius pick.
Yes, and also it just proves that there's a reason why Army Genius has made it into where they are right now. I believe they qualified. They qualified, right? They weren't the invited
Yeah, they were
teams.
not invited. They were qualified through this.
So they work hard through blood, sweat, and tears to get to the position where they are at, and it is showing. Team Adroit looking like they weren't even a threat in that last game.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it was still a pretty long game. Army Geniuses had to be very careful. A bunch of times you see them try to think, all right, we're going to take a fight now. And then something happens. They're like, oh, okay, no, go back. We're going to figure this out. Like when they got the BKB on Sven, he got so blind, and then he was like, he didn't fight again until he had Aghanims.
Yeah.
You know, he was really careful. So I really like the discipline coming out from them.
So Sven being a feature pick
Yeah.
in the previous game, do you think we'll ever see it making it through the drafting phase once again, or will they actually ban this one out?
I think you can play around this Sven still. I mean, Adroit will have, depends on them, of course. They might have, for them, they might have been overwhelming. Like we see it, we think, oh, maybe you can play around, but for them, it just might be too much. But you should be able to play around it. Maybe if you get the Winter Wyvern, you get a couple of the heroes who can counter him. They had OD, they had Lich, they had Grim, so they had heroes. They just weren't prepared for that Aghanims.
Also, on the end of Team Adroit, right? Like we noticed this through and through. Their playstyle put Natsumi in a farm-heavy hero, and then gets fat, and then just takes over the entire game. Do you think tempo is the answer to Team Adroit? Because it doesn't seem like Natsumi could ever got to that point with the way, with the tempo they brought onto the table, having someone like a Timber, a super early hero coming in.
Enchantress.
Well, yeah, one of the problems with that is that also late game PL is fine. I mean, he's really good. He can burn a lot of mana, but it's not the same as a late game Medusa who can actually get kills. Like PL, he takes away half your life very fast, and the other half he takes forever to do. Whereas in OD was dying a lot early in these fights, so PL is like, he's by himself. He has to do all this. He couldn't do it. He can't chew through the tons of armor and HP that Sven has by himself.
So will Team Adroit pull the same stun? Will Team Army Geniuses surprise us once again? We'll find out in this draft that has already commenced for game number 3. Takes out the AA, Winter, and ES, as we saw, pretty impactful in the previous game. Away from Army Geniuses, meanwhile, they take out the Void Spirit, Oracle, and Morphling.
Natsumi's Morphling, very scary, and definitely a hero that can go against the Sven, 1v1. Not something that like a PL who has trouble doing that. And we're starting out with the Pango as well as the Enchantress. So is it going to be the Bach Enchantress? Is it going to be the Boomy Enchantress? Same thing with the Pango, but okay, Army Geniuses, they liked what Underlord brought in the previous game. They want to get more of that. He did have a couple of clutch, let's get out of here, guys, with his ultimate. So that was pretty good.
Do you think they're going to run it in mid again, or they're going to actually throw it back into the off lane?
I think that, right now you have these flexible picks. You can play Batrider as a support, you play him as a mid, as an offlaner. Same thing with the Underlord, you can play him like, mid. We saw him play mid, but he's traditionally played as an offlaner. So they're like, you throw this out and you're like, well, let them guess. We will choose later based on how they guess.
True. Right now, the cards of mystery is on their favor. Nobody knows about the players that plays for Army Geniuses, but after today they might, as they banned out the Slack, banned out the Magnus as well from Adroit. They had, actually Army Geniuses had Magnus in the first game.
Yeah, first game. It wasn't the best though. It wasn't the best.
It wasn't the best.
So yeah, taking them away from it. And we know that Magnus is a big Adroit hero. So we've seen it at 2 and it's at 4, so it's very popular, and now that's gone away. Also, Slark would have been pretty decent at Natsumi. Similar style, who explodes later in the game. And actually, he's, again, one of those heroes who, the longer fight goes on, he's very good. Not like the PL, who the longer fight goes on, the less impactful you feel he becomes.
That's true, because he's going to stack in all the edgy and, just wreak havoc across the entire map. What is Team Adroit going to respond in the first 2 pick coming up from Army Geniuses? They know now that they have a Batrider, so they might be playing a pick-off game, especially now they have a Dark Rift. There's so many possibilities to pick off.
I'm surprised Bloodseeker was not banned. I mean, it's such an easy. Oh, there you go.
They take on the Bane.
Yeah, if someone gets lassoed, you can Nightmare them for a second, or you can just Fiend's Grip the Batrider himself. It's also going. It also. So we are gonna have a very interesting thing. We're gonna do something amazing. This is one of the amazing things we do in this tournament.
Yeah.
Where we fool you by making you think that it's actually Adroit on the way, but no.
Yep.
No, it's Adroit's the one with the Underlord and the Batrider.
Because it's Dota 2, right? You never reveal your item until it's done. And
yes, it's question marks all over. So Army Geniuses is the one with the Enchantress, the Pango, and the Bane. See, I mean, were you fooled? Were you,
I was fooled. I was
Uh,
fooled for a second there,
yeah.
but thankfully I'm on my feet. We were on the same page, but then I forgot. Totally forgot to myself.
But this is the second time we do this, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna keep this
Keep
very
it interesting.
very fun for you. So yeah, Army
5
Geniuses.
seconds remaining.
Wait.
Coming up again with
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Army Geniuses still surprising us with the Bane pick.
Yeah.
Okay, that's them.
Radiant
Don't get fooled by the words. Words lie.
Words
Pictures
lie,
don't-
but Dota never lies.
That's
right?
true, that's true.
You can always trust Dota. So Army Geniuses, they're gonna have the PL again. I mean, sorry, is it for the first time? Would they have game one? Did they have?
They had it in game
Yeah,
one.
right,
It didn't
they
work out for them.
Didn't work out for them. Adroit, they're coming in with the Underlord, with the Batrider, as well as the Tiny. Pretty flexible-ish heroes. Although
10
we see
seconds
the
remaining.
4 Tiny be a bit unsuccessful. So
He was recently nerfed, right?
5
Yeah,
seconds
his
toss.
remaining.
his toss used to be like 1300 static, then went to like 1000, 110, 1200, 1300. Then now it's 850. So I was like,
So-
damn,
yeah.
that's
Team back.
really bad.
Oh,
Stands ready.
Army
Radiant
Geniuses.
team
That's Adroit.
No. I know. Army Geniuses looking at their
own
hero,
draft,
their own,
yeah.
the carry that carried them in the previous game. That was what I was about to get to. You know, I was totally not fooled by the names myself.
Oh, me neither. I mean, I looked at it, I was like, it's so obvious. We'll see who falls for it. But yeah, Adroit, interesting draft. Again, the Underlord and the Sven are very interesting because of the
10
way you can just
seconds
control the
remaining.
battlefield.
Yeah.
You know, this area is like a no-go zone.
5
And
seconds
Sven, I
remaining.
wonder if we'll go Agams as well because it's like you'll just be able to chase them all around.
I'm not a big fan though. You're picking a Savannah into a Bane.
Yeah, right. It's one of the things that I felt like
Yeah.
last game they really needed like BKB piercing super strong.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the Grim, but they need one more. You know, so
Because clearly the Stormhammer with an axe
It's-
just
it-
goes right through it.
But yeah, Fiend's Grip. If you can Fiend's Grip someone, what do they have to go through it? I mean, Batrider can stop it with his lasso. Tiny has 2 ways to stop it. Sven, I mean, if someone else gets Fiend's Grip, I don't think Pit of Malice interrupts the channeling spell, but I'm not actually sure about this because someone has to confirm it for me.
We'll find out in this game, man. They
yeah.
confirmed the whole interaction between Stormbolt, Axe, and this Soulbind. We're about to find out here again. We're learning every day, thanks to these teams. What would
Final-
they come in for the response?
Final set of bans coming out. Army Geniuses banning the Timber Saw. It's Adroit's turn. It does seem weird for Adroit to ban their own heroes like that, though.
That's true.
Magnus, Morphling, Slark. Strange.
I guess, I mean, in game 1, they had the Magnus on Team Army Geniuses, so
Mhm.
now they're just denying it away from them, I guess. Although there was not much success with it.
Mm. So the 1 for 1 for each team. It's like you can't
Radiant
really
team
hold
pick.
anything back. Necrophos being banned again.
Oh, that was good. That was good, though.
Yeah, Adroit banning another hero that they actually used to great success. So
Yeah.
we'll see what they want to close this one with, though. It's probably gonna be their mid laner. I'm like, who are they really gonna take here? Let's see. You're up against a PL. You're up against a Pang. I mean, Bloodseeker's still an option, still
10
around.
seconds remaining.
I kind of like the idea of Bloodseeker because you also have the Pit of Malice and then you have the Blood.
5
And it's really
seconds
easy to stop the Fiend's Grip because you can just throw it around the area. You know, it's like he's around there somewhere. You know,
it's
you
a
can,
huge AoE.
yeah, it's really big. So you can catch him with that.
So are you expecting the Tiny on the side of Adroit to be a core?
I think it's gonna be support. It feels weird if it's a core, honestly.
Dire
And
team
okay, there you go.
Oh, there we go. This
So
confirms it. Oh.
yeah, it's position 4, Tiny, and yeah, you got the 3 cores. There you go. Let's say Crystal Mania coming out last pick a bit. You know, like I didn't see this one coming, honestly, but we'll see if they can make it work. They do have heroes that guzzle down mana, so they will appreciate it.
Yeah. The aura she gives keeps them in
10
lane a bit,
seconds
especially for this Tiny. If he is gonna be a +4, he's gonna roam around a lot. At
5
least
seconds
the
remaining.
mana, yeah.
Army Geniuses, though, well, let's see what they are going to actually be. What are they going to be taking here? They have to take their. Is it going to be a Pango mid or is it going to be Pango off lane? That's the thing that we have to think about.
I feel when it comes to Army Geniuses, they're just gonna come in with a surprise. It's probably gonna be a Pango mid. It's
Pango mid.
probably it.
They go with Pango mid, and they still need an off lane or someone who can go up against this Sven. It's a tough one, actually.
So do you think? Wait, hold up. Who's going mid on the side of Adroit?
For Adroit? I
Yeah.
mean, it's either Batrider or Underlord, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Sven's your safe lane.
But Adroit don't traditionally run the Underlord in the mid lane. They could after the previous game, which they saw Army Geniuses did, but
Learn from it, yeah.
yeah, but is it in their capabilities? Have they tried it before? Are they confident about that?
I think it depends on the last pick as well. Like we'll see what they if they go for like last pick Huskar, you can actually put the Bat Rider because he can just go around him later when he with the Firefly. But if you put the Underlords, it might be a little bit harder for that because you just can't get close. So we'll see what they go with. Although if you go Huskar as well as PL, that's such a weak like late game because again Huskar takes forever to get damage and PL does no damage once you have no mana. So I don't know if I like that. I don't think I like that at all. But Adroit's it's like they going for Invoker.
Choose your hero.
Why do I have a huge gut telling me that this Bat or this Tiny is gonna go in the mid lane for some weird reason? Something's telling me that the two is gonna flex into this support, like a Bat support or a Tiny support.
Well, I mean, we'll see. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the Underlord off lane. Bat. We've seen Bat versus Invoker, but this was like a long time ago, back when Bat mid was really popular. Yeah. Back then, Lasso used to do like 100 damage a second or something.
He just crushes Invoker hard in the lane, actually.
And I think before that, you can actually, when you last summon, you used to be able to hit them in return.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say my prediction till I see like the who's on what, because then it's like.
Well, that's a safe thing to do, but
I just need like a 10 seconds of game time before. Do you have a prediction on which team is gonna make it?
Honestly, no idea, dude. I don't even know. Yeah, you're right. I don't even know who Android's gonna throw in the mid lane, Tiny or the Bat. I got a feeling it's gonna be either the two. Meanwhile, Army Geniuses, pretty standard. Yeah, picked. Yeah, but we've seen time and time again. I mean, based on historical evidence, the traditional draft somehow falls out.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming out here.
Yeah, game 1, game 2, it's the creative draft that actually won. So I don't know. I don't know what to say here. I am the curse, so whoever I vote might need to pray a little harder.
I mean, Adroit has the most creative hero of the group, Sven.
That's true.
He's like the most, like the least seen hero. So he's the biggest surprise coming in. I'm excited to see what Sven can do. And Sven versus PL favors the Sven heavily.
It does. But they have the Bane.
Right. The Bane is.
It's always the case. You know what? We'll make the prediction once we find out who's on who. As you said, that was the best idea. This is the game 3 of a best of 3 series. First matchup of the day. It's Team Adroit versus Team Army Geniuses in this game 3. We'll see who will move on to the next stage, who will drop down into the lower bracket. Oh, well, it's a mid Underlord.
Yeah, just like last game. That's going to be the case, man. So it is Army Geniuses on the Radiant side, and Adroit on the Dire side. So
looks like we were right the first time round.
Yeah.
Were you startled about that? Turned out.
This is just a little bit of surprise, how. Yeah. All right. So Stargate is on his event. Now that makes a lot more sense now because you're like, oh, Enchantress is popular for Adroit, and Natsumi loves the PL. And you have Bane on the Phoenix group now available. So I feel like it's this time is gonna go more. I'm going Adroit on this one again. Three in a row. I'll get this time hopefully. I just believe in the Bane. And I think the Invoker pick is going to be able to do a lot more. Like Odie can do a lot as well, but now you have the Invoker as well. Fiend's Grip is going to help control the Sven. So yeah, go for Adroit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go for Army Geniuses.
There you go.
You know how it is, man. We're going to go to 1 for 1 because we've seen what 2 teams can do, and it's only fair that I pledge some sort of respect to Army Geniuses being the underdog walking in here. They've taken down T1 once. They can probably do the same to Adroit, seeing as though how game 2 turns out. We'll find out. Stargazer, they are trying to rinse and repeat the same strats though, so that is going to be some sort of a disadvantage walking in, knowing that they have the answer.
I wonder if they think that Invoker is going to be doing a better job than OD mid lane, So it's kind of weird that I thought OD is a good pick. I mean, it's a really good pick against Sven, but Invoker, he comes in with a bit more early control. So and plus he does that thing where you cannot attack, the radial blast or the deafening blast, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
So that helps a lot. So mid lane, and he's going to go for the Exhort build, which means that if you see a Nightmare come out, you're also going to see a lot of damage coming out from the Sunstrike.
Oh yeah, that is a good setup. Yeah, that was like a traditional thing to do, especially with the Invoker Natsumi back on his PL.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Boomy again. They are playing the same thing. You can read Adroit at this point. Before minute 1, take over their outpost. Go snipe the couriers. And now Lawless Shy.
He doesn't
trying.
care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's like, I tossed him to him. He's like, whatever.
He's got brain sap anyway.
Well, actually, he's got Nightmare.
Yeah,
because they believe that the Nightmare Sunstrike combo, level 1, it'll be the thing. Like if they get someone low life, a Sunstrike coming out, like what I believe it's like 187 level 1 or something pure damage is a lot. So that'll help a lot.
Yeah, it's a bigger kill potential. Not to mention that Bane had like 9 stacks on his stick charges earlier on. I don't know who. Oh yeah, the Bat Rider with his sticky napalm. So there was no way they're gonna get a kill on him anyways. Lawless pulling the wave onto the mid lane. Is that what he's doing, or will he pull it to the top? I've seen the people pulling it to the mid just to give some sort of a defensive advantage for this Underlord.
That's a lot of damage. Boomy on the Enchantress. This is just so much damage for you to deal with.
Oh yeah, also worth noting, we said that the Sven's counter is being disarmed.
Yeah.
They have the Pango with his swashbuckle.
It is only a percentage disarm. There's a chance that you can sometimes like hit him 6 times and nothing happens, and you're like, oh, thanks game.
Thanks.
You know.
RNG was not on your side then. Oh, rotations made down bottom. Stargaze actually falling pretty low, but comes the avalanche, the toss into the tower, takes in so much damage. Well played, coming out from Army Geniuses once again, making the bottom lane work.
Bok a little greedy with that one, and at least the one thing you can say about this is that at least it wasn't followed by a double kill, you know. But still, great stuff for Army Geniuses getting that first blood for Stargazer again. Mac, how's he doing? He's farming all right. They're relatively even so far. So yeah, they do have even more control than last.
Oh, the toss backwards. Boomy now in trouble. The blast there. Crystal Nova deals decent damage, just enough for this Sven to clean it all up. Get a second kill under his name, and that's less than a minute.
Army Geniuses really loves their tri-lanes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Don't they? Sorry.
They do. They do. They love it so much.
Well, Tiny, I still think that Tiny is going to be one of those heroes that falls off later, but what you can always do with him is just blink in, toss someone back. It's a very risky play, but it can be the game-winning play. But I still find the hero to be a little underwhelming, especially early game where he has to get kills. He is getting kills. He's doing well. He's exactly what he needs. And here comes the toss.
Stun there. It connects. Boomy gets tossed back again. You were talking about what he needs to do. He's making it work despite the nerfs on the toss. That's all they needed. Secure 3 kills. That bottom lane is just as good as over at this point.
What they might consider doing is putting the Bane bottom just to go try, because if you're not, you're kind of really just gonna be losing people left and right, especially on the either you move the Enchantress top or somewhere else, or you go try bottom. But they are thinking, no, we want Natsumi to have a good lane. And you can see Bat Rider, he's really suffering. He's only got 15 CS.
He tried to go with the cheeky pull, but the sleep is there just to negate the aggro.
Yeah, he's TPing back. He can't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, he sees him.
Sees him. Lawless Shy trying to get into the mid commitment here, trying to toss him back, but to no avail. Mac will get out just in time.
So, alright. Tiny's doing what he needs to do. Bounty runners are coming up though. And actually, Boomy is somewhat. He's probably getting himself a creep. And yeah, that's a pretty good creep to have.
Oh,
that's a pretty good creep.
Area. He actually wants to contest it. Have a toss combo. Unfortunately, the levels are not there enough.
Revenge.
Now he's taking all the damage in the world. Mac, a kill goes to his name. Pretty sad, that one. That probably wasn't an ideal situation to give that kill away to the mid laner.
And that's all 4 bounty ruins as well for Adroit. They're going to take the 4th one right now. That was a bit much.
Yeah.
You see, ML was able to sleep and take 1, and then the Natsumi took the other. So, you know, I like 3-0. It's looking okay, Army Genius, but Adroit's ahead by 2K.
Yeah. So that's the downside.
Yeah, it's like it looks like it's good, but there's like more to it. And Tiny he's a shark. You know, he has to keep feeding, or he's just gonna He's gonna be useless. All of sharks have to keep swimming. But you know, you get what I mean.
I do get what you mean.
get
I mean,
what I mean. He's
Adroit
gotta keep-
is a shark, literally a shark, but yeah, I get it.
He's got to keep ganking successfully, not just ganking.
Well, he's about to do just that, actually going into the backline, sneaking his way through, but I think they spot him out with the wards. But Boomy in the most unfavorable position. The stun is there to connect. They can just chain it, man. This duo, this tri-lane, actually, the combo, the kill potential is just pretty scary at this point. Bok has to get out before the toss actually happens. 5 stacks of the sticky napalm now on the Bane. Bane has to be careful. You gotta respect the stacks
20
here.
stacks.
He does have 15 charges onto the wand, and now they're turning this one around.
I thought I had all 20 actually, sorry. Yeah, well, either way. I mean, and they're willing on Adroit's side to give up like the bottom lane completely. Let Boomy die. Not just they're willing to give Stargazer, but they're letting Boomy die because they want to shut down the barrier so much. They're like, come, you know, 10 minutes in, he's going to be the one who's making moves. I want to delay that to 15 minutes.
Hold that thought. They're going at it again. The Stormbolt connects. Toss backwards. Do they have the control? They will with the CM in the air. Crystal Nova will slow him down. He's, in fact, just going to accept his fate.
Bok, maybe a little hasty with that. What you could do is basically you take the stun, then you move away with the swashbuckle. Instead, he swashbuckled away, hoping he can get away from the Tiny. He did, but the stun still followed him. That Thor's hammer it sticks to you.
Yeah.
You know, it's not gonna leave you forever.
Only when you're worthy you can hold it up. Oh, there's a gem on the ground.
No.
What was that? What was glowing? Oh, Cold Snap connects onto this mid laner. Here comes the Sunstrike. He actually reads into it, moves away, dodged it a little bit, and now the damage coming out from his end, though.
Bit greedy of Mac to hold the Sunstrike when you had him sleeping, you know?
Yeah.
But he's like, you know, he's probably thinking, can we actually do it? I mean, is it going to happen? And they're like, oh, it could have happened, you know? So it's a little unfortunate. CML, though, probably not the person you want to send ganking anyway.
Alright, there we go. Just pulling the creep wave. He's doing the least he could, but look at that. Just negates the aggro back into the lane. I don't even know what he can do at the top lane. Might as well just go towards stacking in the jungle and clear it all up with a Firefly at this point.
Actually, can we look at the net worth right now if that's possible? Because Pango's got 3 times the CS as Banner. I don't think Banner even died, and Pango has that at least twice, I believe. And yet, I imagine his net worth is higher just because he's done such a good job of just getting CS, you know? Oh, there you go.
It all up.
That's some for Batrider. We got 3 of those.
There we go. He gets more with it. Rolling Thunder committed down in the bot lane. Questionable what it was for, but it was committed nevertheless. Now he's out of mana. Gets the disarm onto the Sven. I think they know that he is alone at the moment. Boomy gets frostbitten up into the Pit of Malice with the Firestorm. The damage is there, but can they take him down just in time, though? He's getting out of there. He's gonna get... No, he double backed on it. Firestorm again. Yeah.
Bambi moves fast. You know.
Bambi. She's got to run for her health, right? For her life.
No, that's Bambi's mother.
Yeah. You know? She doesn't want to suffer the same fate. And Mac, on the other hand, will suffer what Bambi's mom did. Kind of grim, that
Being
story.
mounted on the wall, right?
Hey, I thought we said no animal cruelties around here.
Lawless Shy, really good on the Tiny. Again, this is such a rare performance to see on a Tiny. Most of the times, it's just a hero that requires so much skill, but he's making it look easy. Just walks in, gets those stun tosses, but at the same time, I mean, look at the net worth. Batrider, lowest on his team. That's your offlaner. Oh, well, actually, no, just looks like CM bought a Sentry. She was just below him.
Yeah, she heard you. She had to keep some feelings going on.
And it is a bit different than last game, though. We do know that Natsumi is farming a lot better than last game.
True.
He's ahead of the Sven, and I imagine that Adroit might want to be playing a little bit faster this time. Oh, it is Shrine. It's outpost time.
They can't contest it. It's only in 2 more
there's
seconds.
A lot of people here.
They're going for it.
Nice.
Stormhammer connects, but the save coming out from this Bane, and now Rolling Thunder connects onto 2. They're just going to pinball this one down. They seize him in the backline. Control is there. Tiny cannot commit any further, but they do get a 1-for-1 trade on both supports. But the damage coming out. Swashbuckles to clean it all off. Now they are outnumbered, actually. Drops the Pit of Malice, holds him in place. Bok will go down, but the Deafening Blast is there to disarm him for the least of time. I'd say... Well, it's a technically an even trade at this
2 for
point.
2. One thing I really liked the CML was the Stormhammer's coming towards him. He nightmares himself, dodges damage. I was like, that's really cool. That's well played. Well, Royal Jelly is on for Army Geniuses. And during this time, though, Natsumi continues to farm. And like Batrider is slowly just crawling back, trying to get some net worth. You know, 1.8k is just not much. But Natsumi is having, this is the lane he wants. And you have to think Army Genius is okay with this. They're like, listen, take the hit for now. We have the Sven farming. That's how we won last game. We'll stick to that plan.
Don't change anything if it's not broken. Stargazer just got himself an Ocean Heart. Oh, sends it straight back. Gives it to the Tiny, you know. Take it. He's roaming a lot. Might as well.
He's always in the river anyway.
Yeah.
Well. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Doing just fine. He is smoked up though, looking for the next objective. They spot out the Doppelganger. Natsumi, drops down the ward, very deep into the jungle. They will see him, but he's got some sort of game sense to find out. A bit of balance will hold him in place with the Road of Atos. It is going to proc once again. The toss is there, but the damage, not enough. The burst will force some sort of rotations up to the top lane. They might look to just turn this one around and commit to it, but he has friends in the area, while me waiting down there.
They're all here except Sven.
Oh, here comes the Tornado onto the CM. She's the only one, the easy pick off the target. This Aper. He gets the lasso, pulls him down to the low ground. Hit a Malice to connect, but the Rolling Thunder just disrupting any sort of advancement they want to make. They do take down Mac though. Gets the Invoker. They're down with the magical damage. So Bach will just walk away, but the Centaur on their side. Well, they are camping in the jungle for a reason on the Dire side. Because they're on their side.
Dire's middle tower is under
needs to get that Fiend's Grip, and that's an unfortunate trade. Losing the CM, whatever. Losing the Invoker.
Dire's middle tower
that hurts.
fallen.
Yeah. That hurts, losing Invoker. And Bane, not yet level 6, is almost 13 minutes in. You need the Fiend's Grip. And Chandra, she's level 6, but she's not gonna take any points untouchable. Thinking, hey, if they get close to me, I'm dead anyway. Doesn't actually matter. Well, Trusty Shovel coming out for the Adroit side. Being able to dig up some bounty runes will help them out a lot. And solo EXP coming out for the main. Once he gets the Fiend's Grip, that's when you can hope that he can fight.
Everything still needs something like an Aether or so, just to be in a safer position, because they do have means to cancel it. Oh, it's a pause coming out from their end.
Yeah, it's a good time to take some stock of what's going on in the game, you know. Army Geniuses 9-4, looking really good right now. The Sven is really high. I mean, yeah, he's a little bit behind the PL. PL will he farms really fast. What are you gonna do about it? Sven also has the cleave, but sometimes not quite the same thing. And he has all these kills coming out for him. Mamang Daya going for the early Atos. It's beautiful. I love this item. This game is going to be a tiny bit harder maybe to catch people thanks to the Bane being around, disrupting all these combos. But so far, it's looking like Army Geniuses who's just on top of everything. Same item build coming out for Sven. Armlet into BKB. He'll probably try and fight then, see how he feels. If his fights don't go very well, if he gets Fiend's Grip. But then again, Fiend's Grip this time goes through BKB. So no matter what you get, there will be like... Magnums won't help you that much unless you actually hit the Bane himself.
So they gotta find that gap closer towards the Bane before they can take any sort of engagement. So I think maybe he goes for the Yag again just to surprise at the backline, but look at the stacks. Man, Natsumi, that one. Takes his teammate comes in just to clear it all off for him. Kind of a shared XP, shared gold in that sense. But he'll take it. He'll take whatever lead he can get. Already 6.7k and up in the net worth. Overshadowing this Sven.
Bach being caught somewhere.
Nobody wins.
Oh, looks like he was trying to kill. Looks like he may have tried to kill Stargazer.
Oh, Boomy gets tossed back into a bit of Malice as per usual with the Road of Atos. They don't even need to commit as much. Got the magical damage to go through the Untouchable. We'll take him down.
It's really strange how Adroit seems to be really disjointed in these games, you know? It's like they're never together as 5. Whereas you look at Army Geniuses, they're ganking with like 3-4 people. When they go for objective, all 5 show up, no problem. Like, yeah, here you got Sven, you got Underlords. You know, they're all here. Bane.
Want to commit. Something's going on. Pops Dark Rift tries to get out of there. The Uber service is in the area. You might want to run towards your underlord, my friend. He just gets left behind, and no, they just want to commit to it. They know that he's alone. Stargaze
Invoker's here.
going through the tree lines, gets the stun off, but the rotation's coming in with a bit of malice. It's there. Now the Fiend's Grip, the one thing he cannot play against, holds him down in place. They're doing the damage. They do take down the... Oh, actually gets out just in time. Mac now being the center of attention. They want to take him down. They see him. He's the mid laner. He's valued way more than whoever's up in the top lane. They do actually get the Bane already. So Mac is next on the menu. What an outplay coming up from Army Geniuses.
Trying so desperate for that kill. And they had I think a vessel on him or an urn, something on him, and they threw everything. A Fiend's Grip. They threw all the Invoker spells. They're trying way too hard. The one saving grace you can say is Natsumi has impeccable farm. You know, ahead of every people. These people are getting killed. Natsumi has 1 assist to his name, and he's still more farm than everyone else. But when you look at the way the game is going, it's a hard game.
Let's go. Natsumi goes down once again, and yeah. You said Natsumi has impeccable farm. Sure, but doesn't Sven count as PL?
Yeah, but I mean, the one thing you can say is that at least your Sven is the head of the enemy Sven is the head of your PL.
Yeah.
You know, you have more farm than him. That's the small benefit.
Theoretically, they should have won that fight, especially with the Fiend's Grip. Look at that bouncing back and forth, the pinball machine, man.
A good kill coming out from them. Clumsy net. This is actually a really good item for the Radiant. I think
is under attack.
Both teams have a clumsy net. Is he out? Oh, Natsumi joining the fight.
More here. Gets the EMP. Goes off. Nobody has mana right now but the Bane. Bane has the God Strength up, but he will be Tornado up on the high ground. They lost already 2, but they seem to still want to fight this. Pit of Malice dropped down. Will hold him in place. Stargazer falling pretty low. They want to commit to him. Throws the Spirit Lance. Going straight for it, but Stargazer turning this one around. He's got the strength of God and Anime on his side. Takes that one down. Tosses away Bach. Something Dark Rift is about to just take off and take his friend back into base. Not the worst that could happen, but not the best either. They lost 2 or 3, but they did get the PL, who is the most farm here.
True. I mean, you killed the CM way earlier in the fight, so I'm not sure it's like she's part of it.
Oh, well, they might get more, but Mac is in the air to stop it. Pit of Malice is there to reproc. She is under the cover of Firestorm. Will that be enough? The blink in with the Firefly is enough. They have the lasso. They will. Connects onto Mac. Drags him back to hell. Gets me, beat them down. Oh, the long range toss coming up from the side. He is playing Kobe right here. RIP to the god. And now being held back with the Pit of Malice in place. Bach will go down.
Look at that.
Wow, what a way things turned out. Like, it's not like Justin Chance was gonna die, but then Broker's there to help, and he's like, oh, I'm dead too. And then Bach comes in, he's like, he's dead as well. This is like chain feed that's happening.
Is under attack.
I know. Adroit, they have to find someone to crawl back into this. A smoke gank might save them. Give time to Natsumi to farm. Fiend's Grip, we've seen 1 Fiend's Grip this game. Was a little underwhelming. Nether Shawl is now out. Probably want to give it to the Tiny or maybe the CM. It's just so much damage. And Vambrace, what an item for Sven to have. 10 extra strength, 8, I believe 8% magic resistance. Like, it's so good for him to have.
He's only gonna get way fatter from now on. As you can see, he's slowly getting there, still below the PL in terms of the net worth, but you know, he's not worried about a PL. They just got to take out the Bane and he can just wreak havoc across the entire map as he so wishes to in this 5-on-5 engagement. Mac though, he's not having that flawless 909 game he had in the first game. This is rough coming out from the side of Team Adroit. They expect they would be the one getting clobbered down like this with the Avatars combo.
Why is he there? Like, I don't get it. There's no vision there. There's no allies there. They're not gonna fight there. They're not smoked there. There's no bounty ruin. There's no outpost he wants to take.
Why is he there?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Something you think about is like, really, why is he there? The outpost was on their side. But I guess probably wanted to find a really deep ward.
And now it's time to question Natsumi as he tries to get out of there. Will do so successfully though. They will clean up. Goes to the weight of Sven. He's just gonna cleave in all the illusion.
They reduced the mana burn, the diffuser's mana burn from 50 to 40, I believe. A lot of people say, yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference, but you can see it. Like, they're actually hitting Sven, and he still has mana, you know. If he had those few hits, could have made him go 0 in the previous match.
Oh, they're all smoked up. Might look to get some sort of engagement here. They seize Mac on the top lane. He blinks backwards with the lasso. Will hold him in place, but the sleep is there. That's all don't matter. Just they got the control. Bane to fall down with next. They want more. They drop the wards onto the high ground. They still see Natsumi still roaming in the area. Do they have the means to gap close this? No, they will not. Goes for the outpost instead. A better play as they conquer 2
outposts, all probably. Oh, well, actually, no. Momi's gonna get some of the bounty runes. And so is Bob. So okay, at least you get some of the bounty runes. But again, just it is looking really, really ugly right now. Still only 1k ahead for. Actually, 1k ahead for Adroit. I was thinking 1k ahead for Army Geniuses. What item can they look for? Some Heaven's Halberds would be nice. Pango's going for the Blink Dagger. You can roll into someone, blink back, roll into them again.
Oh, down the mid lane as you're talking about Pango. He will sign off his Death Wish as he falls down to the standard Pit of Malice Firestorm into all the controls in the world.
Rod of Atos and Clumsy Net combined.
Wow.
That's with his Pit of Malice. Yeah, it's so much beautiful.
Oh wow. The toss forward immediately with the stun. I don't even think they need an axe at this point. Just claw this Boomy as he tries to get away with the cover of Untouchable, but unfortunately he only needs to touch you two little times to take you down.
Dyer's top
that was
tower
beautiful.
is under attack.
I mean, that really was. That was so nice. Well, so Invoker's the one with the vessel. I was like thinking, who has the vessel? It's not Pango. Well, it is a classic item to build on the Invoker. Hasn't really generated much in terms of kills for them. Only 7 kills in total for them. And you have to think if you're Adroit, are we going to split push, try to force them to move around the map? Because it's looking like a 5-on-5 is just, you're going to lose it.
Talking about tempo being the absolute kryptonite for Team Adroit, and it's showing right now. They're playing the pace real fast despite being a farmed PL. Natsumi is falling low. Can they look to defend this as Bach soon to fall down with, gets the lasso on, holds him in place. Just at the edge of the Pit of Malice for it to proc once again, but now the buybacks have been committed. Natsumi is here. He's into play. He's doing a lot to that CM. She's going to go down, I think. At least she's juking it through the tree lines. No, she will live. They committed the Rolling Thunder, but here comes the, well, Uber Express. Toss him into range. Gets away before the Sunstrike actually connects.
If they win, Lost Shy is MVP. Like he just is. He dominated during the laning stage, and that toss just now. CM was kind of like a little bit away, but if you turn, there's people behind you. He's just like, no, I'll toss you in, don't worry. And that was just, oh god, Lost Shy playing out of his mind. And Pango, he wanted to go for the Blink Dagger, but he bought back, and now he doesn't. He's like really far away from it. I don't know. Adroit playing strange in game 2 and 3, especially this game. This game is a lot weirder.
25-7 on a kill score.
No.
Will it mean something, or will it just be numbers as Stargazer immediately comes in? Lawlessly is the one who came in with the initiation, pops the BKB. This Fiend script, he's waiting for it. He's trying to claw down this Bach. Bach will go down before any Fiend script has been committed. They can't because they see it's a whole crew up on the high ground.
Bach, that's a dieback without really. Where is he? Look at his net worth. He's behind the Bad Rider. Got like the first 10 minutes. Bad Rider had nothing. He had nothing in this game, and Bach's now behind him. It's like I'm still looking at Natsu and I'm like, dude. I mean, I know you're when you were 1k ahead, and it's like Sven was 5k, you're 6k. That's something. But you're 12k and he's 1100. It's not really much of a big deal anymore. And Sven, he utilized the gold so much more.
It's all about being efficient, right? That's what they said. What the carry role is all about. But for some weird reason, RTZ gets a lot of heat. He is a he farms efficiently, but yeah, that's besides the point. We're talking about Southeast Asia Dota right now. This is game 3 of Army Geniuses versus Team Adroit in the best of 3, and it seems like Army Geniuses, despite having the actually hold that thought, because they're going
that's
for
something. That's
something. The sleep is there. Fiend script to follow with, toss him backwards so they cannot follow up the damage. It's just gonna be there for the sake of being there, and a wasted ultimate from this Bane. Flawlessly, this guy is flawless.
Yeah, that's basically how he's playing. Like, look at that. That in another play, in another situation, that would have been a kill. But no, your Fiend script wasted. Pango is he's rolling.
Oh, he missed it just by that much. He's going straight into the Radiant jungle though. Sees it, tries to go for the capture. But why?
It's like not really the time. It's fine. I guess I might as well go for it, get it. Even if it's not the time for it, you still have it. Oh, let's see. Invoker, he's not really on pace with Mamangdaya on his Underlord, which means that what's he gonna go for? He's gonna go for a Lotus Orb. I guess if you won't go for items, you get the double Sunstrike, which is nice, but it's like a long way off. I don't know if going for the Lotus Orb is the right choice though, because at least with the Fiend's Grip, you have damage. You know, it's like a secure kill. You know.
Dire's top tower is
I don't
under
know,
attack.
Cataclysm and Fiend's Grip might have been the play, but we'll see.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
This Invo hasn't gotten the chance to actually show off his impact in this game alone. He's trying though. Boomy again gets caught out. They do see him there. Baits him in with the tornado. EMP just zoned him out, but no objectives will be claimed that day. They're just going to go for the tier 2 down at bottom. Blade save, trying to get more farm on this PL as he grows bigger and bigger. But it doesn't seem like it's going to do them any good. With the great cleave coming up from this van.
This might be some Raxes actually falling.
The rotation has been made all down to the mid lane. They might look to defend this one, or rather they have no choice, but they should.
The wards coming out from Dire's side are also like kind of deep into the enemy territory, which makes you wonder like, I don't know if you guys are going there anytime soon, you know? But Tiny, he's gonna go for that Force Staff. I like how he got all these movement items. Windlace and the Tranquil Boots, just wants to be as fast as possible to catch people in. Rat Rider saying something similar to that.
Oh, hold that thought. It looks like they went for the swashbuckle commit. No, well not. It's just some scare tactic. Just, you know, sending a message.
Get off my lawn. You know?
Yeah, get off my lawn. That's a classic. I haven't heard that since I was a kid, man. Monster House.
Well, they have 3 minutes and a half to the next outpost. Tier 3 items are there. Titan Sliver, pretty good item to have.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's like almost to 500 gold. It's 400 something. And Titan Sliver is really good on Sven because you build so much strength and gives you based on your base attribute.
Talking about Sven though, he just overtook the EL and gets overtook back and back and forth again in terms of the net worth. It's just a head-on with these guys, but at the most farmed, when all else is even, it's always this Sven who's gonna appear on top. You gotta find a way to address that. As Stargazer just confidently walk into the jungle, trying to pressure the bottom lane tower. They see it open, but they do not have any high ground vision, so might have to be careful about that.
The wave there is really good. You know,
Dire's
just go
bottom
in,
tower is under
clear the
attack.
wave, go take a tower, and that's all Army Genius wants to do. Pango.
Oh, he's gotta be careful though. That toss back he's ready. He could just blink in forward and just get the toss back.
To be fair, he died to it 3 times, so it's like he's learned by now. Like, this is something that kills me.
Learning by experience, unfortunately. A bit too late, 27 minutes in.
Well, and this is one of the problems with Enchantress as well. The hero really doesn't scale that much. And you look at the farm, by the way. Look at all the farm. Yes, we're looking at the number 1 space. But look at after that. Yes, you got Mamangdaya up there, but after that, it's all Dire heroes. You know, even Enchantress is doing pretty well for herself. It's just that Pango and Invoker need to, especially the Invoker needs to step it up just a little bit.
They're all smoked up though, looking for some big engagement down in the mid lane. Mamangdaya is showing himself. Trying to trick them into thinking that he is on his own, and he might want to go for the blink initiate lasso. Oh, spots one out. They pinged it near the outpost. They see him.
It's fine. Completely fine.
Yeah, Boomy's just going to get out in just in time. Oh, but the lasso has been committed down in the mid lane. They actually do catch him. Bach once again. The guy who was supposed to create the tempo for his team goes down. Evermore.
He is 2-10-4.
Yeah. This is not the Adroit we used to remember. Now CML trying to go for the TP will get out just in time.
Yeah, I mean, a month of not competing can do that to you. Army Genius is coming in looking hot, but Adroit just fumbling here and there, you know, like they knew that they were smoked because Enchantress broke the smoke. You know,
yeah.
so it's like, oh, they're smoked around this area, but well, I guess they assumed that they all chase after the Enchantress. Heart is available on the PL.
Some sort of glimmer of hope, I guess, thinking that maybe they could just survive through the initial burst coming out from the side of Army Geniuses. But will it be enough?
There's a DD Ruin as well if they want to go for it. Max decides not to go for the Lotus Orb, going for the BKB instead. Is there anything sadder than a Spirit Vessel with no charges? It's like, how much gold did you spend to get this item? Like, oh, damn, we haven't killed any. Oh.
Well, they might get some charges right now. His Rolling Thunder already been connected. Bouncing towards the wall. It's going to be a Irma stun in the position. All the damage in the world from this PL and the impetus. But he pops the BKB and turns this one around. He's got the lifesteal to hold him for a bit. He has the armlet too to just hold it up there. But unfortunately, he will go down eventually. But there was a lot committed. Hit a Malice down. Holding this PL in place. He got out. Oh, really? The Doppelganger just to dodge it. But now they have on their line, Bob and CML. Now comes in Mag, and they turn in this fight once again, but the Tuber just takes them out of there. It was a great attempt though coming out from Team Adroit. They lost no one.
Yeah, 2-for-0 trade. Finally a fight that goes in their favor. I like how Bane was trying to chase this vent to use a Fiend Zip, and he's like, you know what, I'll just read the CM, who's literally right in front of me. BKB on CM. I believe she has a Philosopher's Stone on her. Oh no, she's got the Nether Shot. That's a lot of damage. Level 2 freezing field with Philosopher's Stone, with the Nether Shot, a lot of damage.
Now Natsuki seems to be coming online. We saw how hard he actually hit onto this event. This could be the turnaround play. It's 27-9 on the kill score, but that means nothing if you cannot close the game.
They have 10 seconds to get this because once Sven comes back, yeah, actually they have a little bit more by the time the TP's in, but leaving it like that. There's a courier, by the way, in the Roche pit, so they know exactly how much HP it has.
Tower is under attack.
That's a really good position, by the way, with the courier.
They probably want to go for the contest now. It's a bit too low to just leave it hanging right there.
They see Sven bottom. They see Sven's bottom, so will they still go for it?
I think they're trying to force a rotation up top. Do they want to go for it? They see him. Actually, both teams going to play it safe. Oh. They haven't made a rotation up in the outpost area, no. The line has been drawn. They might go for the sneak around play. Might want to smoke for it.
No Bane Fiend's Grip yet, though. That's something you always want to fight with that. If you don't have it, Sven he'll be able to go crazy.
What about the Rolling Thunder? Is it finally up?
Oh yeah, it is up.
So maybe they have some sort of glimmer of hope when it comes to contesting the Roche pit. The rotation has been made now. Trying to contest down into the Roche pit. They see it with the courier. They know. Stargazer just walks straight in, but unfortunately, everyone's safe. The tornado connects and clips only onto one. His cleave is just gonna take down this PL's illusion. It's gonna be a stalemate at this point, but this next Roche is gonna be crucial.
For Adroit, I mean, you just want to get them away from the Roche so you can take it. Now that smoke is going on the other side.
Invisibility!
Can't find them. Sometimes you see they forget and they attack. And you're like, oh, wait, I forgot. Smoke doesn't activate unless it's a real hero.
Oh, talking about smoke, it was popped. Stargaze actually showed himself in the mid lane.
Really nice.
It was popped as well. He thought if she was around, but no.
Really nice by Boomy, by the way. Just breaking the smoke, then running out there in this ruin, and he didn't stay too long, so that was really good. Who's coming out from the tank? So just get as much control as you can. Try to control this man. He's like the Wraith boss and Lich King. Everyone's trying to get to control him.
Worth pointing out though, this is probably first time in a long time since Adroit gets the gold lead.
Yeah.
2k ahead now. It's small, but with
Nothing
27-9, that is impressive. They are clawing their way back.
Yeah, if you have to remove the kills as a factor in this game. It's like, well, who has the gold? Because when Army Genius was ahead in kills, they're still very ahead in kills. They were barely ahead in gold. Same thing right now. They're ahead in gold, but it's such a small thing that doesn't really make a difference. It's basically even. You know, the gold and the kills don't matter. The gold's saying we're even, and that's what we are. Crystal Maiden has a BKB. Oh,
it's gotta be careful. They are all in the area. The CM UK. They know he's in a Roche pit. They're sending the illusions down over to check the HP. You see it, Rolling Thunder immediately in between the two. It's your two big cores. This is bad. The EMP is there. He tries to get out, but unfortunately to no avail. They are stuck. He gets through lasso into the backlands, catches on the back. That's everything they needed. Now they have the control. Forces a buyback and pins the Malice, catches two, takes down the Bane, and now they're just going for more. He's clobbering them down. He already has the axe. That Thor hammer is there. They're turning this one around. PL just runs straight in against Lawless, the guy who's been playing flawlessly so far. Swashbuckles up onto the high ground. Lawless falling pretty low. He is their control. If they need him, they're going to get him down. They see 2. Mac is low. He bought back for this. He's got to be careful. That's 90 seconds without Mac. And now the Bane again to follow with. But Bach tries to go for it. Natsumi steals against the Aegis. So not all is lost. Has to back out. Dark Rift. He sees his friends dying. Will get out just in time.
It's a dieback on 2 people, I believe. Yeah, but you get the Aegis on Natsumi. It's like, I mean, I think both teams walk away with that thinking, oh, we got something. You know, you force the buyback on 2 people from Army Geniuses. They're happy with that, but they didn't get the Aegis. That's on Natsumi. It's really scary in these fights. He is going for the Basher into Abyssal. I love this option. It's what we talked about last game that shouldn't happen. So I'm glad he's going to go for it this time. But that fight, when Bach started the fight, he was rolling in. He was really controlling it. But you look at that and you think, well, where's the damage? Like, he's not really hurting them in any way. So they have to figure out how they're going to be able to engage with Bach.
Yeah, Bach was just there. He got like the perfect rolling thunder, right?
Best.
That was the best
That was the best
scenario ever. You get both of the big, hard-hitting cores just inside. And now Woomy might just overstep and make that mistake once again. He has to force that finally, but here it is. Lawless comes in, tossed backwards with the Yava, but he is walking out of there.
Woomy is starting to become a bit of a threat. He almost has a Hex, actually, and he's ahead of the Invoker net worth. Something to, like, in the future, you might see him start really doing the damage in these fights. Especially once the Sven BKB wears off. Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming out from him. But PL has the Basher, has the Aegis, which means that Army Genius, they're like, well, do we jump on PL, try and kill him twice? That's really difficult unless he's alone for a long time. We go on the back line, he'll play as recklessly as he wants, he won't care. Assault Kiras. United, that I thought was also pretty good last game. Lotus Orb on the Underlord, able to cancel all these spells. I believe you can even cancel Fiend's Grip with it.
3K net worth swinging the side of Adroit. Man, they have made their way back into the game at this point. The chat is just spamming choker geniuses. That's what they're calling Army. Come on. They played their hearts out.
They won game 2.
Yeah, Lawless played flawlessly, but it's not over just yet. Anything can still happen in these here stalemate. It wasn't over in that Roach pit. We saw both teams got some sort of objectives out of it. Forced the buyback, got the Aegis. It's a win-win, but now Bach actually coming in for the revenge. You have been messing me up all game, and now he just messed your TP. They know the rotation isn't there.
Interesting. He didn't go for it afterwards. He just used him, and I guess he was a little worried that he's got people behind him coming to make trouble. And
that was a close one.
Check out the net worth. It's such a weird top-heavy net worth on both teams. Like, you got the Underlord and the Sven got all the farm. Natsumi's got even more farm than both of them, but the rest of his team's got nothing. But they've got more than RPGs. Like,
it's a kind of a stalemate at this point. Someone's got something. That's all we can say. Stargazer coming in, just takes off the outpost, which is crucial when it comes to these team fights by the Roche pit. That means that they can't buy back and TP straight in.
-10 for Tornado, that -10. But look at this, all of these are cooldown talents. You just want to be able to throw as much spells as possible for Invoker. Well, there is a smoke. Do they want to smoke for someone? The good thing is when you have PL, you can just do this. Send all these illusions, push out lanes, drain the mana from the enemy team, make them not want to fight. But at the same time, RGs, they don't want to fight. They just want to wait for the Aegis to expire. Which is alright with Adroit because they have buybacks that they were waiting for. And Basher on the Pango as well. When he wants to go for Abyssal, I love this. They really recognize it. Last game, Sven's BKB with the hammer made him just uncontrollable. So now they're like, alright, let's just get a bunch of Abyssals. It goes to
hold him in place.
Yeah, it goes to waste his BKB timing. Then you can, doesn't matter, you can sleep him, tornado him, you don't really care. You just roll around him.
I think we're going to see some sort of engagement right now as they all huddle up into the top side jungle. Stargazer, that's exactly who they want. Unfortunately, they can't close the gap just in time. They do have the Abyssal all up, as you mentioned. It's not going to be it. This is not the fight they want to take just yet.
And it looks like there's going to be a Bloodthorn on this event. So it's like one of the most expensive items though, so it's going to take a while until it comes out. And he only has 1,000 gold towards it.
Radiant
so it's going to take a while. And expect Aegis will be timing out pretty damn soon. Not quite sure. Yeah, it should be timing out pretty damn soon, which means that taking a fight
Might be the best idea right now. He wants to use that Aegis. They are smoked up in the area.
might time out just when you're about to engage, though. That's one of the things. That's like one of the worst things that could happen. Because then your slot is also empty. You could put something else in there.
But doesn't that just effectively means Adroit lost
There,
that team fight at
it's
Roche?
gone. It's gone.
Because they got nothing out of that Aegis.
No, not really, because you still are able to farm, get your buybacks
True.
ready. It's and the enemy team wasn't able to get anything out of it. So now
Oh, the capture 2, what a bit of malice is dead. He tries
He's
to
dead.
go for the outpost, but the control is in the area. The storm ball will splashes on the two of them. Boomy falling pretty low with the Firefly. Burn on the ground will take him down as well. Killing spree under Wow Me.
man. Yeah, that was it. They got it. You know, they got the outpost. They got everyone 700 EXP, but it cost them their life.
No, actually they did not. He was still on the side of Army Geniuses. They cancelled it just before they could actually get it.
I believe it said the Dire like outpost by Radiant 750 and outpost by Dire 750. I believe. We could all be wrong, right?
Yeah.
But Invoker has BKB. I think he's got pretty recently because he has no gold on him. So will it help? I mean, if sorry, Sven's like charging towards you, that's great. But you still have the Bat Rider. We talk about Fiend's Grip, but Bat Rider's lasso pierces BKB just as fine as well.
Nobody has buyback but this Sven and his Underlord, which is big time. Which means that if Adroit loses this team fight, it could be a Lena Rax straight up. Oh, now Underlord doesn't have it as well.
Tier 4 items are up as well, and that talent, that's a really lovely talent to have if the 40 strength on not strength. I mean, it gives you 30 at level 3, but this is a talent that gives you +4. It's better than the skill itself, basically. Alright, Illusion Escape. Yeah, not really who you want on. There you go, Illusion Escape on the PL. That's the item you want. Ninja Gear, probably want to give it maybe to the Bane, unless he's got something that gives him cast range, because he's being caught every single fight. You want him just to keep smoked out, never found. And yeah, Illusion Escape going to go on our friend here. I'm actually swapping into the Paladin, but I imagine he's going to go put in the Illusion Escape. It would be weird if he uses the Paladin. So Havoc Hammer coming out for Unload. And Timeless Rug, what an item for the Invoker. 25 extra debuff duration, so everything lasts 25% longer. 15% spell damage. 15!
That's a lot.
That is a lot. That is a ton. You might consider giving it to the Bane, so he nightmares a ton, like a lot longer. I don't believe Fiend's Grip lasts longer, but
You have to believe Invo is the spellcaster here, and let's say that he got slapped so
Nice
hard,
hex.
but Boomy is there.
Nice hex.
The hex actually saves him life. This Sven cannot dish out the damage, and Natsuki just come in for the cleanup. The Fiend's Grip, finally the fight Adroit wanted to take. They will take him down. The mana is gone, so Stargazer just has to turn and fight. Nevertheless, they took down one. They actually canceled the Uber. They did. They think they can fight this fight. They're going for it, but now the control is there. He goes down. That's 100 seconds of the span. He doesn't have a buyback. Natsumi to fall with. They will get him. That's a 2 for 2. 3 for 2.
How often do you see Crystal Maid's ulti?
Oh, they're gonna get more as he's stuck up on the high ground. He's just tossing the trees. Lawless Shy. Blinks forward. Man, that fight looked like it was going Adroit.
Can we see the fight recap? Can we see the fight recap? Look at the damage from CM. Look at that. Almost 8,000 damage from her ultimate. I think she must have taken the freezing field talent. She didn't take the attack speed because she's got the BKB. This is the oldest like playstyle of CM I've ever seen in my life. It works, but where you just blink in, you BKB and your ulti, and it's working. I mean, this is the second time he did a really good ultimate in this game, and that one on the fight, by the way, because before that it was going
Dire's
really
top
bad.
tower is under attack.
Well, that hope Adroit nearly had just disappeared as the tornado comes up with the EMP. Now buybacks have been committed. Cold Snap is in the area to hold him in place, at least for the slowest time actually. Force that forward away from the meatball, but the chain is there. Cold Snap reapplied once again. The toss backwards will save his life. And now the ones up in the front line, it's Crystal Maiden, who doesn't even have an ulti in about 7 seconds. So she will gladly take that fall.
Yeah, it's if you had to be used with, I mean, you forced out the Pango buyback. CM still has the buyback. Underlord didn't die. You're happy with this if you're Army Geniuses. Adroit, they want more from this. That's not really what you want. And Pango's really far from the missile now, so it's gonna take a while. And there you go, Phantomas. He's actually got the flicker on him, or he's not using the illusion scape. He's got like 3 neutral items. I know he read the patch notes and knows you can only equip 1. But I think he wants to use the flicker to dispel, maybe switch around. Use the illusion escape just when you manifest out. This is really
Will it matter though, because the team fight is happening right now. Holds in the backline. Bach will be controlled up, so maybe they take this down. No more Rolling Thunder, but the grip is there, holding him in place. Someone went straight towards him, uses the stun, holds him, and now Natsumi's the one being lassoed up, but his illusions is doing enough damage. The Storm Ball is there, cleaves down his Bane, and now Natsumi's next on the list. He does doppelganger his way out of there. Boomy trying his best with the impetus from the far end. My God, Bach with his Rolling Thunder controls everyone. 2 buybacks already committed. Sunstrike will not come in. Sven will go down another 100 seconds on his end, but Mamadaya, he is fighting inside his own pit. This is what he wants to. He gets all these atrophy aura. His damage is just breaking up, and he is going head on. Right clicks one by one. Oh, the tornado connects onto 2. Will hold them on top while the EMP goes down. Lawless is the one next on the list. He sees his teammate running away. They will go for the easier kill. Now they have to back out. They're turning this one around. Another buyback committed. They're going straight down to see Mamadaya. He's out of mana. The Yules will hold him in place. Has the sneaky napalm. Just trying to hold him in place. But yeah, he will get controlled. He will get netted up. He will go down eventually. There you go.
Sven has no buyback, but I don't know if they'll push the issue. Roshan is available, and there was a couple of buybacks used in that fight as well. I think the CM bought back the CM bought back the Bat Rider, as well as the Tiny bought back. Didn't really do anything though. And that was CM did buy back, so it was on time. If you are Adroit, that was like, I don't know who to give props to though. Bach with his spinning Pango, or how about some really good hexes coming out from Boomy being able to control the fight. It was very impressive. CML, but there was a bit of miscommunication with CML's speed script and the tornado coming out at the same time. So they, that's something you can be like, oh, maybe we're trying to work on that. But very impressive performance in that fight.
You're gonna be happy if your team Adroit right now. You just won the biggest team fight and lost almost nobody, did you?
I think they had to use the buyback on the main.
Oh yeah, they did.
Radiant's top tower.
And they have this.
Oh, they get another capture here. Immediately zones him out, but the Fiend script is there. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, but Yule's buying more time. He may have to swashbuckle to go towards the sides, but they did not commit onto UK despite using the Fiend script. So this could be another window in for Army Geniuses. The grip is down. 100 seconds for the Pango before it comes back up. Do they look to make a play?
Yeah, you might be able to delay with the Adroit. You still have Aegis, Cheese, Phantom Lancer, and Bomb is hitting hard. Bomb is he's bringing the damage now.
Radiant's
so
middle
they should be able to delay it, and they have buyback on 3 of their heroes. I count Bomb as a core now. It's like 4 cores and CML. It's not to say CML is not important, but he's not a core. He's not a core.
I got you, man. I got you.
By the way, the thing about Tiny is that even though he's level 24, and he's only got Blink, 4 staff, and literally that's it. Like he's got 4 tranquil boots. That's kind of sad. If you compare it to Bomi, who's chucking out massive amounts of damage, that's that problem with Tiny. Just doesn't really scale as well.
Rolling Thunder isn't up though because he's dead for the next 70 seconds. They might look to abuse this, knowing that the AoE control isn't there. They want someone to overcommit. They're trying to figure out who the real PL is. Splitting them up, just taking a wave. Oh, they pinged it out. I think they know.
Even if they know, it doesn't matter. He's got Aegis Cheese. Like they're not gonna be able to jump and go. They have to aim at CML and take him out. He has no buyback. His Fiend's grip is vital to the fight. And by the way, do they see this? They have a gem on the bait. Yeah, they know it's there. They know it's there, but they can't get close enough to remove it. So it's like, oh, there you go. Get close. He actually has to glimmer himself up just so they can get that ward.
He finally took the wards down. They cannot commit into this, and it's bought enough time as this Pangolier comes back.
I mean, it's disciplined gameplay from Army Geniuses. We say they can't take it, but the truth is they won't take a risk Like, they're not rushing it. Yes, they know that that guy has no buyback and he's dead, but they're like, yeah, we have to be careful. We might just go in and get everyone murdered. So I respect that way Army Genius is playing. They're not pushing their luck. They're behind, but they're very disciplined with it.
Oh, but now the tide has turned around as this Pango is now respawned, going for the smoke gank engagement. They are on the top lane. I don't know if they know about this. They are going to check. Checks out the... oh, they pinged it out. They saw the Ancients were missing. Does get away just in time. Boomy though in the area. Will they get the slow? Will not.
Alright.
Nobody wins, they said.
No one got anything, but if they get the tower, that's still a bit of a win for Adroit.
Radiant
This
structures
is by far the longest game we have been casting in for the day itself.
So yeah, buyback types is the only thing that matters, and you don't have buyback on most of Army Genius here. Only Mamandaya can buy back if he needs to. What does he actually have, Mamandaya?
Oh, they actually capture the outpost, knowing that the one people is out of the line. It's the Bane. It's a big player. The control isn't there, so Stargaze can just go crazy. But look at the damage coming out from Bomb. Coming out from Boomy, he actually just takes one down with the impetus spam, and oh, that attack speed. It's too much to handle. Has to pop the Uber. Get out of there.
And this is what happens. You cannot compare Tiny to Boomy. Tiny did a fantastic job, but the hero has zero scaling. And now look at, and he was chunking him. He was like, oh, that, oh, and Mech is coming out on the night. I'm guessing it has to be going for the Greaves just for the dispel, but you know, it's like Mech. I mean, you're not getting it for the heal. You're getting it to make the Greaves, and hopefully that will work for him.
This is intense. Right now, pushing up to the tier 3s. Mid lane, the game has changed from what it was before. The dynamics is different. Natsumi is the one frontlining it all, clobbing down your towers. The Rotovatos is there. They do see him. The stuns connect, but only to hold him in half place. Whoa, the field script is down with the Yules as well. There was a bit of misplay, but I think that's all the control they needed. They're going ham. They're racking in damage. Boomy comes in with the impetus shotgun. I mean, the impetus machine gun at that rate. The DPS, they have it. Pops the vessel onto Sven. Sven has to go back and waste time because he can't commit without the heals. They will just commit onto the barracks, play it objectively. They see one way to victory, and that is through the mid lane. Taking one down. Natsumi still healthy. Everyone, Aegis has been claimed, so maybe a slight glimmer of hope, but that's 100 seconds without your CM. The control isn't there, especially with your Tiny gone. They're gonna have to go with the Stargaze and the Stormhammer, but they won't. In fact, Mamadaya is on his own, frontlining it all. Will they actually do anything to react? Pit of Malice connects there, but not the target you want to go after, especially with the Untouchable. Not the ideal. That's 10 seconds before Tiny comes back in. Maybe they can look to burst something, but I don't think anyone is going down with the Avatar's combo at this point. Comes down to Meatball, Deafening Blast, including this Swashbuckle. Will hold him in place, but the damage not enough. They do get some decent damage though in the back line. Toss it there, lasso control onto, oh, it's not enough. They actually just take him down. Now Rolling Thunder in the worst possible situation. They're controlling everyone. Going down to fall again with is this Tiny. He just came back, and there's nothing he could do with the next 90 seconds at the very least. Can they hold that long? It seems almost impossible. Look at his Underlord. He's as good as given up. He's sleeping on the job, and now the VN script will hold him in place with the impetus machine gun. Will take him down. That's another 120 seconds without his presence. It's the span against the world. Even gods have limit, and that god strength does not help him through it all. Look at this Bad Rider, seeing from the distance. They've disconnected. It's over. They're calling it. They're waving the white flag, and congratulations to Team Adroit with a clutch play, crawling their way back into game number 3 and taking that 2-1 victory.
That was, I mean, Adroit, they really clawed back in that game. You can see the whole time that Team Army Genius was like, they were ahead in kills, 20 kills ahead. You know,
yeah, it was 27-9 at one point.
So it's like they are so far ahead in kills, but at all this time, Natsumi, he's farming. And one thing I really want to emphasize on this is they had so much more control than last game, and Bane takes huge credit for not just the Fiend's Grip, but his passive that increases the debuff duration by like 20%. Because you see the tornadoes come out, they last like 6-7 seconds with the Timeless Relic. So Sven's in the air, he can't do anything. So it was really impressive to see the Bane being able to like all that control. This is why the hero has the highest the win rate as a support. By the way, is like 56%.
Dang, that's yeah, okay. That's
Because you just throw your spells,
Mhm.
and the enemy's curse for 8 seconds to take 40% extra magic damage, 20% extra debuff duration, and that was pivotal in this game.
Yeah, especially, great point mentioning out that the Enfeeble actually is very, very crucial, especially when you have an Invoker in the game. I was wondering how they couldn't do anything in those team fights, and they just couldn't. They were up there for an extra amount of time. They wasted a God's Strength, and they just couldn't get anything done, especially with Boomy, who literally, if there was a feature player here, I would give it to Boomy because he had such the absolute worst of games, right?
Yeah.
Keeps getting avatars. It seemed like he's just done for, and somehow he came in with like the impetus machine gun and just taken over the entire game.
It comes down also to the way the draft works, because okay, if you're looking at Army Genius's draft, Tiny is pretty good for the first 20 minutes when you can, like you said, you just Avatos. But after that, like late game, he had no items. We point out he has got, Blink Dagger, Force Staff, and he's got boots. That's it. That's all he's got. So
talking about items, let us see what does Boomy have in his backpack that's packing so much heat right now. Well, it's just a Dragonlance.
It's just a Dragonlance with a Hex. It's just a Dragonlance with a Hex along with the Solar Crest. And he died 9 times, so you do feel like, 9 times, that's a lot. But fantastic performance by him. CML died 9 times as well, but he was able to exert a lot of control. Pango, you can see that Pango and Natsumi both went for the Abyssal Blade. Again, just any spell that hits the this event from Bane, that's it. That's all you need to do. The Abyssal goes to like more than 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's fantastic to have. You can stay, that's 4 seconds off your BKB time. It's amazing. On Army Geniuses, you can see like Lawless Shy, you can't do anything after a while. UK, I like the Blink Dagger BKB. I think it's a great idea. I imagine he was actually going for the Aghanim's, because again, if you can, you blink in, you get the Aghanim's for 3 seconds, have a free Frostbite for everyone. It's lovely, but just couldn't able to do it. Wolmy had a great, look at the Wolmy and Sonya, they had good games. Like,
they did. It's 10-4, 12, 10-7, 16. This game was swinging Army Geniuses, especially for the first 27 minutes to even arguably like 30 minutes-ish, right? It was theirs all the way, but they couldn't close the game. And Adroit, infamous for the late game Natsumi, who likes these real, farm-heavy heroes. He took over with that one, created enough space for Boomy to actually stock up with whatever he needs to survive, and became, well, quite the threat.
That's the main problem I have with the Tiny pick, is that by late game, the Tiny gets you nothing, and Armiges, they want to go late game. They got Sven, they want to go late game, And Batrider, again, if you compare Batrider to Pango, who's really bringing the control. Like, Pango was just crazy in this game as well. He died, what, seven times? All worth, not all worth, but a lot of it was worth it because he just so much control. Wolmy can't do the same thing. You hold one person with your lasso, and Fiend's Grip, Nightmare, Tornado, so many things to stop you.
Yeah, I have to point out as well that it's so hard to get like a feature player on the side of Adroit because a lot of things, right? The Fiend's Grip was kind of MVP because that's the one winning condition when you control this van, and with the status reduction debuff with the Enfeeble. But then there's also the Pango with his Rolling Thunder that he had absolutely great ones. In the Roche Pit, up on the dire jungle, where it was just controlling everyone in that small quarters, and then down in the fountain before the game actually ended, he held everyone in place. So it's really hard to point out who's who, and Natsumi just stayed. He just played a well carry, only died 2 times, so he did his job absolutely well as well. So I really don't know if you could actually give a feature player for the team of Adroit.
It's really hard. I mean, even Bomi with that late game there was one point when they were trying to jump on the Invoker, and Sven, he was like almost ready to stun, gets Hex, and the Invoker manages to make the lava. I'm like, that's
up in the
so
top
good.
lane.
Yeah.
And he couldn't get the kill onto Mac. This is, Team Adroit just definitely stepped up on this game number 3. It looked grim, but they made it possible, and there's a reason why they are a major qualifying team, and we've seen it here in this first series of the day of the ESL Championship 2020.
One thing we want to say is, though, of course, Army Genius, they are going to have a chance to actually make it through the stage. They are going to go to the lower bracket, and from there, they have to wait for the opponents of the next game. But they have a chance. They're still alive.
Yes.
The dream stays alive.
Yeah, it's still lower bracket round, not over just yet, and I like that you point that one out, right? Like, there's a reason why they qualified. So, honestly, I want to see more of them. Like, we had no idea who Army Geniuses were. After that game 2 and nearly in game 3, we're like, we know them by name. They're the guy who did this. And Natsumi obviously takes the feature player just because he's got a clean KDA under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, he kept them alive. Like when they were losing the whole time, the first 3 minutes, his net worth was never below, never like. I mean, yes, they were second place for like a couple of seconds, but he was almost always the first place in net worth. And I can imagine that when you're the carry and you're telling your guys, yes, we're losing a lot, but guys, I'm getting really good farm. Just give me a little bit more. And with what they gave him, he was able to carry the game.
Yeah, Natsumi.
And I just love that Abyssal pick. The game 3 games, because game 1 Divine Rapier, that killed me. You know, but game 2 it gets the Abyssal. It really did. It's like,
yeah, I could tell. I could tell you were a bit like triggered. Like, why?
Yeah, it just, there's no point. But when he gets the Abyssal Blade, you could see the difference. You could see the control.
And it's more reliable.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving it onto the way of the opponent. So that was game number 3 of this best of 3 series. It was a long stretch. I think by far the longest game we've casted so far today. What was the timer on that thing?
50-something minutes. It was a pretty long game. I mean, we were closing in on tier 5 items in the neutrals. You know, I was like, oh well. But luckily we didn't get there.
No, but why? How did Army Geniuses fall out though? Did you think it's just because they didn't hit their timings right? Why did they fall out? What went wrong there?
You have to make one of 2 decisions. You know, either you say, if we take Tiny, we go faster. You know, we got to end the game faster, like because you got Tiny and Bat Rider. Now the scaling is not there. So either you end the game faster, or you switch to one of these heroes out. It's okay if you have one. You know, Bat Rider can go and last someone, bring Dragon out. That's perfect. It's well worth it. It's like late game Chrono just to kill a core. It's very worth it. Or you can keep the Tiny, but get something else, something a bit more offensive. Because these 2 heroes very utility heavy and just not bringing enough.
Also, yeah, talking about like the supports, right? I'm surprised. How on earth did Boomy bounce back despite being picked off? Like he's being like prioritized in a pickoff, and suddenly he's got these items to fatten him out. Like what happened there? Like how is the Tiny, who's doing all these initiation, has got nothing but like a 4-staff and stuff on him? Did he have a glimmer?
No,
he did not.
Literally not a blink dagger 4-staff. That's all he.
That's all he had the whole game, despite the 27 leads. Nevertheless, we have an interview, a phoner, actually, with one of the players from Team Adroit, the POS5 CML. Is he on screen? Hello, what's up, CML?
Hello. What's up? I'm all good, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I can hear your in-game in the background. Are you still stoked on what just happened? Like, run us through it. Did you think that the comeback was actually possible?
Yeah, we were playing on our comfort, which is the long game. So like we're expecting that even if we had a rough early game, so we can still come back in the long game.
Did the Sven catch you by surprise in game 2 and 3, like the first time especially?
Yeah, in the first game, I mean in the second game, we were surprised by his rush armlet, so we didn't expect it. So we had a lot of trouble during the second game because we were not prepared for it. And during the third game, we were able to find a counter for it.
So when you go back after game 2, you sit and discuss, and you think about this Vayne. Was like Bane the obvious counter?
Yeah, we third pick the Bane, so we're expecting that they will pick Sven on to counter our Phantom Lancer.
So I'd like to find out, was the game 3, was that the early laning phase you were envisioning? Like you knew you were gonna have like the worst laning stage in the first 30 minutes?
Yeah, we were expecting that we're gonna have a hard time considering that they have Underlord mid, so they quite have the snowball in the early game.
So now that the series is done and you have nothing left to play, how do you feel? What are you gonna do for the rest of the night?
I think we're gonna mourn because our Captain Boomy didn't get his visa, so I think we would still discuss our plans for the ESL major.
Also, I'd like to talk about your offlaner Bach. Like with game 1, Winter Wyvern on the offlane, was that intentional?
Yeah, it was intentional. It was kind of a switch pick for us, the Ensh and the Wyvern.
So do you feel bad about ruining pubs with Winter Wyvern
What?
offlane?
I guess with Bok, he keeps on playing that in pubs.
CML, okay, before we close out right here, could you give me your best impression of a Lakad Matatang?
Lokad matatag.
Normalin. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
This is CML from Team Adroit who just won the first match series of the day. And congratulations, they'll be moving on forward in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, not over just yet for Team Army Geniuses as they go down to the lower. Now, we have another matchup series for the day. You want to tell them what that is?
Yeah, we're going to look at Trust. What's it called? Motivade.Trust.
Motivade.Trust.
Motivade.Trust going against Reality Rift.
Yeah.
The winner of that will be going up against what we saw just now, and the loser will go against Army Geniuses. So it's going to be an exciting game and I imagine that Adroit is going to be watching this as well, thinking, who are we going up against? Reality Rift, they showed a lot recently, but Motivade.Trust are coming in with their cards hidden, basically.
It's only fair, right? You got to pay the same respects to any of the team who's invited or qualified. It doesn't matter. It's a game of Dota. If Army Geniuses could actually snatch that game 2 away from Team Adroit, there's no saying that anyone else can't do the same. So we're going to get into our match series in just about a bit. But before we sign off, once again, my name is Scatty Keith, and together with me, Big Brain Dota, Otomo. That's going to stick, my man. See you in the next one.
There it is.
They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicated bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey.
came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will help me fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and your soul, you're fed up. You're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
He can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the whole.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ESLC Championship 2020, where 8 teams go up against each other for a prize pool of $20,000 and, more importantly, a chance to get seeded into the close qualifier for the upcoming ESL 1 Birmingham. My name is Scary Keith, and together with me, A+ Dota 2, it's Otomo with the sour face once again because I flatter him up all too much. Flatter you up.
Just a little too much. So yeah, we saw game 1, the first series. It was great. Like, it was just, game 1 was a bit of a stump, but game 2 and 3 comebacks either way. It was beautiful to watch. And now we're all on to a whole new series, Reality Rift versus Motivade.Trust.
Yes.
Like you said, Reality Rift just coming out from a big win for this tournament.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the members up on screen in case you are not too familiar already, which is no doubt because they have names that have been in the game for a while now. Alacrity, KYXY, and Nuts definitely drew a very young player on their side being the carry of the entire team. And Hustler, he is impeccable, especially on his Rubik.
Yeah, he's usually either Rubik or his Clockwork. That's something you have to look forward to. Alacrity, some sort of space main hero. KYXY is the hero that I think does a lot. The player that does a lot for their team early on. So he's usually the strongest thing, but sometimes he can be a bit of a weak link because of the way the other teams draft around him. So that's, but you know, all big names, fantastic players.
Yeah, they definitely want to look out for KYXY. I mean, his name is synonymous to Aegis Deny, right? Like, I feel no matter how many times he tries to redeem himself, people will forever remember him for that, which is not fair because that guy can really play a game of Dota, and we've seen it time and time again. And that's one of the Singaporean players, well known. I think he's played with a lot of tier 1 teams in the scene as well. I think to name a couple of few. Kind of, well, we'll get that in a bit because we've got Motivade.Trust already up on queue. Jackie, Fearless, Masaros, Q, and Boombui.
This team, their drafting is definitely unique. Like, they're happy to take an Axe in their off lane. They take DP mid, so they are definitely quite unique in what they pick for their heroes. And also Jackie likes to take the Monkey King. I believe they sometimes swap it around, but they like that fighting core early, which is an interesting thing to look at because Reality Rift, but their carry Drew is definitely a bit more of a farming. He takes his time to farm before he joins in. It's usually Alacrity that makes space. Another thing is that they really like the Nyx on Motivade.Trust, whereas Reality Rift loves the Snapfire. And these two heroes right now, they're always butting heads in every series, either against each other, one of them's banned, or something like that's going on with these two heroes. So it's kind of an interesting match because the styles are there. With Reality Rift, close to 4 protect 1.
Yeah.
There's a lot of emphasis on saves and Snapfire. The other team, you got Nyx and you got the fighting cores there. Want to go a bit faster. So we'll see if tempo is the name of the game right now.
I like that you brought that up because guess what? This is like foreshadowing the game we had before. Both teams, Reality Rift and Adroit, are major qualifying teams, right?
Yeah.
And they both play a 4 protect 1. Natsumi was their 1. Drew is in Reality Rift. And you're saying that this Thailand team, Motivade.Trust, plays an aggressive tempo. Again, like what we saw earlier on today. So if it's anything like the previous games, we might just get into a game 3 again.
Yeah, that'll be a very wonderful thing if we can go to all 3 games. Just have these nice long games where you can just chill and watch the whole thing.
Crazy intense.
But it can happen. I mean, again, with the Motivade.Trust, I do think that if the game goes long, though, like with the draft that they have, Monkey King, Death Prophet, those are fine heroes to have late game, but it can be a little bit lackluster sometimes.
So, on the side of Reality Rift, who do you look out for? Who do you think is going to be like the playmaker, the space maker, someone who's going to secure that, since you mentioned they're going for the super late, someone's got to be doing that space?
It's either KYXY or Hustler every game. It's like the KYXY, we can see the bans here from Motivade.Trust. They already take out the Snapfire, which we talked about. Reality Rift also loves the Troll. And what do they take? They take the Clockwork, which is one of their heroes. Hustler or KYXY both play it. I think it's usually better on Hustler to have it because KY. We actually saw it yesterday. If they played in the finals, he takes it. So I still think it's more of a Hustler's hero, but we'll find out. Motivade.Trust with the ban Snapfire, suddenly Nyx, not really a hero you have to get. They also like to take Ricky sometimes, but
that's true. That's true.
Which we see that Reality Rift has a bit of trouble with him. And there you go, Chen. If you're going fast. If you're going fast, Chen is the hero you want.
And a Slardar as well. I think recognizing that Reality Rift, Drew plays a mean lifestealer. Probably want to use him against, use the Slardar against him with the Bash of the Deep, goes through the Rage. And yeah, in the event of them pulling off a Ricky, which we've seen time and time in recent tournaments, Slardar gives absolute vision with the Corrosive Haze. So not the... It's a pretty good pick, but nothing has been revealed just yet on the side of Reality Rift. They take out the puck.
I do. Oh, there you go. All that healing. If you can land the heals, they're gone. Yeah, that's going to be nuts AA. I also like that we talked about Snapfire and Nyx, and they're both bad. I'm like, yep, they're just both bad straight away. Both teams recognize that this here is too much. Reality Rift, now it's their turn to ban. We still have the Ember Spirit available. We still have the Kunkka available. Timber Saucer. I'm surprised that Motivade.Trust has really just ignored KYXY completely. They've not banned a single hero that he plays a lot of. That's Drew's Void. So that's another. They are not giving him any bans. And Death Prophet. We talked about.
You mentioned it. Yeah. Motivade.Trust likes it, and they took it away. They did their research the same way you did.
By opening Dota buff for 10 minutes.
Hey, right? Don't reveal your secret. You're A+ Dota Otomo, man.
Well,
whoa.
Right. 15 minutes.
Yeah. You're the guy who knows things. Nobody does. That's the thing we're selling here.
Sure, but yeah, the Ricky comes out banned. If they're not gonna take it, they don't want the enemy team to have it because they have detection. But yeah, this DP ban, I want to go back to it. Why? Because if you have Death Prophet and you have Chen, that's a lot of push power. Yeah, all these creeps, that fast mech.
Play around the Exorcism, get all your Dominator creeps.
Timbersaw, that's some respect. That's some respect, finally, that they're showing him. They're like, KYXY, we don't want you to have the Timbersaw, but they are leaving his LC and his Omni available.
And you said his LC is one to look out for.
His LC and his Omni are very dangerous. Equally so with the Timbersaw and the Kunkka, so he still has like a choice of what he wants to take. But remember, they're probably entering thinking, what can we have that can go online the fastest? Problem with LC is when people stick as 5, it's hard to duel. So you do get a lot from overwhelming odds, but an Omni is not fantastic as well.
Yeah.
So because that's what Motivade.Trust, what we're looking at right now. You got Pango teamfight, Slardar teamfight, and we're not quite sure what that Pango is. Is he 4, mid, off lane? It's really hard to tell.
It's probably a 4, right? Surely you throw the Slardar into the off lane.
I mean, so far
or a carry.
Yeah, right. It's like that carry Pango. Well, Reality have taken their time. They really want to make sure they get this right. I feel like it might be... Who are they going to go with here? if this is if this is Hustler's Clockwork, do they want to reveal KYXY? Either that or you take the mid or the carry. You know?
I mean, Kunka's still in. It's one of his signature heroes as well.
And it's very flexible.
Yeah, with the Rum, you can actually help Drew if he's going to be the late game farmer, as we all see him play.
Yeah, I think that the Kunka would be a nice flex pick to have. You can put it mid, you can put it off lane, depending on how the draft goes. So they're taking their time to think about it. You know, this is when after this pick, you've already shown more than half your draft, and it'll be hard to pivot one way or another unless you're really flexible with your heroes. And Motivade.Trust, lots of team fights as well. We saw how much Pango can control.
Very mobile too. On the side of Motivade.Trust, you've got this sprint. On the Slada, you've got Swashbuckle coming out from there.
PL.
Takes the PL up. Okay, so that's a Drew hero straight up.
Yeah. They're still not willing to reveal whether it's a 3 or 4 Clockwork. They want to keep that secret for a while, and they don't want to take out. They don't want to show their mid either. So they're like, all right, this is the only thing we can show is our carry. So I like the PL. I think Reality plays really well. Still, there is a Magnus in the pool, and there's still an Ember Spirit in the pool. When Reality played 496 Gaming, they always 496 they have a master tier PL, and he liked to show it off. You know, every game just PL being picked, and they always went Ember Magnus just countered him. So I wouldn't be surprised. There you go.
There you go.
Ember Spirit.
So they probably might just do exactly that, just to counter whatever they already predicted. If you could see it, they probably could too. And will they respond it that way though?
I'll take it as a compliment.
That was a compliment. I'm saying that you're
if
thinking up there.
Because if you mere mortal.
Whoa, don't take it that way, my guy. Not like that. Yo, his big brain Otomo. Remember that.
Reality Rift, now they know the mid is Ember Spirit. They know this because you really don't want to. I mean, you could run him as a carry, but then so they expect it's going to be a mid, and they go for the OD. Okay. Interesting. You can also, if you can get the Aghanims, you can take out like 2 creeps off with the Astral. That does a lot of damage when they come back to, so that, you know, removes a lot of the Chen creeps, does a lot of damage, helps to clear the wave, just slows everything down, which is what you want. And again, we still don't know if it's a Hustler Clockwork or a KYXY Clockwork. Reality Rift, they have no problem picking Skywrath Mage actually, but Motivade.Trust, they believe it is going to be the Hustler Clockwork, leaving. I guess so. I mean, I think I agree with them. I think it's probably gonna be Hustler Clockwork as well.
I think so too. I mean, what would be his role here? He just hook shots in, cogs them, and then the Ice Blast comes in.
Yeah.
And he gets out of there. Right?
Yes. I mean, maybe Reality Rift, they are willing to go with that Skywrath last pick. It's happened. They've done it before, you know. But it's a lot of commitment, like just to get 1 kill. You know, these heroes aren't. How I say, it's like they're not like online 24/7. But like you can use all your ultis to get killed. Then you have like this down period, and you have to commit 2 ultis to kill 1 person. You know, that's awkward. It's not like with Pango where you spin. Yeah, you're not killing him, but you get so much control over every single person.
To be active at all times. Yeah, that is in a commodity or something like that.
Commodity.
Yeah, commodity. Yeah. That's the word. See, that's why he knows best. So yeah, like especially with how the meta has evolved across the years, things are getting very fast right now. Everyone's just benefits from a lower cooldown. Yeah. Cooldown ultimate potential. Takes out the Lash.
That's their last pick here.
So they're not expecting this Amber to go in the mid lane, but the carry.
Yeah, I mean we have actually seen Lesh in the carry role as well. So it's like, yeah, but they just don't want to face it here because again, the push isn't really that strong anymore for Motivade.Trust. With no Death Prophet, they only got the Chen's. Like, you really don't have to rely on him, and Chen really falls off late game. So Reality Rift, they might be looking at this thinking, let's just go really late. You know, let's just go late game. And what are they going to go with? Omni still in the pool. For them, if they want to give KYXY his hero. I've seen him play Abaddon, wasn't quite impressed, and there's a Kunka.
Well, this is, we can't get any decision on who do you think has the better drop just until we last the last one. There we go, the Omni, which you're not so favorable of, but...
No, I said Abaddon.
No, you did mention earlier on, you said, yeah, he plays an Omni too, but it's not
that
great.
I've said from the start, his Omni and his LC are really good with Kunka and Timber, so these are like his 4 main heroes that he really plays a lot. That's not fair.
Okay, fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Now,
Motivade.Trust.
What would be in response?
Maybe a Razor. Razor's not banned. They like Razor. It's pretty decent if you put it against the Omni. Pretty fast pace, but does fall off lane. Razor's an option. What else could they go for that's decent? Monkey King is available. But one thing about Monkey King is that if you have Monkey King against Omni, you both have like this circle, Guardian Angel versus Wukong. And that's like, it's an awkward situation for both teams because they both last like really long time. So it's like, you know, 10 seconds of no one doing any damage to anyone else. I feel like I like the Razor. I like the Razor. It's not banned, yeah. I'm just making sure it's not banned. So that's Razor. There's Razor, like we said. They have time. Razor, MK. So I'm going to look at the list of heroes that they usually pick. Underlord's not picked. So would they go Underlord mid and have the Ember care safe lane? That is an option. But is a good option. I mean, you have a mech carry in the Chen, and usually that's one of the things that you like about Underlord is having that option when no one else on your team can do it.
But I mean, they have an Ice Blast, so like
exactly.
Good
point.
The Chan's Hand of God is just like
so bad. I mean, but remember you have to land the Ice Blast first. Not like
That's
it's
true.
passively there, you're never healing.
But I mean, once it passes you,
once it passes you, just dodge it. You just dodge. Just don't get hit. I mean, they're pro players.
That's true.
They should be able to do it. But yeah, we're taking our time. So what we said? Razor. We said Underlord, Monkey King. We're gonna keep adding heroes. We're gonna keep adding heroes until they pick one. We're like, by then we'll be like, Axe. Axe could be picked.
No, by then they'll just go like, oh, we need to remake the lobby. That'll be the absolute worst, though.
Well, we're 9 seconds away. Please be. Oh, there you go, Monkey King.
There you go.
Yeah.
Why'd you ever doubt yourself, Big Brain Dota?
What? I mean,
Why'd you ever doubt yourself?
The problem with Monkey King is I don't know. He's fine against the Omni. He's going to be up against the Omni for sure, but it's going to be Ember mid and probably. I'm not sure whether the Pang or the Slard will be off. Which one's going to be forward, which is going to be off lane. But Wukong Command versus Guardian Angel, that's a tough one. That's a tough one because what can happen is that you throw the Wukong, Guardian Angel comes out and everyone's like, hey guys, let's get out of here. You know, just leave. Why are we staying? We can just leave. They have nothing to stop them basically. I mean, they have some stuns, but it's nothing that really holds them like a Chronosphere. So I don't know how I feel about the Monkey King. I haven't seen Motivade.Trust play recently, but Reality Rift looks really strong, and they have KYXY on Omni Knight, which is one of his best heroes. I'm going Reality Rift on this one.
I'm going to have to agree with you just because, well, honestly, we've seen how Reality Rift play. It might be some... You could call it a gut feeling about this or historical evidence. But like you mentioned in the first game of the day today, they've got the resume behind things. So I'm feeling Reality Rift, especially those are valid points with the Guardian Angel into a Wukong's command that doesn't make sense to me. But we'll see how they play. They do have tempo on the side of Motivade.Trust.
For
sure. So if they can abuse the tempo, maybe Drew cannot come online. Maybe we'll see a game 2. I mean, similar like previous games, game 2, previous series, game 2. So I'm a bit split-ended on that sense. Yeah. Well, what else do you think that's worth pointing out here? Besides, so it's a confirmed Hustler clock at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, KYXY has got to be on the Omni. His Omni is godly. You know, it's like if you have one of a player who's a superstar, just it's like a signature hero, along with the LC and the Timbersaw and the Kunkka.
Is there any way of them like just switching roles and playing?
No, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, there was a meta back then, right?
It's not gonna happen. But besides,
he's godly on it.
I mean, they already have nuts on the AA. It's like not like AA can play any other role. That hero is like 5, nothing else.
Yeah. That's that nuts for sure, but I guess we'll see. This game number 1, both of us sides are on this case. Will they prove us wrong? Will it be an upset? We'll find out in this first and in the second series of the day. It's Team Reality Rift up against Motivade.Trust.
Oh, Boombell. I remember, by the way, I can remember Boombell is Chen just from the cosmetic, because I don't think anyone else uses this cosmetic. He has this, and he's really good with it. He's really good with his Chen. It's going to be rough still. And it's going to be Mazaris, so it's going to be the position 3 Panga, position 4 on the slot. Our Q plays their position 4. That's going to be a bit rough for them. Meanwhile, bomb lane, yeah, like we said, nuts on the AA, and KYXY is on his Omni. That's a signature here for him at this point. And I'm liking the draft from Reality Rift. They have a good mix of damage. You know, they have a good amount of magic coming out, decent amount of pure, both from the heal and from the OD. Of course, some physical damage as well. Whereas if you look at Motivade.Trust, a lot more of the like they have good mix of physical and magical, but feels like a little bit more physical. You know, they have the corrosive haze, you have the Monkey King, and from Pango and Ember you got magic damage. But you know, you have a decent amount of damage as well. No pure damage though, which might be a problem because when Guardian Angel comes out, you're relying exclusively on the magic, and it's very what I call is like split damage, where you have like a lot of damage being spread around on everyone, but it's not again no Laguna Blade, no Finger, no this big damage nuke on one person. Ember and Pango do very good AoE damage though.
So question, right? Is Basher the Deep considered magical or?
I believe it's physical now. It's physical. That's one of the reasons why Corrosive Haze is so good, because you reduce their armor by 10 and you do an extra 200 damage, and it's like, oh, here's just die, you know. And this is gonna be rather bad if he goes for the ward. It's a lot of experience early on. And is he gonna try and deny it? That's the thing. Alacrity has to try and deny it if he can. Bottom lane. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to go against Jackie. The two melee heroes trying to go up against a Monkey King. He loves this.
Yeah, he's going to get those Jingo stacks.
Every
easy
time.
Peasy.
And that's going to be an easy deny. It's going to be an easy CS.
He's going to get his own sustain as well.
Exactly.
From it, so.
Great heal. So it is going to be it's going to take a few levels. And I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get easier though, because Monkey King, once he gets that staff attack.
So talking about windows, what time would Motivated.Trust just theoretically would hit this spike and has to end the game before Reality Rift comes online?
I think they have to end the game as soon as possible. Like, I'm not going to give them a certain timer because, again, like the teams, they have their own timer, they don't know how to do it, but they have to finish the game as soon as possible for them.
Oh, looks like they're trying up in the top lane already. Gets the cold feet off. It procs onto his Pango. Pango.
Swashbuckle.
Would have looked forward to Swashbuckle, but did not finish the job.
That is a great ward by Motivate.Trust, by the way. And actually, Swashbuckle might go top.
Oh, look at KYXY. As you said, the god on the Omni Knight seems to be falling pretty low. This is why I was a bit hesitant that they'd send him down in the offlane.
One more hit and that'll be a kill.
It's going to be... Oh, he's taunting it. Taunting it.
Wow, that is some chase. That is such a... Oh,
just
no!
Just needs one more. Gets the Jingu Mastery. That's probably enough now. With
that
the
heal.
strike,
That heal. Got him. The heal gave him an extra attack. Activated the whole thing. A little bit risky there by KYXY. Took a while though for Jackie to get the kill. I'm sure he's happy with it. First blood, very worth it. But you know, it takes a little bit of your time to go and get it.
But I mean, it's another core against another core.
Right? I'm saying it's completely worth it. But you know, it was quite a chase. It was quite a chase. KYXY still level 1. Hustler's actually level 2. He was just getting all this. Sorry, all this from free EXP bottom lane.
Oh, dominates the ghost. Gets some slow out. Nuts though, again, falling pretty low. Will be caught out, especially with two running them down here. Drew, he's trying to get the job done, but unfortunately does not have the damage, especially in this early game. The bash at the deep, just too much to handle.
Like, look at this Slaughter. He's got 5.4 HP regen, 6 armor. He's got bash at the deep, so he just goes out to your face, hits you a few times, and you're like, well, this is it. I can't do anything else. It's a very tough situation to be in. And you can see Motivate.Trust taking a little bit of a lead early on. And even mid lane, Fearless is doing pretty good against Alacrity. 13-4 to the 11-9. 9 denies, that's 9 denies, that's pretty good. 9 denies is pretty good, but...
Oh, top lane once again seems to be the highlight of this evening as Drew again falling pretty low to the bash, but Nuts is in the area to help slow things down a little. The cold fit will proc, so cannot get the last hit.
Swashbuckle in 2 seconds. Is he gonna go for it?
There was a south and mid lane, the rotations come in. Hustler and the playmaker, the space maker, the astral save is there. Will save his ally as he go down.
I'm not sure that was a save or you just want to make sure he doesn't KS him. You know, Hustler has that reputation, you know. I've seen him, like, literally, he's chasing someone with a Rubik Fade Ball, just waiting to get that KS. So...
You'd never think that was him, just based on his real-life personality. He's like this nice guy, right?
Yeah, but he wants his gold.
That's true. He's got to be flashy. Pulse 4 nowadays taken up after Jerax.
Meanwhile, though, it's still... Where are we at KYXY? Where's the CS? Yeah, it's got 8 CS. It's not amazing, but...
Oh, Drew actually wants to go and commit. He realizes that the mana has no Spirit Lance forward, but they're turning this one around. Drew must be a bit worried on why did they commit forward, and that's because they're hoping on a bash. They will get it. Masaros gets the last hit on it.
Q playing godly on the Slardar, just able to land these. I mean, I always say land these, but he's able to just keep on these hits coming out. And it's really scary to play against Motivade.Trust as a melee hero, because you got Slardar every 4 hits bashing you, you got Monkey every 4 hits going crazy, but this might be a kill for them.
Oh, sets up with the
Ember's
cogs.
red looks
He's
like-
in place, tries to dodge it with the slide of fist. He's trying to get out of there. The Chen is in the area, but will it be enough? It will. Just to hold Hustler away.
Might go the other way now. But no.
He has a bottle. Will save himself.
And the good thing is that this allows Real Zero to take 3 bounty runs. They already took 2, and the last one there's kind of less leaving it. Someone should go get it before.
Oh, the deny!
What is that? Boom! I mean, it's still they still get the advantage, 2-1.
They do.
But it could have been a 3-1, and there you go. KYXY goes out, takes a few hits, and Jackie with the Monkey King. Like, you do not want to face up against that.
Q's in the area. He is on the support Slardar. He did a lot already on the top lane. Might just look to do something down in mid, realizing that Hustler is trying to upset something here.
Especially because you know that the bottom lane is self-sustained. You know, Jackie's fine, doesn't need anything. Oh, Mazaros.
They pinged him out though. Nuts. Nuts is just manning up against him, but the crush is there onto Hustler. Hustler one pretty low, but the battery assault is trying to buy some time. Cogs up. He goes the other way. He's out.
I love how they just straight away farmed them. You know, they're like, oh yeah, fine, we'll take it. 20 gold. You know. Well, double damage as well for Alacrity. That's the I win ruin of the mid lane. He's still pretty ahead in terms of denies. Not that far behind CS in actual last hits. KYXY forced to jungle right now.
Oh, Omni Knight's not the best hero to do that.
No, he'll take so much mana, and it doesn't really like clear creep waves, but he's forced into it. There's nothing he can do. He's gonna have to live with it. This is his situation. He might be able to a few good Guardian Angel saves against.
Q a bit far forward there. Spirit Lance goes forward. He's still in the area lurking though. He's pretty confident about this. Q has not been in lane for a longest time. He doesn't care.
He's almost level 4. He's fine. Even if he's giving, making sure Mazaros is reaching 6 as soon as possible. Doesn't want to leech any of that EXP. He's like sure that if he goes in, he's not sure he's gonna get the kill. So I was like, yeah, let him have it. But mid lane, I expect to see Fearless start moving around the map, try to make a little bit of space here. The truth is, he doesn't really need to though, because top lane is going pretty well, bottom lane is going pretty well. So Fearless is like, I mean, if I'm farming, okay, I'm just gonna stick here. Although 19 denies on Alacrity. 19. I mean, you got 21 on Jack, so there's some real denies coming. That's a ton of gold, by the way.
Well, I mean, if you can't come closer to Jackie, it's inevitable.
Right? It's like you're gonna get everything. Royal Jelly being picked up. Okay, that's nice. An Observer Ward as well.
Q spots it out. Alacrity. Oh, Mazaros in the top lane. They seem to want to commit, but the 3 heroes are here.
There we go.
The leap forward. Cold feed onto Jackie. Will it proc? It will not. Has the crush. Connects onto Do. Gets Drew. That's a big kill on its own. Can they get more?
Looks like
looking forward.
Nuts.
Nuts is the squishier hero, but the Cogs is there to push them backwards.
Great Cogs. Just great Cogs.
Chilling touch just to add in with the harass, but now Alacrity has made the rotation. Astral, his friend up. Q, will he get the bash? Will he get the stun? The crush onto no one actually, and now they're just gonna beat him down with the chilling touch. They slowed him just enough amount of time.
Him back.
Cogs him backwards. There you have it. Closer to this OD to get and finish up the job.
A 1-for-1 trade, but an expensive 1-for-1, and I'm not sure if it's really worth it for Yao If they probably come out feeling a little bit bad. They did lose their carry. They killed us at position 4. Took them forever to do it, which is a lot of time that the other heroes are farming, which is good for KYXY. He got free lane for like a minute, and he was able to look at the CS already now 27. Although Chen 25 and 6. This Chen will be getting that mech very fast. I'm assuming he's going for mech. Can we actually click on the Chen to see? Or will he go for something more like pipe, actually, which is also very useful this game.
KYXY still trying his best to get the lanes into his favor, just pulling the creep waves. What is the Chen going into?
We're not sure if we want to show it to you yet. You know, it's a surprise.
It's
a Dagon.
Well, talking about surprises up top, not the surprise he wants to, because Nuts He is in the vicinity of Rolling Thunder, but he's trying to sidestep his way out of it. The rotation is in. Hasla hogs him up on the tower. Alacrity is right here. Mazaros falling pretty low. Will go down. That one tower hit.
Alacrity, we salute. That was amazing. He saved. I mean, he could have actually Astral the Pango still got the kill, but the way he Astral his friend for the save, just when Pango used a swashbuckle, that's cinematic stuff. Oh, KYXY.
Talking about tempo, but it seems that Reality Rift is the one amping the antics right now. Sees him. It's almost the 10-minute mark. Want to contest for the rune. Leads forward. Boundless strike to hold him in place. He's falling pretty low. His mana is almost non-existent. With the Flame Guard, he's just going to charge in. He drops the hammer, but no damage. Triple ramming him forward just to secure the kill. Jackie, dominating streak on his end, but they do. Oh, they also get another kill up on the top lane onto Nuts.
Kind of, I mean, I'm not really sure how to feel about KYXY kind of not taking the ulti at level 6. Does he actually have a skill point? That's one of the things I'm interested in. Sometimes they hold their skill point at level 6, deciding, hey, do I want to take, I don't know, more Heavenly Grace or not? Well, okay, KYXY.
So again, falling down to the same old trick in the book. The basic count to Jingu into Boundless, and then right click to finish the job. No.
Both teams got Faded Brooch. That's pretty good item. Although the extra mana is a little overrated. You get like 200 mana and 25 movement speed. 25 movement speed is great, but 200 mana is like, oh, there you go. He's got a mech already. No boots, just mech. Just mech.
It's all about his teammates, man. This guy, what a player.
I mean, his CS is basically as good as KYXY. So, whoa.
Oof, KY.
That is impressive. That is impressive. Still, I mean, if you are looking at tempo, 1K ahead 11 minutes is basically nothing. Like,
plus, we've seen a team falling behind, but with the PL still farming.
There
we've
you
seen
go.
how they come back in the previous game, previous series. They might look to do this one again. It's smoked up.
Can we actually have the net worth graph up? That would be great. Meanwhile, the monkey. I love when you see a tree on a tree and you're like, well, that's not suspicious at all.
Does he see it? Oh,
he sees
yeah, the hook is there as well. They scout him out with the rocket flare. Immediately just cogs him into place. Will take him down. It was a gank well worth it.
Very. Yeah, I mean, that was a 5-kill streak going to Alacrity. Just a worthwhile gank. Keep him out of the game for a while longer.
Top lane does create some sort of space, with especially with the Chen lineup. Will push the tower real fast. Looking to commit forward again.
And Maelstrom going to come out on the Ember Spirit. Yep, you want to get those lightning procs, take out those very good early on against the PL later on. Once he has a bit more HP, their illusions, they are able to tank a little bit.
Can we take a look at the net worth chart just to see where this PL is at this current
He's definitely
moment
number
in
one.
time?
He's definitely.
There we go.
There you go. Barely ahead of Jackie though. I imagine if we saw the other Jackie would have been ahead. 20 attack speed coming out. KYXY actually keeping up with the Pango.
Yeah, suddenly he's got space to farm after that tier 1 falls down.
See,
He's just running in.
Oh,
Top lane, the Ice Blast already connected, only onto Jack in the backline, so he will not get no heal from the Boundless. But they got the kill already onto the OG.
Hookshot's available.
Oh, Hasla, he is there. He does hookshot forward, catches on the Slaughter, but down comes the Wukong's command. That was cancelled. It was cancelled, and now they're just going to turn this one around. Nuts, he sees him. Jackie has been cold feeted up. It's a 4-on-1, but in the backline, Mazaros came in with a big swashbuckle, big Boundless strike as well to hold him in place.
Holy.
The tempo game, man.
KYXY is still without an ulti at this level. I mean, at some point you gotta be like, yeah, guys, if we had the ulti, that'll make a bit of a difference. Another thing that I find very interesting is just, I don't know, it's just weird that they don't have the KYXY's ulti available to them. Still, Drew having fun this game. This is still fine. Remember, Motivade.Trust is on the clock. They are the team that has to keep this sort of aggression going. And yeah, they were able to get 4 kills, and they didn't lose as much. But Reality Rift, they're still feeling a bit comfortable with this.
You know, there's a way back, especially after the previous game. They are motivated.
Although I'm surprised Motivade.Trust has Hustla as the lowest net worth in the entire game. That's something we often see, actually. He's usually pretty good at keeping his net worth up there.
We've got a replay. Let's take a look at that fight up at the top lane earlier on.
What canceled the... Yeah. Oh, he walked out of it.
He walked out of it? Wow. What a player.
Yeah, I think he wanted to do that thing where you stand on the edge and it's like, oh, there you go. KYXY, just no ulti.
Yeah. Well, look at that big boundless strike. Oh, just get him there. Immediately, they just turned that fight 180.
Boom, Bell, double kill. Yeah, by the way, he's going there with like 2 centaurs. So there's so much control coming out of that.
He was saying how Hustler is so poor in this game. Maybe that's why he wants to take some kills, you know?
That's very fair. You know, you do need gold to stay relevant in on the clockwork. Just a hook shot is just, it's not enough. And Mazaros, he sees that it's being taken. Is he gonna go do something? Oh no.
Goes in with a swashbuckle, only to disarm him. Nothing too drastic. It is the 15-minute mark, but Boom Bell is there with his
triple centaurs.
That's 3 stuns, and he actually pulls one forward as well. They want to commit, ram them forward. He gets the control with the boundless strike inside the Wukong's command. Will take him down. Nuts next to fall. Surely he does not survive out of this one. It's a whole lot of green and 1 red.
That was a heavy commitment with the Wukong, gotta be honest with you. But again, you also don't know if the enemy team is coming in.
That's true.
They might like be hidden. But yeah, KYXY pushed mid, got a bit of gold. Still, he's now starting to go a little bit behind Mazaros, who has been able to farm just a little bit better. Alacrity, still keeping there. He's gonna go for that fast agony. That's how they usually play. Just if someone gets caught, you just have a save, you have 2 disables, take people out. So it's a very nice item for the OD to have. Chen, number 1 support in terms of net worth. But as the game goes on, I imagine he'll start to... Oh, there you go, Philosopher's Stone. Screw that. He's got a GPM talent. He has infinite scaling, baby.
Yeah, it's a triple centaur or something to be afraid of. That one is just...
Oh, there you go. There's a Philosopher's Stone. That's going to be on Nuts, by the way. So now both teams have got themselves one of the better support items out there. Neutral items, I mean.
Looks like one's going to commit, 3 is going to commit down in the mid lane, while 2 more works up at the top. Actually, rotation's coming down in mid. They might just catch it off guard. Top lane tower is gone. Oh, the hook comes in, but it connects only onto the Centaur. Boom Bell is on the inside of the cogs. He's got to save himself. Uses the mech, saves himself for a little while, but the Astral is there along with the hammer. The Ice Blast only connects onto Q, so Q has to stay up for a while. Jackie's on his own. It's him against the team, and now the greatest counter. Here comes the Guardian Angel. He can't do any damage. Tries to dodge it with Mischief, but Mazaros, he's coming in. He's doing some sort of damage, but not enough to get any of the kills done.
Look at that chase by PL, and Mazaros might be going out.
Yeah, they see him. He's in a Roach Pit. There's no way he's outplaying himself, especially with that slow.
That Guardian Angel was all the difference in that fight. You can see that they jumped on Boom Bell. By the way, great work by Boom Bell to put those centaurs like behind him to protect basically his rear. But it was still too close to them. Still got affected by the hook shot. From there on, it was they just couldn't fight. Guardian Angels came out at a really good time.
Motivade.Trust, you have to be a bit more pressured with that team fight right there. You were supposed to hit the spikes early, but it's you who's falling behind.
Oh, less than 1k though. I mean they are 1k ahead actually, but yeah, I get what you mean. As
a team who's playing forward, you probably want to be more than less than 1k ahead.
You want to be really ahead, you know, like especially when you get ODPL against you late game and you've got, you know, Monkey King and Ember. It's like, that's a tier above, you know.
KYXY has no mana, does have the Heavenly Grace, just for some status resistance, some heals. He's gonna get out just fine. But they are trying their best right now.
I'm not
Trust actually just walking in, trying to probably commit in the mid lane tower. As you can see, they have all the enchant creeps here.
So the thing about Monkey King is that he has this very weird spike, where in the beginning of the game, Wukong's kind of useless. But later on, when you put it on next to towers and Raxus, it's really good. Especially when on Reality Drift, who has no real way of moving him outside, apart from getting force staffs to do it, which anyone can do. So it's very interesting to see how Monkey King sort of scales throughout the entire game. He just shoot up if you are able to.
Hold on, thought some fight happening up on the Dire Jungle. Actually gets the Ice Blast onto this Ember Spirit. Ember is down. Someone has the buyback. It's the AA, and a big Wukong's command catches onto all 3.
But Guardian Angel.
Yep, Guardian Angel saving him. Astral again to save. So this is a heavy commitment for getting nothing out of this one.
Oh, they got the buyback on the AA.
Yeah, they lost the Ember at the process.
And there you go,
they
Hustler.
lost their
Are you
Hustler.
happy
Okay,
now? Are you happy now,
Now
sir?
I'm happy, but they seem to want to stay on longer, actually, with the triple stun from the
One
Centaur.
more?
Maybe they can.
There you go.
Is under attack.
Not enough.
Not timed as well as the others, but still there.
They'll send these creeps to be fed onto Drew, which is not the best case scenarios at all. Drew is now 2k at least ahead of the of Trust's carries.
Well, it was. I mean, that was a good fight for Motivade.Trust. Getting a buyback, killing Hustler, but they did have to lose their Ember Spirit, who is, you know, pretty important. That the mid lane they say is kind of important. Off lane though.
Oh, immediately away with the swashbuckle, but the 4-star forward, he's looking to it into the tree lines, but Nuts getting caught out. Surely that's a kill.
Whoa.
Really, whoa! But the cold feet actually saves him.
He's gonna
Tries
go
to
for
commit
it.
for it. Rammed forward with the Slider Fist will take him down. 5 minutes, time for the runes, and here is Q. Slaughter tries to go up against Hustler, but man, that battery assault.
By the way, Lakwati, apparently he was chasing the Pango for like the last 6 minutes because he just got him. He just got the kill.
He got the kill. It was totally well worth it. And they get the bounty too. Do they?
They looks like
Well,
Fearless,
it's a 2-2.
Fearless is gonna get 2, so it's gonna be 2-2. But yeah, 3 kills in return for Nuts, who he kind of wants to die, so that your buyback timer goes in, so the death after is not as punishing. And remember, we do have the Philosopher's Stone on both the Chen, I believe. I'm not sure if actually Chen. I can't see his gold increasing as fast, but yeah, definitely on the AA as well as the Chen. I think we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see.
Radiant's top
The
tower
neutral
This
is
guy
under
just getting
attack.
bigger and bigger.
It's a tough game. If to play PL, we've seen is really strong. He's just one of the most strongest carries right now. The hero scales so well. Early team fights, being able to remove mana, even late game, just taking away people's mana is so strong. And Alacrity basically has the Aghanims right now available. KYXY gonna go for the Vlad, has the Force Staff, just get people out of the Wukong command. That's all he really wants to do this game.
What are you gonna do as Trust? Since you are supposed to be ahead, do you go for a smoke play? Are you even capable of going for smoke plays right
Well,
now?
they
As I
are.
say that they are trying.
They are smoking.
They are under the invis right now. They are trying. They really want to extend that lead. Nuts will be in the area to break the smoke. Nuts again, perfect positioning. This is some low value target, and they couldn't even kill that one. In fact, Alacrity makes the rotation in. Everyone, Monkey leaps forward, drops down to Wukong's command, but Guardian's Angel is there, and the Astral will save himself. Meanwhile, in the back lines, Hustler just going ham against Boombell. They're all pulling them into the Wukong's commando, but not enough. They have to get Drew. Drew is the guy who makes it worth it. He is falling down. He's standing up to fight, but will not end up victorious. In fact, the blink forward and actually gets the crush. Does he have to blink? How did he end up there? He does. He does have to blink.
By the way, yes, I do believe that Motivade.Trust should smoke. Oh, that happened. It happened. There you go. That's why I believe they should. Then these guys, so good. But I mean, we talked about the Wukong versus Guardian Angel. Guardian just, I mean, it's great, but yeah, it doesn't last quite as long as the Wukong's command. You know, Wukong's command is just a bit longer. And when you catch Alacrity early on, once they have a few BKBs, they'll be okay for reality. But until then, the fighting into some of these situations is really rough for them. Pango especially.
Oh, Ice Blast forward. Scouts it out. They got the Roche. They know. He passes by, but, well, that's all they could do.
So Chen's got the Force Staff. Alacrity, there you go. That's the Agonist finished. Looks like they might be going for Blink first before BKB. Okay. Hey, let's look at what happened in that previous fight, by the way. Yeah, you can see like poor Alacrity out of the fight early. Dop and Pango, pretty good to have against PL because he's just all that AoE damage. Nice heal from KYXY, just not enough. Now they're gonna go. Look at this double stun. You know, he went for the greed. Like you could have blinks right next to the Omni, but he's like, no, I want to get them both, and it worked out for them. So nicely done. But in terms of net worth, everyone's really keeping close to their enemy. The only thing is the supports. You know, Chen's number one there, whereas Nuts is way behind. Q also has way more than Hustler.
How do you make the initiation if you're so poor on the clockwork? But you need at least a blade mail on you.
Yeah, it's a hard game. And oh, there you go. Ember Spirit has a BKB. I like that. Although you know it does block hook shot, you're still hit by the ice blast.
Looks like they might go for a second.
Yeah, they're like the first one worked. Let's do it again.
But this time's different. The ones on the high ground isn't them. Oh, the smoke will pop. They will reveal Hustler in the river as they all commit onto one person. Where is the other teammates though?
Nah,
they get more.
They're happy to give just one kill. Wasting a smoke, getting one kill. But if Nut sticks around, he might also find his life ending very soon. Phantom Lancers. He actually exchanged. Is he exchanging Impla or not? Because I sometimes see it like being removed. And oh, Echo Saber. Yeah, Monkey King, Echo Saber. Going to go for that BKB. Very classic. They can win this in the next like. Maybe in this Aegis, maybe the next Aegis, they will just go up to the high ground, put out the Wukong command, BKB the monkey, hit the tower, and then just take the racks from that. So it is up to Reality to find a way to get them to fight outside their base. Motivade.Trust also getting all the bounty ruins on this one. That's hurts.
All the objectives in the world, man. Immediately straight down to the tier 1 tower.
Oh, Nuts.
Will he get the snipe? No, he won't. He won't. Nuts.
Quickening Charm coming out. Decent item. Wonder who's going to take it for Reality Rift side. And Repair Kit. Kind of the item.
Oh, he was waiting for it.
Oh my god.
Nuts! Nuts!
Oh, his attack is so cute. You know, it's like, takes forever. But okay. Well, there will be a Glimmer Cape coming out soon for the AA. And yeah, we got it.
Oh, double Astral.
It gives him quite a bit of mana actually to do that. But yeah, you can. It is the Motivade.Trust. This is what they need to do. Stick, push hard.
And they're doing it fine. Well, they already taken two towers down at the bottom lane. In that time, as they push in mid and got nothing in that objective.
Reality Rift, how hard? Oh, Telescope, a fantastic item. Anyone can take.
Oh, Nuts in the area on his own. He's just gonna get clobbed down. Jackie, easy kill.
Again, probably just trying to force them to go chase after him. And they get another courier. Okay. They see him, but Drew, you might be in trouble.
They're paying him out. The rotations are coming in. Oh, they're waiting for it. They're waiting for one guy to leave and gives him the number advantage. Drew is on his own. They know it. He's running into the tree lines. He's afraid, but right there,
in trouble.
They have the crush. They have the rolling thunder. They have all the lockdowns in the world, especially when you're this close to a wall. Look at that bash of the deep, and will come in with the boundless strike. Jackie, they didn't need you there, but okay.
Yeah, he just came here to get that kill, you know. Like, hi guys, I helped. Well, it's really bad when your carry dies to the enemy carry like that. So we'll have to see what they can do with it.
0-5-5 on KYXY.
He's still a very good Omni, alright? They just had a tough game, poor guy. He's gonna go for that load sword, an item that they need. They need to find as many dispels as they can because that corrosive haze against all that physical damage is really scary. Alright, are they gonna smoke? This looks like they're grouping up for a smoke. This is something they could do because it's like unexpected. You don't think that they're gonna do it, but oh,
they probably would. They know Rolling Thunder is down on the cooldown.
Yeah, but it's not. It's one of the lower cooldown ultimates. Like,
true. I mean, they spot him out already, so I guess that one's out of the bag.
And yeah, it's alright. Drew's back in time. Titan Sliver on the Monkey King. Pretty good item for him, honestly. He's also gonna go for the Aghanims. I feel like oh yeah, he has BKB. I was gonna be like, hey, it feels like a BKB is good, but then I'm like, oh wait, he has a BKB Diffusal Echo Saber. He wants another item. That is very impressive. I imagine after the Aghanims, he's gonna go for a Basher. Just get that a little bit more control for his team.
Like they say, man, when it comes to Dota 2, rule of thumb is you can never have too many stuns.
No. Repair Kit also available, and boom! He's looking. Oh,
he's falling pretty low. The Ice Blast forward though, will it actually connect?
Yeah, it looks like it will.
He's reading it. He got into. Can he get into shatter range right now?
Yeah, he's dead. He's
with
dead.
the vessel. Surely he will shatter eventually. Q rotating in, just to see no one.
Nice talent or choices by the Hustler, just making it very tanky. And I like what Chen did, by the way. He stood for a while thinking he's like, it's gonna pass. He expects me to go. So he's like, I'm gonna sit, but it's like, oh, at the edge. Ah, unfortunate for him, but good try. And hard coming out from PL. Nothing like crazy. It's like PL's build is so standard now. Pango has the Maelstrom though. Getting all these procs, they just want to clear out all these illusions just as fast as possible, get rid of them. Still, for a team that is somewhat on the timer and has the Aegis, Motivade.Trust playing pretty chill.
Look at Reality Rift though, they don't have no chill. They missed the first hook, but comes in this Phantom Rush. He's immediately runs straight forward, but he's inside the area of Wukong's command. They're actually beating him down. Doppelgangers forward, away from the rings. At least that will cancel it and actually force the fight someplace else into their favor. But Mazaros with the big rolling thunder in between walls. He keeps the stun going. But look,
he has a hammer.
He drops the hammer. And will this Amber actually survive? He will. Pops the BKB, tries to run away, but in the backlines already, Drew working on the supports. Q actually pretty tanky. Only gets the Chen down. But the rocket flare forward.
And I believe they also used all their BKB. So yes, everyone used their ultimate in that fight basically. But if you are Reality Rift, you're kind of okay with it. Because again, you slowed them down, you got them to use their BKB charge, which again, they're going down a little bit here. And OD has the quickening charm, which means his ultimate will hopefully, like, for them, be up by the next fight. But yeah, Motivade.Trust, that was also decent enough for them.
Did the Guardian Angel go off earlier?
It went off, but it went off like way later in the fight. They were already out of Wukong, but it was a good timing for it. Motivade.Trust needs to find a way to find the Wukong. The best way to do that is if you're fighting next to the enemy objective, because they won't run away to defend their Raxors.
That's true, that's true.
And Aghanims.
It's all good, man. I'm gonna clear up. They do scout someone. Q though, he's down in bottom. If he oversteps this, sensing an illusion. Will he actually? No, he will not come in down in bottom. Mid lane though.
They're giving the tome to the PL. They just want to make sure he gets as much to get to that level 25 and spam that doppelganger. Meanwhile, XY has a low swap. That's
it looks like they want to heavily commit onto this. Searing Chains actually connects onto one. That is Hasla, but the glimpse is there. Tease the Rolling Thunder a little bit. The crush comes in. Blink crush, ultimate place.
No
but
ulti.
All the sustain in the world. Hasla is not going down, not at all. In fact, they're going to turn this one around with the hook shot. And then the Astral Save is just buying so much time. This is a pause 4, by the way, making all the space in the world. Rolling Thunder has been committed. Pops the BKB. It went through
the
him.
tree!
The trees actually being cut. And now he fell down onto a 4-second stun. That feels bad to be a monkey at this point. 70 seconds out of the game. And now they're going straight for Boom Bell. The outplay is real. Drew just sees a fat target. Wants the Gorilla. Harambe's down. Takes in the mid tower. And they could actually look for more with 50 seconds. No Monkey King. They can rush straight for the second objective at the very least. Searing Chains is there, just trying to hold him back a little. Clear off these illusions, but
going higher might be risky, but taking another tower seems like it's well within Reality Rift's reach. The Monkey was not able to get the ultimate off, so there was a lot, like the Monkey was able to get his ultimate off. Pango's ulti was like okay. So as long as the Monkey King's ultimate is not up, Reality Rift can win a fight, but with it, Motivade's very strong. And that was just a really unfortunate tree to jump into, you know? Yeah, they got this, and they're not gonna go for more.
Played smart. KYXY finally finds some breathing room to farm in a bit. Actually, keeping up with Mazaros, the offlaner, who, have been a decent time, and he was having like such a hard time, but here he is, raking him up.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what happened in that previous. I want to look at that tree jump. Oh, he jumped into the Pango!
The Pango broke the trees for his teammate!
Oh, no, I was like, what could kind of... Oh, that's a report. That's a report right there. I mean, pizza party. I mean, a person, a date. We'll have a talk afterwards about it. Yeah, it's unfortunate. But actually, I think they killed Chen just now during that replay, by the way. I think Chen died again.
I think it's smoked for it too.
So well,
smoked up in Hydra, and then they got it.
They definitely will need to get a Pistol Blade on the PL, because good luck trying to kill this Ember without it. It's they don't really have enough control.
Drew turning into the monster he is. Young player from Indonesia. Here he is, just taking the Roche.
Completely, they completely aren't seeing this Motivade.Trust, because if they would go and fight this. They have all the ultimates in the world, and they have the Pango. Oh, Agnes
Dire's
finished on the
bottom
Monkey
tower
King.
is under attack.
Net worth lead now swings the way reality.
You know, just as much as they want to get a Abyssal for PL, I feel like you want to get an Abyssal as well for the Radiant side, just to catch the PL. And I can't help but think that Aghanim is a bit much. Oh my god, again!
Did he just break the trees for his own teammate?
Well, it was by accident because Ember Spirit, when you remnant away, you like remove the trees from the place you're going and the place you were. So it's kind of actually hard to play when your own team cuts trees. You got Pango and you got Ember Spirit. Yeah, it's actually gonna be a bit difficult for the Monkey King. This time it was harmless, but it already cost him his life once.
Yeah, you gotta be careful of those maneuvers, man. They are grouped up there. Might look to make something happen here.
And if I'm not wrong, but the stun that you take from dropping from a tree actually goes to BKB. So yeah, it's a pretty big stun to take.
That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. I'll have to wait and see exactly, but I'm pretty sure about it.
5 minutes. They already captured the bottom post, so they have technically map control right now. They can TP up top if they so wish to, TP down bottom. So it's all going their way right now. RR feeling pretty comfortable around the map, knowing that after the couple of team fights they took, they can take the pressure.
And Boom, again with the Chen, it's such a good hero, but we are entering the phase of the game when the Chen is just nothing. Like, yeah, I mean, the creeps, if you get the triple centaur, get the stuns, fantastic. 6 seconds of AOC stun, no one can say anything about it. But it's hard to pull off. Your hero's gonna die all the time. Your hero himself brings nothing. And the creeps can be killed as well, so I don't know.
Already going on to the tier 3 tower down at bottom. Boundless Strike just to hold it off a little bit, clear up the creep wave. But it's his illusion that's pesky enough. Searing Chains holds him in place. Just madness himself out of the way. The repair kit has been committed, but it's only just to delay the inevitable. Pounds forward, all they can do is small harasses as this tower goes down eventually. Falling pretty low. They have no reason to go back right now. Reality Rift. They are comfortable up in the front lines, especially with Drew and how far he is in the back lines. Immediately they get the control on Alacrity. Guardian Angel comes out a little bit too late, and this might be the fight they were looking for, but in the back line, Drew, look at it, straight up to Boom Bell. He doesn't even care about the cores. KYXY gets cancelled immediately with the Rolling Thunder. Drew TP's out of there, but the Searing Chains holds him in place. Is this an overcommitment?
Yeah.
Drew comes in with the crush, holds him down, Boundless Strike. Between two tier 4s right now, falling out of mana. Drew has to find a way to get out, but he will not. He will pop his Aegis. Probably not the best way to spend it, but it is what it is. And he's going to try to doppelganger his way. He cannot. The stun is there. All the chain stuns in the world will hold him in place and finally buries him into the grave.
Yeah. That was the KYXY's ulti didn't come out in time. They were like they were thinking, oh, maybe I can get close to Heavenly Grace, but he couldn't. Caused them Alacrity, and that chase by Drew just to get Boom Bell. I mean, really, what are you gonna do if you get Chen? It really translates into nothing of value if you kill him either way. So, especially when your team is being like butchered behind you. So this might force a buyback on the PL. They have repair kits as well on the Dire side. So both teams a little bit slow, and they're not really. Neither team is just the best tower destroyer either.
Oh, but this is two objectives at the same time. They really want to force the buyback from this PL, who's got 50 seconds on his clock. That's a long time though.
Oh, they have the
up. Ice
shot.
Blast to follow up. Whoa, but the Remnant away. Great read of the situation. It will defuse it. Repair kit's trying to do what it can.
And it looks like it'll 30 seconds. They still have another repair kit. They have the last repair kit available.
KYXY just tanking up the front lines. Chen is there to slow him down. Not much of a threat, like you said. At this point of the game, wow, what's good? What's good with a Chen?
Yeah, he's got 4 staff. He's got nice items. He got 4 staff. He can help his team, but him as a hero is like nothing.
They're gonna get the objective fast though, because in 8 seconds, PL's coming out. Astral is there. They have to disengage. They realize they've done what they have to.
Yeah, they couldn't get the PL buyback, but it's still a good fight. Remember, they wasted his Aegis. They defended their own racks. They got it to tier 3. So it is tier 3 is exposed on both sides. Sorry, the racks are exposed on both sides. So if you're Motivade.Trust, you're happy. Yeah, you would have loved to get that PL buyback, but you know, Reality Rift, it's gonna take a bit more for them to like waste the buyback like that. And he's gonna go for Abyssal on Drew.
We take a look at that though. They're both
smoke.
smoke up. Who's gonna catch who?
Oh.
Obviously the high ground. He sees him. Rolling Thunder catches on all three. Wukong's come in and Power Strike follow up with the Abyssal. Gets controlled in the backline with the bash. And now Hasla falling down low. They did not see this one coming. The fake back Hand of God will keep them sustained throughout the Guardian's Angel, and now they have absolutely nothing to work with. All the buybacks in the world. You said they were trying to force a buyback. Well, they have it now. Drew is trying to make ends meet, trying to get something in return, but they only caught one.
Oh, that's painful. Alacrity bought back, Hustler bought back, and I just love what Slar is doing. Q, he's jumping straight for the Omnia. He doesn't care about anyone. He just jumps and he says, "No spells for you." You know, so that was what a fantastic play by Q over there. Like he won them the fight. He won them that fight. By the way.
Hands down.
Do they actually have they have some sort of silence on the ring side? I think someone seems to have an orchid. Oh, Mindbreaker. There you go.
Have it. First hit.
That was great. Just, you know, you go in there, you hit him. By the time the stuns are off, sorry, the silence is off, you get another hit off.
Let's take a look at what went down actually in that intense moment.
I was describing perfect. Yeah, look at him. He just jumps straight at him, keeps him mashed.
Yeah.
He had to use the Lotus Orb to get it off, but by that time Alacrity was already dead because they know Alacrity is the big deal. Yes, there's no way you're gonna get Drew to kill him unless he's alone. But as 5, forget about it. And Alacrity, has he actually ever used his BKB? Can we look at OD and see if he used his BKB? Because I feel like he's always dead before. Yeah, it's 9 seconds. He used it one time, one fight.
There must be the chat commenting passive BKB on an OD once again, but for different teams this time around.
It's really not his fault. Like, there's not much more he can do.
They caught him off guard. That was a great initiation from Trust, waiting on the high ground. That was well played. Can they do that again? That was a perfect, ideal scenario.
That was like the best case scenario. But hey, they showed best case scenario. They can wipe the floor with you. So obviously, rather you can't be comfortable. Card is available. Basher is available on the Phantom Lancer. You got the doppelganger talent as well. And in this game particularly, Phantom Lancer is pretty good to have even late. Oh, there you go.
They're trying it again. You talk about it in an ideal situation. This time around, it seems like they know what's up, but Alacrity once again getting caught out by
That's the BKB.
Immediately drops the hammer, pops his BKB. Wukong's command again, just right-clicking him down, but Alacrity under the cover of Glimmer will get out. Meanwhile, Boombell getting clawed down by this PL in the backlines, but he gets out of there. He's still not giving it up though. Drew does finally get the kill on him. Chilling touch onto QQ is they're all just backing out. Motivade.Trust, they realize this is not ideal. What they did before is not a repeat of history. Has to pop the BKB just to get out of there, but he gets the Astral. It cancels his TP. Will he actually? No, he will not. With the Basher, he will finish the job.
That's a gem. By the way, I was thinking, wait, that's a pretty short BKB. And it's like, oh, it's a Minotaur Horn. It's not long enough for you to TP out with that. It's only 1.75 seconds, and TP takes 3 minimum. So yeah, that was not the ideal situation. And I love what Alacrity did. From the first thing he did was straight away ulti. He's like, I died so many times without it. Let me just ulti. But
get it off there.
Get it off, and then I'll be fine. But good play by Reality Rift. Good idea by Motivade.Trust. They did this before, but last time they were on top of the stairs. This time they were like in the middle, and Reality Rift had some people there as well. So they didn't have that vision advantage that they did. Can they force out a Pango buyback?
40 seconds. You probably don't want to use it, but that's your racks already gone. Going straight for the other one. Drew again just forefronting the whole thing.
1 Rax is okay. You know, you can recover from 1 Rax. Oh, they no,
actually forced it. The pressure is there. Immediately jumps to the backline with the Remnant, but Hustler comes in. Oh, holds him in place. Everyone's just leaving. They left the Wukong's command, and now that's a lot of the damage just mitigated. The save is there as well with the Astral. They can just look to commit right after this one's over. The duration is done. Monkey is now Wukong's command anymore. They take down Q. They know this is it. This is their moment.
This I mean, we talked about this. There's nothing that holds them once you throw the Wukong. There's no Chronosphere. I mean, not that you want to have Chronosphere, but there's nothing. There's no black an RP. There's no black hole. There's nothing that just says, "Hey, we're gonna stay here." And if you do that on your own objective, they just run away and wait it out. On their own, they can't. They have to fight. But here, they're just like, "Yeah, we'll just leave." And now they have all their ultimates available for this fight.
Yeah, Trust is trying his best to come to creep waves, trying to delay. That's the name
Oh,
of the
they
game.
know.
But they scout out the Roche, and I don't think they're fit enough to contest it, especially with Wukong commands actually being on cooldown right now.
Yep, that's Slardar, no Wukong. That's you got 25 seconds, or if you want to take it. And they know. They actually scan the area. They know. They're like, oh, they're there, but we can't do anything. Actually took the leveler on PL. That's kind of neat.
Oh, they're picking it out though, and they're actually making the advancement towards the Roche pit under cover of smoke. Flares come down. They can't see it. Remnants forward. Oh, the timing is not right. He does have an axe, so he can't move around. But the Abyssal, it's right there. It actually gets the bash onto him, controlling him in the backline. Drew, but he does pop the BKB, and now they're turning this one around. Everyone's focusing Drew. Meanwhile, in the backline, Alacrity cannot come in close for any sort of save. They're turning this one around. Hands of God, but he was vesseled up, so Ember will die as Drew turned his fight around and man up. Now they want more. Already committed the Ice Blast onto Q. Q will fall with the right click and Cold Feet already applied onto him. Jackie has the BKB, but there's nothing left. There's nothing left in his skill set. They forced 2 buybacks. Trust already committed 2 buybacks. Will have to do something about it. Played passive.
I mean, there's no ultimates of it. I mean, they do still have the hammer, but actually they have all their ultimates. They only use the A Ice Blast. That's really unfortunate. What Wukong command is available? They want to set up base here. You can still take the Roche. You can go in with the Monkey, put up the Wukong, and take it before the enemies does. Or they can just go back and kind of hope to get a pick off now. DD Ruin as well. He's gonna deny it. I think with the there you go. You can't take it. Not gonna wait for them to take it themselves.
Drew's just running forward.
Both teams know. One of them with a tornado, one of them with a cream. It's so cool. They just know.
But Reality Rift should be the ones more comfortable to be taken in the Roche. They know that it's all gone. They don't have a Wukong's command, at least for a couple of seconds now. They're just going to take this Roche, maybe go for a next objective, but they want to contest it. Random forward. Oh, Rolling Thunder, big one inside the Roche pit, just pinging around. Wukong's command finally committed, and they are in the pit, so I don't think they can actually get the control. Q clicks the Aegis. The Wukong's command doing decent amount of damage, but unfortunately not even a single one will die. Hustler is low, but he's still alive, and now the Makaros will get Ice Blasted. That will not. Actually, he survived. Q finally pops his Aegis, and now they want to try and stick and fight. Jackie is in the area trying to get some stacks. Does get some sort of sun. Alacrity drops the hammer and astrals up this monkey, but not enough damage to take him down. Jackie actually secures the kill, so this is going well for Motivade.Trust so far. 2 dead on the side of Reality Rift. They can get for more. This is the fight they want to. This is not the ideal, but they are turning it into one. They're making it work. Gets the Searing Change controlled onto KYXY. 4 dead on Reality Rift, and this looks like the swing, the heavenly grace they needed for Motivade.Trust to move on forward.
There's buybacks on all of Reality Rift though. And I mean, they did force buybacks from Motivade.Trust, but yeah, your Reality Rift, you're feeling pretty bad. So luckily, you have one of the best stallers in the game with the PL, who will be able to try to touch some creeps, but I imagine there might be a buyback or 2 coming out.
Or at least they should force it. Drew.
Depends on what Motivade.Trust want to do here.
Oh, he will scout it out with the illusion, so they know. When the monkey's 2 steps ahead of him, scouting from the top lane, goes for the leap.
He's just gonna go there, throw the Wukong. Don't care, just go throw the Wukong. That's how they played the Roshan. They just got close to the Wukong, and Reality just they can't fight. Although this delay tactic is working for them.
Oof. Now they don't have a creep wave. Well, they have. It's just pretty low. And
looks like maybe just Alacrity might have to buy back, because Hustler's going to be back in time. KYXY, same thing.
Maybe they don't even get a buyback at this point.
With the way they're able to stall this out.
Oh, they're trying, but these PL illusions, it's just doing so much work. It's annoying. Their creeps cannot push way forward.
No Fortify available, at least.
Something good's going their way. They do take down the tier 1, tier 3s. Working on the racks, but no avail. Here comes the Ice Blast. It will pop onto no one, actually. So they do hold.
I'm very surprised by them not throwing the Wukong just there and then, just taking it straight away. But I mean, I don't know. I find that very surprising. Well, Slaughter, what's he going to go for? He's going to go for the Assault Cuirass. Just keep everyone tanky. I wonder if Chen has a pipe at this. No, he's sticking to the Glimmer, and that's it. No, realizing there's no reason to double down on healing. Ember Spirit has the Shivas. We're going to go for Molly. Just a big AoE, as much damage, magic damage as you can. Just get rid of as many PL illusions as you can. Pango has the Abyssal, actually. Oof.
I was meant to
That's an item. Lincoln's is finished on the Omni, though. So that's, you know, you might have Abyssal, but now we have Lincoln's. Cancel each other's out if you can use it properly. He also has the Lotus Orb, which has really been putting in work. PL, 6k gold. Gonna go for the Orchid, I believe, into Bloodthorn.
Some sort of silence off. Who do you prioritize it to? The Ember, most likely? So he can't get away just willy-nilly?
Yeah, I mean, anyone who's used their BKB, basically, you know? Because if someone's BKB, then you can use on them.
My thrift rewarded.
Alright, looks like Chen took the minus 30 seconds Hand of God talent, which is kind of cool. Some of these heals have been coming on point, you know? Like I said, it's not one-to-one counter because sometimes you can just, you know, miss. Yeah, exactly.
Fortune.
Slaughter does not have buyback, by the way, so he's fine spending all his gold just to get that Assault Cuirass. 10k ahead for Motivade.Trust. Did not force a buyback though, and I believe, yeah, almost all of Dire has their buyback. Karaxo is close, so is Hustler, but they didn't be careful. 400 gold away. You know, if you die, you're not gonna get that for bounty rings.
They have to try their best. Reality Rift already actually gathering up in the top lane, the top jungle. They might look for it though. They don't have the, I mean, they have the hook shot, but besides that, not the best initiator.
No. But by the way, we're talking about long games. This is a long one.
This
is a long one as well.
It's about sustaining through it all.
Yeah.
And that's what Reality Rift has in their bag.
I wouldn't say they have it in the bag though.
Yeah, no, I mean in terms of sustainability,
yeah,
right? Like
they can sustain long fights, but Wukong, I mean, it lasts forever. You know, it just does.
Oh, he spots him out. Actually sees the leap. Will they actually get a hook shot over? No, they will not.
He thought of it, but looks like Drew is gonna go for the Bloodthorn, silence and damage combined into one. I actually wonder where he's gonna put it. It seems like it's kind of full on slots now. You know, boots, I guess. You know, well, you don't really need boots because you can have the Phantom Rush. So yeah, his boots are off. But it's one of those things where it's like, hey guys, I'm maxed. I literally can't do anymore. Which means that for them, this is this is the peak for Drew. What can you do with it?
It all comes down to the execution. Will they actually get a clean one off and actually end the game being at their peak, or will Trust actually find a way around it? Motivated they are as they are. This is game number 1. They have the 8k gold advantage, but buybacks aren't on their sides. Not so much though.
The one thing that I imagine PL might do is get a Moonshot for Alacrity, because you want to attack as much as you can, get those stacks going. By the way, Monkey, I don't know if he's BKB'd. I swear half the time I'm like, is that BKB'd? He's like glowing. That hook shot.
Yeah, nearly connects though. That was a whoop.
That hook shot. Vision provided by the AA. Hustler just a tiny bit was not ready to throw it.
Well, right now, at least the lanes are pushing out away from Reality Rift.
Everyone's got buyback in a few seconds. Everyone's going to have buyback, except Pango. Pango's pretty far from him, but everyone else is going to have buyback. We are in for the long haul. Oh, so much for that.
The initiation onto this Pango. Mazeros, he's a big contributor in these team fights, especially with the Rolling Thunder. They can wait this one out. He's going to have the roll back, and that was his BKB as well, getting popped. So, they got a small victory in terms of
getting the cooldowns. Yeah. Just the Pango BKB as well as the Rolling Thunder. But again, Monkey comes in terms of Wukong, you don't want to fight. You have to wait, go out, come back in later. So they have stalling tactics on Motivade.Trust as well.
Straight down in the bottom. Rax just trying to finish the job here. Trying to get some sort of super creep lane, pushing in here, something for them to worry about, but immediately that Amber Spirit moves on forward to cut the creep wave, so they have to go up against backdoor. Drew immediately goes in with the Abyssal onto Boombell. Boombell force-stabs himself forward. Glimmer, he will actually survive, so nothing much lost there. They cannot get the Rax through the back door. They're holding pretty well. Motivated.Trust playing it how they should.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they just, and Pango's ultimate is gonna be up in like a few. There you go, it's up right now. So that's all they really wanted to do. Just wait it out, try to get what you can. And if you try to split your efforts, they're always split pushing so well. Both teams are able to delay. We are 55 minutes in. We gotta talk about some tier 5 items very soon. Or maybe not.
There because apparently Boom will fall down, but the Rolling Thunder in the backline actually takes down KYXY. He cannot get in range for the Guardian Angel. Then he's going to focus down Alacrity. This OD did not stand a chance, has to buy back as well. And now Hustler trying to go for him. Jackie is making it out. He's got the vessel on, but Hand of God comes in to save him a little bit more. It's a clutch one, but Drew, he's committing far forward. Jackie has the cheese already eaten it up. He's full in HP, full in mana. He can come in to reset and do more damage. In fact, they're not done just yet as well. Reality Rift committed a couple of buybacks on this one. 2 buybacks on that one.
Big ones as well. KYXY, as well as like the 2 of your core. Only Drew has a buyback. And remember, there's still every ultimate's still available. Except the Chen Heal.
Yeah. All they gotta do is get the perfect initiation on the key target before anyone gets it off. They're playing it right, they're playing it smart. Motivated.Trust, they know the key target to get into, and KYXY being gone was exactly what they needed to do. Again, gets the crush, holds Drew for a second here. They have already used the fortification. So they're just going to cooperate down. It's going to fall down eventually, but a Monkey straight to the back line. They know KYXY, he's the guy. Rolling Thunder forward, zoning him out. He can focus on a PL. PL's on his own. Drew, he's there in the area, but the Abyssal comes out, holds that Bell once again, but now a big Wukong's command. He is right smack dab in the center of all the circle, but the control isn't there. He's going to walk out of that one with the Guardian's Angel. He's fine. And this is go time if you're Reality Rift. Although you don't have a buyback, but they know that the Wukong's command is down. As you said, Wukong's down. That's your one-way ticket in.
Yeah, exactly. I think they just walk out again. There's nothing keeping them there. They're like, hey guys, everyone got Gun Angel, walk out. With Gun Angel doesn't last as long as Wukong. We can't fight in it, but
he gets control on, but the Ice Blast though, he's baiting him in. It connects onto all 3. Blast immediately. Drew commits forward, block the hook shot, so they will not get the stun. He will be far forward though. Q, a bit off position, tries to commit in the backline, but Drew is going to beat him down to a pulp. But with the Glimmer, he will get out just in time. Drew focusing on the objectives here, playing it smart. Don't have to overcommit as they did earlier on down in the bottom lane. So, yeah, Ramden forward, actually goes to the back line, sees KYXY just being super annoying, but the Abyssal, the Force Staff misses, actually pushes him away from the Boundless Strike, and now Drew again on his own, but his team is just playing 4 protect 1 at this point. Use the Abyssal on the Amber, connects with the hook shot and the cogs backward with the hammer. The damage is there, has to force the buyback. Jackie now with his BKB, trying to man up against a single Drew, but that guy is never alone. He's got illusions. Ooh, Mazeros came in with the swashbuckle just to clear it all off, but now Abyssal once again holds him in place. They're turning this one around. Drew's actually the one playing low. Tier 4 is actually taking him down. Has to doppelganger away. You know he has an Omni Knight and the backlines just to save him up if he has to. Mazeros goes for Hustler, but Hustler is a tanky support as he is.
That was a lot of punches being traded, but actually no one died. Like Chen died a long time ago, and but that's about it. And they just want to get these racks. They're still stuck on the melee when you could get the range for free. Oh,
they're going to do this one again. Rinse and repeat. Abyssal onto this Monkey King. That's the game plan here.
Wukong is available.
Oh, that's going to be a big change. Drew actually comes in. He's been stunned up, but the Boundless Strike misses with the doppelganger dodge. They do hold the barracks, but this Amber cutting the wave earlier on is buying so much time now, and the second wave is coming in.
They have Guardian Angel.
They have to do this one again. Guardian Angel is up, so like you said, he's got to be wary. Those Wukong's not going to mean for anything. if they can't get a right click in.
Roche is up. They have. There you go. Oh, the refresher probably on KYXY, or maybe even give him the Agams, make him stand as far. It becomes a global ulti. So you just make him say, hey, stand as far as you want and just ulti us twice. That's all you need to do.
Be safe.
Yes, literally, you can stay in the fountain, just press R twice. You know, refresh R. Yeah, I imagine they just give the refresher and the Aghanims to KYXY.
It's not going to be that easy as they recognize
Here comes the Wukong,
it.
though.
That is the game plan. They recognize it and they immediately go for the initiation.
Jackie.
But Drew gets pulled backwards by the Abyssal. And he's trying to survive here, but he will go out just fine. Actually has a lot of illusions to play around with. This Sleight of Fist does not connect onto him.
No mana.
Yeah, no mana. So he has to go back or get some sort of mana in before he goes for the second initiation. But for Reality Rift, the pit is wide open. They're just going to march back in. Ooh. Mazaros, though, gets the Abyssal onto this PL in the back line, in the front line, actually, way far forward. But no one has got the means to take him down. Swashbuckles, clears up a little bit of the illusion, but he's just going to go for it. He holds him down. They pops the BKB, Rolling Thunder forward. They need to control Drew. He is the key target. He's the trifecta. Oh, the Astral save will keep him in place. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. Actually misses the hook shot. It goes onto his ally. Drew, though, still alive. That's going to be an issue. Drops the hammer, but no one's dead from it. Oh, he's turning this one around. He kills off Mazaroff. Mazaroff has to buy back. The fight is still going on. This is long drawn out. Jackie, it's you against the world. He's out of mana. He's vesseled up. There's no heals coming out on his side. The 4-star forward will buy him some time, but he's trying. He will not. He has to buy back as well. Mazaroff bought back for this. He's got to be careful.
They haven't actually used the Wukong. They've been holding it this whole time. And this is one of the problems with Motivade.Trust's draft is against Reality. Both teams are very mobile. You got Ember Split, you got PL on the time, you got Clockwork as well. You got all these heroes that just want to move around the map the whole time. And you're not really able to do much with the Wukong's commands because of this. It's just whoever comes out, everyone runs away. And there you go, Seer Stone, first tier 5 items in this tournament. I believe it increases your cast range by 350, as well as the attack range by the same amount. So fantastic for those. Oh, Mirror Shield! What an item! This reflects a single target spell every 4 seconds. Basically, in this game, you're only gonna reflect the corrosive haste because everything else is basically AOE.
Sometimes that's all you need. You need the armor reduction so your Drew can come in and just clean it all up.
20 to all attributes, of course. That's not. Yeah.
There we go. That's big stats going aside of whoever picks that one up.
And yeah, 3 cast range. Oh, 300 vision bonus as well. That's not. Ex Machina refreshes the cooldown on all items. Interesting. So you can use it for double BKB. I don't think that Monkey King can really benefit from it, but on the sadly Radiant don't really have a big item user. And by the way, PL almost level 30 with all the talents. You're gonna have that crit talent coming real soon, along with, of course, every other talent.
They're going back into Roche. They know this is it. Picks up the DD rune. This game has been long drawn out for like 60 minutes right now. This is as intense as it gets. Do they recognize that?
Stygian Desolator, not great. Ballista's pretty damn good, but you don't have someone who can use it. Because basically a range item for you to use. And the Pirate Hat is basically a meme at this point. It's attack speed, and you get a bounty when you kill someone, which is really just nothing. It's the attack speed.
You gotta be careful. It's a smoke and smoke action onto the high ground. They broke it immediately. Rammed him forward, but he gets Abyssal up. This Amber is in control. They actually take him down at 130 seconds. Jackie comes in with the Wukong's command, only the proactive Guardian's Angel to hold him in place. Alacrity will go out with the Glimmer on him and the BKB. He's going out just fine. They take down the Monkey King. It's over. That's 100 seconds on 2 of your cores and the slaughter your control. Mazaroth trying his best, but the hammer. End it, will ya? Just drop the sentence there and then. You judge, jury, and executioner. Alacrity. Team Reality Rift just ended this long drawn out hiatus. This fight, actually, this brawl came to an end after an hour mark. And my God, that was intense.
That was a game. You know, like, I mean, we went in, I was thinking like, yeah, Reality Rift looks stronger. But Motivade.Trust, they were not going to give them that game easily at all. And and the draft was I mean, both teams have very interesting draft. I like the Monkey King idea, I really do. It's just that you need something more to hold them there, like a Treant would have been great. You know, something just keep them in the circle. Whereas on the other side for Real, they had KYXY on just the Omnight. It's such a nice. It's a counter. It's just right. It's straight away. Just every time the Wukong comes out, straight the Guardian Angel comes out, and you're like, it's so good. And I do wonder if like, should it have been the Omnight ban and the LC let through? I don't know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
We can only figure out if they do draft that one in the next game. But yo, who in Reality Rift, man? Who do you think was like the ultimate carry besides Drew? Sure,
I mean,
he is the carry, right? So obviously he's gonna get fat and eventually turned into something else. But my God, Hustler and his hook shot though.
Some of them were pretty impressive. I mean, some of them also were like that last one where he went through. It's like it's like literally nowhere. There's like 15 enemies in front of me. He's like, no, I'm gonna dodge through and hit my ally. But
it was in a crucial moment when the fails happened. So let's take. It was a 60-minute game. Let's see what they have in their item stockpile. As you mentioned, a lot of tier 5s coming out.
Yeah,
run us through it, man.
We have the Stygian on Drew. That's kind of an interesting item. We don't see it's like a bunch of minus armor. On the other side, they have the Captain's Hat, which is really good on the Slaughter, 150 attack speed. So he just you're permanently bashed basically. Not sure about the Ex Machina. Oh, there you go on Jackie. Refreshes items so you can use the double Abyssal, which is pretty nice. But look at the score, 38 to 34. Like, the game was just so difficult for both teams. Both teams had so much sustain. And these fights are lasting forever. And Reality were able to just wither them down slowly. You can even see it later in the game where they go in, they get a kill, someone buys back, they go out, go in, get another buyback. And by the last fight, none of them had buyback on Motivade.Trust.
Yeah, and it was 100 seconds on like all their cores.
Yeah.
Also worth pointing out though that Motivade.Trust actually lost their peak like at least 30 minutes.
Right, like yesterday.
But yeah, like yesterday. But they held up pretty well. There was some slight of glimmer of hope, but I guess it was pretty apparent that they had no damage to deal with Drew at that point. They could only get him down to half HP at the very best. And yeah, it's still impressive nevertheless to be able to hold that long after you ticked out.
One of the coaches from a recent term told me that I don't want to have two heroes that do the same thing. And Ember Spirit, the Monkey King, kind of, I mean, Pango, they all do the same thing. They all just run around the map, they get some kills, and they just really scale well to a certain degree, and then they're just, late game, they just don't bring enough. So that's what we saw on this game. Ember Spirit could do all he could, but it wasn't enough.
So let's see who is the most standoutish player.
Yeah.
Drew.
It's been carry's day. Every carry is like, I got MVP every match.
I hope to see one of these days to see like a Pulse 4 being up there,
right,
just playing outstandingly. But yeah, it's undeniable.
It's deserved. And the guy, he was almost, I think he was level 30 after the last fight, which we haven't seen. So tier 5 items, level 30 on the carry. What more could you ask for in the game, dude, honestly?
He was technically the only army that they had to put up front. Everyone else was just in the back like, yo, if you're dying, I got you, bro. I got your Guardian's Angel. I have the Astral to save you. So, yeah, at that point of the game, it's really just a PL game.
Alacrity's performance was really nice, by the way. The amount of times where you see him sort of hand back, not attack, but Astral a couple of people to safety, it was really good. He may not have been able to get as much damage as he would have liked, but his saves were just as important as KYXY's saves. So good.
Reality Rift showing again their prowess as a major qualifying team, and you see now why they're here in this ESLC Championship 2020. We will get into game number 2 in just about a bit because this is a best out of 3. But before that, we're going to get into a quick break. My name is Scary Keith, and together with me, A+ Dota, Otomo. Look him up. See you.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call a shot to the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I distracted, your best, my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting the blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
See your dreams as a goal. That's how I'm seeing mine.
That's the big one. Falls the hole.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to what could potentially be our last game of the evening. It is a best of 3 in this upper bracket between team Reality Rift up against Motivade.Trust, and right now RR actually takes 1 game away. So if they win the second one, that could be the end of us, or will we get into a game 2 and potentially a game 3 if Trust could actually even the odds out. My name is Scary Keith, and together with me, smartest guy in the room, it's Otomo. Once again, joining me, who does not want to accept the compliment. Jeez,
yeah,
it's right there.
It's weird.
It's right there.
It's weird. I don't know. But yeah, we just saw game 1, Reality Rift and Motivade.Trust. They went 62, 63 minutes or something like that. We saw tier 5 items come out. They weren't a big factor, to be fair. They were just out there for like 1 team fight, and it was over. And Motivade.Trust already banning the Snapfire, which we talked about. Reality Rift banning the Nyx.
Yeah.
So again, it's like these heroes that they don't want. Reality Rift also banning the puck, which it seems like Motivade.Trust must have a godly puck, because game 1 also was banned in the first phase. Motivade.Trust banning the ES. Hustler plays occasionally, to varying success. I would say that his clockwork is more of a factor than his ES.
Yeah, but it's also the fact that, like, I think Puck and Nyx is just always a hot ban at this moment, right?
True,
In this
very
time
true.
in meta. So it's a bit safe. It's safe to ban that one out. Takes down a Winter Wyvern this time round. We've seen how that one worked out for the aggressive lineups in the previous matchup with Army Geniuses. Yeah, so it was the Wyvern into the Earthshaker. So they probably don't want that, knowing that they kind of share similar styles. Picks up the clockwork. You were saying that it's scary in the hands of Hustler. They let it through again.
It's scarier, honestly. It's honestly scarier than the ES. And I like that Motivade.Trust, they're like, yeah, we're going to take out the Omni. And then Omni that last game, because Jackie on Motivade.Trust really likes his Monkey King. Like, really, well, so much for that.
Well, you got a Ricky
Yeah, who cares anymore? I'm always saying. But we do see Ricky occasionally play as the mid lane, so there is a chance that Jackie will still have his Monkey King. And Ricky at late game, I mean, I prefer him over the Ember. You know, he comes out with a little bit more damage, so it's something you can look forward to. Slaughter as well, we saw played as a support in the previous game. Position 4, we might see it as well in this game as a position 4, but again, there's a lot of ambiguity now. Is it carry Ricky? I've seen offlane Ricky, I've seen mid Ricky. It could be one of this. Is it position 4, position 3 starts? Or there's a lot of like, it makes it hard. Yeah, it makes it hard for Reality Rift to. They also have the same thing with the clockwork. KYXY can play it, and Hustler can play it, but in most likely, it's like one of those things where it's like 80% gonna be. I have seen it recently though, yes, being picked on KYXY. They are wondering about this. Do they want to take something like the LC early before it's taken away? The Timbersaw might be decent this game, actually. Center. By the way, the problem with Ricky, they Lich. All right,
that's a nuts hero.
That's nuts heroes. You know, it's like no need to argue about that. Nuts, because he's incredibly solid. By the way, it's one of those. He's one of those unsung heroes where he always performs well. You never see it because it's like. You know, he's a position 5.
Yeah, people look over him like he plays a sport.
He's never gonna get the rap page that's like, oh
for
wow.
Sure. Well, maybe one day when he ends up in the MVP, then we'll all be stunned about that one.
But next round of bans coming out here. Reality Rift. What are you gonna ban? Oh, interesting.
You just mentioned it. It's a good pickup, and they take it away.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised that they did actually. Where as well as the PL, because Drew, yes, I mean, I have a headache watching him. Can you imagine playing against him? You're like, there's PLs everywhere.
Yeah.
There's just everywhere. So they take him out. Meanwhile, Reality Rift, what are they thinking of here? They have the next choice of ban right now.
10 seconds remaining.
What do you want to take out? You already kind of showed your supports. Like, would you want to ban out supports that you don't play against? Is a possibility. In game 1, what do we see that was really impressive? Again, Monkey King is something you want to ban. Bat Rider. I believe Bat Rider was also banned in game 1.
Radiant team pick.
I mean,
Troll.
we could see
there you go.
Impact.
Rubik, something wrong with his eyes, by the way. Usually they're a lot bigger. You can see that they're like tiny specks of green instead of Reality Rift. The Troll goes. Magnus is still available. Ember is still available. OD is still available. OD is kind of solid because the Astral lasts longer than Tricks of the Trade. So you get caught on them, just Astral, you can say keep someone alive.
10 seconds
So these are the heroes that they currently have. OD third
5
pick means that
seconds
you're really
remaining.
revealing your mid relatively early.
Trust is expecting a carry pick, though, actually denying out the troll.
I'm feeling LC. I'm feeling LC actually. LC or Abaddon.
Great lockdown, yeah.
It's more of also on the dispel. Those corrosives,
Press the
yeah, corrosive hazes can be a nightmare.
That's true.
And yes, level 25 is undispellable. Level 25 is level 25, like way over there, which almost happened last game anyway, by the way.
That was a 60-minute game.
That was a 60-minute game, but yeah, LC I imagine something that Reality
Radiant
was.
team.
Okay,
Ooh,
they
they
go
went
for
for
gyro.
gyro instead.
Drew's gyro. Not ready to reveal KYXY's hero. So we have the 1, the 5, the 3, or the 4. We don't know yet. Motivade.Trust though, pretty decent actually. By the way, now that you have Rubik, we can definitely confirm that Slaughter is the position 3 and Rubik is the position 4. Some teams very
10
rarely play the Rubik
seconds
as a
remaining.
5.
Yeah, they do, but like I've seen like, I mean, it's
5
no
seconds
comparison,
remaining.
but like Team Liquid Kuroki always plays it as 5. But yeah, it's most likely the 4 in this case. Yeah, throw the Slardar into the offlane. He was pretty impactful in a previous match. He
Yeah,
probably,
but
he could
different player.
Yeah, he could. Oh, true.
Different player.
He could probably do more with farm.
True. If we have him like something like the Agams, BKB, just make
Yeah.
that lake, just stay inside and fight. It's very, again, similar to the Wukong command where you also have this area where you're like, I want to fight in this area specifically.
Except the cooldown is shorter.
Much shorter, much shorter. But Motivade.Trust, they still have a minute and have to think about it. They have to pick, maybe their position 5. It's still something to think about. Oracle is in the pool, and obviously Rattle Rift, they're not going to take it. They already have their position 5. Oracle's in the pool. Oracle's pretty decent, actually. Not that bad against the Gyrocopter to stop him from flat cannoning. So that's kind of decent. Someone gets hook shot, you can save them.
Good dispel against the corrosive haze. Does it dispel them?
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about Motivade.Trust taking.
Oh, I thought you meant reality
No.
taking it up for themselves.
No, because we.
Oh, that's true. We have nuts already.
Yeah. So it would be a decent idea for them to take it. I like the idea of Oracle from Motivade.Trust. I'm trying to think what else. They have decent control. You know, Rubik Lift, Slytherin Guard. Those are pretty good spells. Some sort of forced movement would be good. Anything that could get someone outside of the cogs is great. Or move them around. But Snapfire is already taken. I'm trying to think what else can move you. I mean, Pudge. You know.
You think we'd actually see a Pudge getting drafted here?
No, I just think that forced movement is what you kind of need. Dark Seer can move people around, but no, I don't think that's what you want. Is it gonna be Oracle? Tell me if it's Rubik 5 or yet. They got me. You know, it's like Shadow Demon. Damn it! Well, you know, I swear I was thinking of Shadow. Not like just now, but I was like, Shadow Demon is a save as well because of the disruption. They got me. They got me.
They got you. They got you.
They got me.
They heard you. They heard you. They're probably stream sniping right now.
But Reality Rift now, they need to show us. Is it gonna be KYXY's heroes or is it gonna be Alacrity's hero?
Radiant
and
team back.
It's a Drew hero. No, it's a mid.
Yeah,
most likely mid.
It's gonna be Alacrity on it.
Yeah.
They actually styled with this recently. It Motivade.Trust. Now they have to pick a mid that's really good against Meepo. Oh dear. And they, by the way, they both times they pick it as 4th pick. You know, they never take it as the 5th pick Meepo. They always take it as the 4th pick Meepo, so you can adjust just a little bit at the end if anything crazy happens. Motivade.Trust. This is gonna be a thinker. You have to pick a mid that's pretty decent against Meepo. It can. I mean, like the spirits are kind of bad because if you get netted, okay, so I have to.
Dire team pick.
And DP, there you go. Death Prophet again being banned.
Radiant team.
And they take the center. All right, that's gonna be KYXY Hustler. Okay, it was kind of pretty much expected. It's like surprise.
You said you need a movement. So
yeah.
Here it is.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, there you go. But it's a move, but I was hoping for moving for the other side. Well, actually, no. You have the lift from Rubik. That's forced movement.
Yeah, that's forced movement as well. But I like it on the Reality Rift as well. The engage-disengage potential for the Stampede. It's just very good. Offensively, defensively, whichever it is. I mean, if Meepo runs you down, it's pretty much over at that point.
I feel like Reality Rift is done. Like they're done with. Like they're like, let's just win this. And, oh, okay, that's good.
All right,
that's a good pick
against a Meepo. RP him in, then like they're just gonna deal in with the damage. Not to mention Smokescreen is there to cancel any sort of poof plays he wants to.
And you can empower the Ricky when he does the tricks of trade. Everyone's taking damage, and now we have this, the thing that keeps them all in the circle. Last game we only need something. You have something that keeps them all in the circle. You RP, tricks of the trade, Southern Guard, lift. All these are great abilities. On Reality Rift side, you do have Stampede though. So it's like if you only RP 1 or 2 people, or you don't combo it correctly, we're out. We're
out of there.
You're not gonna catch us. Not really good saves on Reality Rift sides. No dispels either.
But maybe because they want to just run at you. That's
exactly.
why they dropped the Meepo up.
They don't really care. But I mean, this is a tough one. Honestly, I feel like it's 50-50. I feel like Motivade.Trust, it might have a little bit of the easier draft to make it work. Reality Rift is Meepo though, it's crazy. So I don't know. I don't know which one's gonna win.
Based on the initiation and the firepower that's coming out from Reality Rift, not to mention the gyro can scale pretty late if they want to. I feel like they're covering all corners of the room right now, right? The mid and to the late game, and so I think just that itself goes to Reality Rift. That's me, but I could be wrong.
It's I mean, the problem with Lich is kind of useless late game. He's not really. I mean, he's fine. He has AOE Black Hole. Meepo is also tends to fall off. So you have like Hustla's Clockwork. I mean, anything that pierces BKB is always great. You know, yeah, that's always fantastic. But you know, later on, your what's it called? The battery cell is not as amazing. So you're looking at what late game, just gyro basically. Gyro Centaur is really not much. It all comes down to the Meepo.
So the question is, will it go to a late game though? That's
what thing because you have Meepo, you want to end it fast. It's a hard one because as I said, they got Magnus RP, and they got Ricky who's fine late game. They got Slar who's pretty good in the early games as well. So I don't know. I can't really pick one. I just can't. You know.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the final game of the entire series. Or will we get into game 3? We'll see as this one progresses. This is game number 2 of a best of 3. It's Motivade.Trust versus Reality Rift in the ESL Championship 2020.
It still bugs me that I don't even know. I can't like come up with one. It's like so close. You know, it's such a good draft from really both teams. Reality Rift, if the Meepo goes out of control, they can win this in 25 minutes basically. And that's it. They'll be done. But if Motivade.Trust can hold it, their late game is pretty solid, and you can never ever count on the team that has the RP.
That's true.
Any one good RP, the game goes the other way. And I'll be honest, I'm not really sure how I feel about KYXY on the Centaur. Well, we know he's great on the Knight heroes, and we know he's great on the Timbersaw and Kunkka, but in other heroes, this is a very cool trick you can do in your pubs, by the way. See if you go there, see the mid tower hits you, and then you'll know there's a ward there. Make sure the mid tower doesn't kill you.
That'll be a totally different.
It's like, well, it's hitting me. I think they might have vision. They just stand there for the rest of the day.
So if you're Motivade.Trust, you somehow played early as well, just to shut this gyro down, or is there no way you can do anything?
The onus is on Reality Rift to make something happen with Alacrity's Meepo. Like, they are the ones who must make something happen. And there's gonna be a lot of stress on him. So all you really have to do is counter-initiate against him. Whenever he show up with the Magnus RP. Of course, the downtime for Alacrity is there's no downtime. You can jump from one kill to another kill to another kill. Meepo, Magnus obviously is not the same, but even if you kill him a couple of times, that's a big hit for Meepo.
That's true. Every single time a Meepo dies, that's efficiency loss because his Meepo doubles could actually just be farming in the jungle or something.
Exactly. It's a lot of gone. And every time Meepo dies, a Smurf sheds a tear, you know? Like, oh no!
Blue tears.
Well, so, and I do imagine that, Fearless will do okay in the mid lane once he gets a couple of levels of Empower.
What about the laning matchup up at top and bottom? Who do you think is supposedly in papers come out on top? I mean, obviously you have a Gyro who's a range against a melee.
Yeah, but if you have Nuts on the Lich, when they try to chase him, it's not going to really do anything because he'll just be able to put on the Frost armor and he'll be fine. So, he'll be okay with it. But, so it's hard for Slar to get those kills. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane though, Jackie as well as Boom Bell. I don't know how Boom Bell, I'm glad to see him on a hero that has more impact the past 20 minutes, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, his chance is great, but it really puts a lot of pressure on him to end the game, like, early, just end the game.
True, I like the disruptor pick.
Shadow Demon.
I mean, yeah. So sorry.
He looks like this, right? He has a disruption spell.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, that's not fair.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon, because his ult actually is quite the hassle too. So if he gets his ult off, the Demonic Purge onto one of the Meepos, Stampede's not gonna help him at all.
Not at all. I was actually thinking that that was a pretty decent combo if you have the Bane as well, because the Shadow Demon Demonic lasts like till, you know, what,
forever.
9 seconds or something? It's pretty long. Well, like not 9 seconds, more like 7, but still that's a long time. Alright, Magnus taking those 2 points in power. And you can see he's right up there to the CS. And oh, nuts!
Has got some kill potential though.
That's a rocket coming.
It's coming. It's gonna get the kill secured for sure.
Nuts.
But Nuts had to outshine him with the last right click in.
That's a report. That's a report. That was my first blood. How dare you take it? But yeah,
the homing missile.
They want these. If you can win the side lanes as well as the mid lane, then I mean, reality of this, they can just end this really fast.
Alacrity already doing decently, I guess, in the mid lane, 14-3, just like the Magnus 15 to 3. So they're trading pretty evenly. Drew, do you think they could actually just leave him here? I don't think so.
Oh,
mid lane, all that thought, gets the ensnared out, the poofs, not enough to take him down, but the harass is enough to at least scare him away from the lane. Sends one Meepo back.
Nuts.
Oh, gets control, the cross shield is there, but Nuts pumps up the cross shield wall, going through it, but will go down to the Slaughter with the right click damage, and gets another cross up. Q is actually just staying in the area, just right-clicking him down. Drew is the one who's overcommitting.
One more bash.
He's got to be careful though. The Fiery Fire lets him hold himself for at least for a bit.
The farm, looking at the farm, yeah, it's like basically even. 13-2 to 11-5, so you know, both of them farming pretty well. There's no, I'm trying to look that any lane is really suffering, and KYXY versus Jackie, they're doing fine as well. So there's no lane that you can look at and be like, oh, this is crazy. You know, can't believe how much it's suffering. Look at this, Alacrity is just soaking EXP. He doesn't care. He's just getting half the EXP for free. Like, one of the best things about Magnus is how fast you farm the neutrals. Oh, okay, that's bad. Happens, but yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's 2 minutes downtime on his item progression, though. So
That's it might have been on the way back.
Yeah, that's true.
Might have been on the way back.
Be optimistic, right?
Yeah.
Look at Hustler going for the cheeky plays, disrupted up.
As for can you leave Drew? No, you cannot leave Drew alone. Yes, he's hard to kill, but he's not impossible to. Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. Yep, the poof again.
It's starting to go. It's really starting to go Alacrity's way. Yes, there's like 28 CS on Magnus, but a lot of them are becoming jungle creeps. All right, we are going to go into the bounty ruin timer here. Who's going to get it? KYXY. KYXY doing pretty solid on this lane. You know, not mean that I underestimate him, but he's not known for his centaur, you know?
I mean, naturally, I think a bit, Centaur's more sustainable than some.
True.
Especially with the retaliate thing.
Yeah.
So it should be okay. The top lane's where all the action that as Black Cannon goes off, that's the lift onto Drew. Drew going low, but the Rocket Barrage hitting more onto the creeps. They do get down the Rubik first before Marsaros wants to go in for the trade kill. He will get it. Marsaros into the tree lines, will not finish this one up. Gets the bash down and the crush. So unfortunately,
he needs mana.
He needs something. He gotta burst him down. What is he doing? He's right clicking into the trade. Nuts! Nuts!
That he had the clarity. Obviously, you can't clarity when you were being hit, but might have clarity before he ran to it. He would have had enough mana. Nuts! Oh, that's gonna be one of the where you watch the replay and be like, guys, I was one hit off. Come on, guys, I was one hit off. But I still haven't really seen him do much. I mean, I know he's in the bottom lane, but I haven't actually seen his impact in the game. He's 1-1. He's literally the lowest CS in the game.
Hustler has one job. He's sniping courier.
He got one courier. That is a big contributor to this contribution so far.
It looks like he might just go for it again if this courier just willy-nilly walks past by it. He's not in the area though to do so.
He is actually going some mid lane here. Maybe going to go see what Boom Bell's doing. But yeah, KYXY fine with the CS. Same thing with the Ricky, and it's just like, yeah, we'll just leave them. If one of them tricks over trade, the other one stampedes. If one of them runs in, the other guy has a blink strike. So like, there's no way they're killing each other. Which means that what they really want to do is focus on Fearless. Make sure that his Magnus isn't able to get the game that he wants. RP is a big factor.
Game-changing ultimate.
It is,
and time and time again.
Especially because RP is going to be mostly used as a nuke just to get Alacrity out of the game. And Drew farming well here. He is actually no, sorry, 29 CS. Sorry, my bad. He's farming okay. You know, he's got a couple of kills. And oh, Fearless.
All his
the
stacks.
stack. The big creeps as well.
Oh, push backwards
Oh,
though. The cogs. You might have overstepped.
No, that's not what he
yourself.
wants.
What have you done?
No.
You actually been disrupted.
So when you disrupt someone, you still have the
battery assault.
Yeah, battery assault's still active, and he's like, no, let me out. That is real unfortunate, and that's one of those mechanic things that he knew he would have just disrupted the Magnus instead, waited out.
Well, they get the kill onto Hustler eventually, but
Dyer's
yeah, it was at the expense of your mid player.
Oh,
Shouldn't have
this.
happened.
Oh, this. You can see Nuts. He has the clarity, man. Right? He has the clarity.
He just needed one more.
Like, oh, he's actually clarity up. My bad. He clarityed up while running in. I'm so sorry. I thought he didn't have it on because he has another one in his backpack, but yeah, that's my bad. He actually had it on, ticked in the last second, and he went in.
Okay, well, XY's got to be careful though. Shadow Poison's right there. They get the reveal on one stack.
Could be a kill.
Do they have the lockdown? Did not disrupt it.
Nice dodge, by the way. Double mango trees coming out here.
Oh, now Nuts committing far forward. I guess he was a bit triggered with
Whoa.
the previous one. Now he's
Nuts.
a bit overextending. Could it be a bait for Hustler? Hustler's making it into the backlines, but he will go down. Nuts a bit questionable this game.
That was weird. Again, if we see the replay, it turns out that he was doing something right, you know, just like before. We're like, come on, get it. Wow, level 6 already on Q.
Oh no, Hustler feed in next onto this Ricky. The lift is there, will go down with the Shadow Poison pop.
All of this is basically a sideshow. It is only, I mean, I'm not saying that this is the impact on the game, but 9% of this game is going to be decided by what Alacrity does when his Meepo starts playing seriously, basically. Because, yes, these kills, man. Oh, there you go.
As you were talking about it, the Poofs come forward, gets him, but unfortunately damage not enough to control this.
RP!
XY is in the area. RP, there's a big one. Skewer. Will he get Skewer? He does not. He does have this. Well.
They get the kill on the Shadow Team and the Rubik as well. But Ricky makes it out alive. And look who's here. Slardar is actually here.
To join in the party. Alacrity is not dead just yet. They can still turn this one if they so wishes to. YXY is falling low, but not dead. He's a tanky Centaur. Sinister Gaze can't control him up. Fearless, that's him gone. Jackie's still in the area. They do not have any sort of vision. Nuts finally
it was nice knowing you.
Tricks of the trade. He actually makes it out. Now they pop the dust. They're just running for him. Jackie. He's got to be careful. Hustler has the battery assault. Will hold him in place. Will actually get him down, but the disruptor is there. Oh, okay. That was the play.
Oh,
it
green.
Was a stolen call down, actually turning this one onto Hustler himself, and Jackie just comes in and go for the cleanup. Drew still in the area, but he's the one out of mana, and we'll have to back out.
That level 6 on early level 6 on Rubik is amazing. Again, yeah, losing Hustler and Nuts at the end of that fight, bad, but. Again, this is all a sideshow. What really matters is what Alacrity is going to be doing. That's the person you have to watch this game. And you can see when he went in, he took an RP. He was in tricks of the trade. I was like, this is going to turn out ugly. But survived. He survived it. Turned that fight around. Got 4 kills for his team without losing his own life.
And they might try to upset the balance again.
Nice stun.
As they go forward for, well, KYXY.
An impressive stun coming out from Q's side.
Yeah.
And you can actually see that they're going to go with, I imagine it's going to be a Crimson Guard for KYXY. I just want to get anything that can help the Meepos survive is what you need. Oh, Boom Bell.
Oh, Boom Bell.
Alacrity.
Deep on the inside of the trees.
His Meepo is godly. Next few minutes decide the game. And yeah, Vanguard finished. Top lane.
They're already working on the bottom lane tier 1 tower, so at least that actually opens up the entire jungle for him to farm even more.
Nuts.
Snowball. Nuts is in
Nuts
the area.
Nuts is dead.
He's the only one. They're going to come around him. Masaros comes straight in with the lift and the stun from the crush. Will be enough to take him down. Working on the mid lane tower and the bottom. They are just taking objectives one after another. They are done messing around, as you said. They're running straight for it.
This is, I mean, Motivade.Trust. It's, oh, there you go. They're gonna have some issues killing Alacrity. So what they want to do is just get kills anywhere else. Keep down as many other people. Make sure Alacrity has as little support as possible from the rest of his team. And I mean, Alacrity is a big deal, but you also have Drew to contend with later. Still, they are smoking up. Are they gonna go for Alacrity? It looks like Nuts. If you die for this, it's perfectly worth it.
Well,
Nuts, go die, Nuts.
They're all smoked up, running afterwards. Oh, they drop down the sentries. Scouts out that they know that they did not have the vision up on the top lane, but like KYXY is in the area, so the Stampede could be just in time if the
Level
smoke
6.
will pop. In fact, they're going for the smoke themselves. Hustler actually got some hogs into the back lines, pushes Bell back. Now they've got the Drew actually gets the kill onto one, and now they're going to follow it up more with Hustler. Everyone's just running into the trade, but Rain, ulti, Chain Frost bounces onto everyone, takes them all down. One more left alive, has the TP out of there.
Beautiful. I like what Hustler did. He went in. He's like, guys, just come on. I don't care. You know, I got them. Just in the cogs, and that was nice. Ultimate coming after Lich, and a 4 for 1 trade, tower for tower. Again, reality of getting the exact game that they need. Like, it's not what they want. It's just they need this to go this way, because if the RPs come out pretty good and you get a couple of kills on the Meepo, then the whole game switches the other way. Can you imagine if you RP'd that?
Yeah, that would be so bad.
I mean, I know he's showing off, but can you imagine if you RP'd that? And every team wouldn't know unless they have vision, which they don't. But oh god, that would have been something else if we did RP. Yeah, Crimson Guard coming out for the centaur. I imagine it's going to be Crimson Guard followed by Pipe, and that's when you really want to end the game. Agons would take too long to farm, so let's see what happened actually in that last fight. And
there you go.
They just get, look at that hook shot from behind. You can't do anything when you are being netted. And look, he just goes in, catches them right there. Right? No, not in the cogs, but they have to turn back to kill him, and that's such a cost. Look at this, only 2 people for it to bounce on. Just beautiful. Meanwhile, though, I wonder what's Clockwork guy is going to force staff, want to force people out. Anyone who gets RP'd, or you just force them out of the way before you get skewered away. Gyrocopter, nothing too impressive right now. He's got the drum. He's got the drums as well as the magic wand. So drums gives him a lot of stats, helps the team run away, and as well as chase, and it makes him really able to fight early on.
Yeah. That's the magical build, right?
Oh, so this is gonna be the Agonyms for the Mr. Centaur. Okay then.
All right, more stampedes to go around.
I do wonder, is anyone gonna make a pipe on the reality side? I guess that it's really not that much magic damage, honestly. I was thinking like Shockwave and RP some magic, but yeah, it's not really enough to justify. It's the physical damage you're worried about.
That should help.
All right, it's been a calm few minutes.
Yeah, it has been. KYXY is here, a happy pony he is, but not
He's
for
a
long.
centaur, sir.
He is a pony.
He is a centaur, a majestic centaur.
A majestic pony gets lifted up, immediately tossed backward. The bash is there, holds him on the smoke screen.
Yeah, that's when you want the force staff. Hustler, though, you recognize. I mean, sometimes you recognize a problem. You have to, but it takes a while to solve it. That's one of those situations. Alacrity, that might be his life.
There goes the shockwave. They're actually going to take him.
Nice Ethereal Blade.
Ethereal Blade actually keeps him alive, but unfortunately, with the crush, will finish the job. The first death on Alacrity's name.
Yeah, if again, 1 or 2 deaths, acceptable. If he dies like 3 times and doesn't achieve a Rax and that, then you have to be worried. Because now you're going up against the Aegis. There is no RP. There is no RP available.
And they know they're in the Roche pit, so they might just look to command. Call down
that's a good combo.
Cogs with the hook shot. The chain frost is there, bouncing onto 2. The force stuff actually killed him in the backline. Boom Bell now falling pretty low. Nuts is just going ham at it. The Black Cannon does connect. Oh, the tricks of the trade will get the kill.
What a combo.
And now Masaros, he is falling low. He just needs one more hit, but KYXY decides to well, double back, and now he's gonna pay the same. He's gonna pay the price.
This game is on fire. They had to buy back to secure it, and they're just gonna go for it. Mazmas might actually die.
Oh, he's gonna be careful. Those rocket flares do deal a hefty amount of damage. He's in the area. At least get one of them. No, he will not.
Both teams, 3 buybacks for Motivade.Trust, but they get the Aegis. Meantime, they it's like both teams so super aware of just how crucial the time is right now for Alacrity not to go out of control. Reality Rift, they want to make sure they don't get the Aegis, because being a Meepo trying to kill the same person twice, just you want to go in, burst out, leave. An Aegis really disrupts your plan. Ricky has the Battle Fury, and he has the Empower, so when he hits, he's cleaving for like a lot. Like, he's like, how much is the battle? It's like 40%. Like, it's a lot. Maximum cleavage.
Also means his farm is gonna be even more sped up now.
And Magnus, he's gonna go for that Blink Dagger. Gonna take a little bit of time for him to get, about a couple of minutes at least, for him to get that Blink Dagger, assuming no kills. And KYX, I mean, I like the idea of the Agonists, but
they haven't been utilizing it.
Yes, like when I Stampede, the thing is, if you Stampede, and you'll get that the ability to get them huge damage reduction, which is lovely. But I mean, are you gonna get it in time? Feels like by the time you get it, you know, we're way over Meepo's timing.
They might just. It drops down the sentry, but he's out of range.
Hustler doesn't have a Force Staff either. I'm thinking RR is feeling a little impatient right now. And oh, this was such a nice combo. This was such a nice.
Look at that. He forced off himself to his doom, but he actually didn't die though.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, here's take the full Ice Blast. I do think that KO actually came back. He should have stuck a little bit more with he left Drew, which meant that there you go. Ricky could kill him. Could have stuck a little bit more to him, like his bodyguard.
Top tower is under
yeah, but he's committed. 2,500 gold away from the Agonists, committed towards it. Alacrity is also here.
Dire's middle tower is under
All those nests checking to see if there's a Ricky nearby. It does reveal. And Magnus still trying to farm that Blink Dagger.
Doesn't have the perfect initiation just yet.
Dire's
it seems that objectively, this Meepo is still getting something done, right? He died once, he didn't die in that previous Roche engagement, thank God.
Top tower
but now they're clearing up. They're clearing up the jungles, working on the top tier tower. So
yeah. No buybacks being saved by anyone really. Well, actually, maybe you'll have buyback, but it's not a buyback game. It's one fight you lose kind of game. 200 health on the Rubik, does not want to be jumped on and killed.
Oh, he's got the careful tower, is now down, the rotation is here.
KYXY.
He has to stampede if he wants to use it. Great snare, holds him in place there with the net under the call down, but
that's it. They got the tower, but they trade their bomb tier 1. Again, a small victory for Reality Rift, and every minute that they're not fighting is good for Reality Rift because it is just being timed. But at the same time, I don't think Motivade.Trust is too bothered by that either. They know their late game is a little bit better because they have RP. So they know they're like, oh, you guys think, you know, we want to fight? You're like, no, we're fine farming as well. So both teams feeling like the Aegis is working in their benefit. You know, Motivade.Trust is not fighting, and Reality Rift just waiting it out.
But can they afford to hold the high ground though? Besides Paintball,
that's a kill.
Oh yeah, the lift is there with the crush as well, with the trick to the trade will take him down. But I mean, like, besides the Fate Bolt, what other wave players do they have?
I mean, you have the Shockwave.
Yeah, true.
Shadow Poison. Well, that takes a while. Yeah. That takes a while. Right? You gotta throw 3 of them, by which point the Creep Wave is dead. You know, you're like, guys, I helped. I was, you know, they died and I was around. But yeah, I mean, that was a nice kill on Drew, and they got tower. So again, Motivade.Trust inching their way. Like, the minutes go by, and I think Motivade.Trust is getting close to their win condition, more so than Reality Rift. Like this is another tower they're gonna get.
We're gonna trade out objectives at this point, and look, he's got the axe.
There you go.
Oh no, that is the time, and we were talking about being that tanky guy just staying in a pool. Roche just got a little bit tipped over to the side of Trust favor right now with the RP and that pool to play around with.
Ooh, they got him.
The TP with the disruption. It's a 4-on-1 surely. Single nuts. Can't take it.
Yeah, it's again, it's fine if he dies. He's really not that big factor, but a Meepo 5 5-1 and 5, I believe, something like that. He's had a good game, but
Can he get more?
it's like one of those pub games where you play where you're like, I played well, but we still lost. This is one of those things like that. He's playing really well, but he needs to play on his win condition, which is end the game. Of course, it's easier said than done.
Yeah,
Like, you know, like, oh, just end the game. As I said, why does this mean end the game?
But that is the goal. That is the objective right now. If you're Alacrity.
He's gonna go for the Skadi first. Interesting.
Stats.
Wonder I was thinking he might go for Hex actually. Not a single buyback available. I like that plus 0.5 seconds homing missile stun duration for Gyro. Like anyone ever uses homing missile in general. Like you just use it sort of like in the beginning of a fight to force the enemy to run away.
Oh, looks like they're going for the hunt once again. Already smoked up. It's just the
Aghanim's,
three of them.
okay.
He's got the Axe too. It might be the reveal.
Time
but
to smoke here.
Yep. It might
go,
be
guys.
smoke and smoke action. Courier is around, but KYXY is showing himself up in the top lane.
Oh, the courier comes in. We'll die.
Oh, they
Oh, it wasn't. What a bait!
Oh, what's on the inside though? Nothing.
I don't know. I think that was. Yeah, it has nothing. I think it was just there for it to die. Like they were like, we'll throw out something juicy that's not a life of ours, and they're like, oh yeah, they actually took it. Cool.
Get some info in.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Now look at that. They are the ones being the aggressor, knocking on their doors. Team Reality Rift, they really gotta abuse the timing, as you mentioned. They should, but
they can't.
Dire's bottom
I mean, you're up
tower
against.
has fallen.
Again, there's RP with a Blink Dagger. There's Slardar with an Aghanim's. There's a lot, and you decide to go. Yeah, I mean, you get this is so long. It took forever to get this Aghanim's and Centaurs. But he might prove us wrong and just do something well with it. But if you're wondering which team is gonna win, it's like Motivade.Trust has like a 60% win rate at this point.
they're willing to try though. Already smoked up on there, and Drew is just gonna frontline the whole thing.
Oh, actually, can we see the win percentages? Yeah. We can,
hold on. This one's a big kill. They immediately catches him. Oh, everyone commits onto the single slaughter in his
Good
own
save.
pool with the disruption save there.
RP.
He's trying to do something. RP catches onto all the Meepo. Can it end the job? Can it finish it up though? Mazaros playing around his pool. He's getting all the regens in the world, but that is only the delay, the inevitable, as he gets a single crush out, holds them in the backline, but the entire team of Reality Rift just cleans up.
Yep, and they're going to just go straight for a push, see what they can get. That's another kill for them, and this might be a lane of Rax. Magnus is not going to come back in time. Are they actually going to go and push it though? Rubik actually stole the Stampede, but his Stampede doesn't give you the damage reduction. You gotta get the Aghanim's for that. So yeah, what are they going to turn this into? Region Ruins available,
Radiant's middle tower is
and they know there's no RP. It was just used. That was kind of Motivade.Trust's
window.
Yeah, I mean they showed everything that they had in that fight. The Aghanim's, the Blink RP.
Radiant structures
So
are
Reality Rift.
They can technically push high ground at this point. I
But
mean, force it. No, they probably won't buy back. At least we have like 30 seconds on it.
But by the way,
there's no RP anyway.
kudos to KYXY. The Aghanim's did a ton of damage reduction in that fight. So, like I was saying, you might want to go more. I mean, you have Crimson Guard and you have Aghanim's. That's a ton of damage mitigation right there. Still, it feels like it took a long time to get there, and that was a risky decision. But they believe that they can hold it. Telescope, best item you can get. I like how Lich has the Keen Optic, now he's got Telescope, which is just like an upgrade version of the same item.
So now he can cast Chain Frost from a safer distance.
Or do the Sinister Gaze from further away, like,
That's
hello.
True. That's true.
Clockwork has got the Force Staff, Quickening Charm, another good item. Orb of Destruction feels like it should be better. It's like a 30% slow with... oh, there you go, he did go for the Hex. Right, I was thinking that Skadi would be a little bit too much, but he went for the Hex. I'm glad. Oh, look at that, look at that. We catch him. This feels like a good idea, you know, they're all grouped up here, and this is a nice RP. Stampede straight away goes and already has the Crimson. They're not doing damage. Like they just don't do damage to any of them. Once they get the turn, they just Ricky's out. You know, Mazros, there you go, he's out as well. Just able to kill everyone.
Illusion.
Roshan still, you know, dead. I can tell they're really waiting for it. So I imagine one of the teams might consider just, would they send the courier or just gonna keep something there for the whole time? Paladin Sword is a good item, but in this game it's rough to use.
Dire are
It's a bit of a
scanning.
stalemate at this point, though. Oh, what was that? Did he just commit his tricks of the trade just to get out of there?
Titan Sliver is available. That is a decent item. When you're going up against Hex and Ethereal Blade, you want to have as much time, as much reduction of these effects as you can get. Look at that. He just walks on throws. Anyway, if you catch someone, great. If you don't catch someone, so
Doesn't matter.
It's
The
a short
cooldowns,
cooldown.
yeah.
Yeah. This is one of the best things about watching pro teams that I hope anyone watching learns is just use your spells as often as you can. When a fight begins, don't think, hey, I'll just save my Laguna Blade in case something. Like, just throw it out, burst someone down, move on to the next person.
They're all huddled up. They might look to get into another smoke attempt. It was successful the first time round. They might actually look to do it again, especially now that Roche is inside the pit. I think Trust knows about this.
They do.
They're trying to check it
They
out
know
with
for sure.
Shadow Poison. They do see it. Oh, they might want to go and make the initiation, but it's Hasla who gets the hook shot down. Actually getting lifted up, getting tossed behind his own cogs, but now Masaros, he's in no man's land, but he's turning this tide around, especially in his own puddle. Alacrity does pick up the Aegis, and now that he can just go
Interesting
ham.
save.
Straight at it. Drew running in with the axe already on him. Oh, Hasla goes down to Fearless, but this Gyrocopter, he's just diving straight in. I hear a call down. I don't see him, but it is there. Takes down the Rubik. And he has a BKB already popped open. They see him with the Rocket Barrage. It will proc, so they know he's in the area. Boom Bell trying to make it out of there, but unfortunately, running is not a Shadow Demon's favorite thing to do. He's not going to make it out alive.
They do have the buyback on Shadow Demon. 20 seconds until Rubek is back, so they probably have everyone here by the time they reach hit Raxes, but oh, this is awkward. You still have the Blink RP, but you also have the Stampede.
Careful, they just came in with the hacks! The clutch hacks actually canceled the RP, and now everyone's just gonna bash him down before he actually gets the chance. He does get it off though, by falling pretty low. That was a defensive RP, and he died in the process. So that is the big wombo combo gone. They can look to commit, but oh my god, Shadow Demon actually takes away the percentage of the HP. It's just the Aegis though. He's gotta remember, but he's left in a pool. He's left to get beaten down for sure. He's trying to go at least for Masaros, but Masaros is in his area. He will live to tell the tale and win that fight. Triple kill on Jackie.
And make no mistake, that was not a good initiation by Motivade.Trust. Like, Magnus blinked in, insta Hex, gets the RP off in the last millisecond of his life, along with the BKB, which was completely wasted. And then they come back and they still win the fight. I mean, now the buyback is going to come out from the other side, but remember, no Aegis this time, there's no Stampede as well. And, I mean, is it too late for Reality? You have the Meatball lineup. There's going to have to be a couple of pickoffs, and then they can win the game. But in a 5-on-5, you're kind of betting on Motivade.Trust.
They can look to tank this though. Masaros has the pull already, so he can just keep this one up. The sustain is there. Frost Shield does do decent damage when it comes to actually clearing the creep waves, but well, some structural damage has been done unless they have a repair kit. Might want to use it.
Another thing is that Ricky, I think, had the power in that fight. Seems like he did a ton of damage. Gyrocopter, he's got Agams and BKB, and that's nice. The problem is that you really don't have that. Oh, what a hook shot.
Long hook shot actually catches this Rubik, but he has the stomp. Four-stops himself downwards. What a player. He's out for sure.
Doesn't take the bounce. If he took the bounce, then he would be styling, but he didn't.
True.
He didn't. The judges give it 9 out of 10. You know, it would have been
The one more for the bounty.
One more with that bounty, he missed it. See, I mean, that makes a difference. He could have taken it. He had enough time, but on the same side, you also think, well, he didn't know who was around.
True.
We can see they don't, so he went for the safe play. We can respect that. But now Reality, if they're going to have to be looking less at the Alacrity and more at Drew and thinking, what can Drew do to win this game?
Oh, they
smoke
pop
breaks.
smoke. He's got to be careful though. The Soul Catcher loves tanky, beefy HP heroes like the Centaur. We've seen how that affected, that applied onto the Meepo, got everyone down to like nearly 1/3 of their HP. So
They know where the Slaughter is. You can see him, but they're not. Oh,
smokes pop.
Meepo, you're in trouble.
They see the Slaughter in the back lines, but immediately the shot catches two inside the cogs. The Meepo is there trying to get the boost, but the Crush is holding him down. The RP connects. The Chain Frost is there trying to do decent damage, but they have popped the BKB and they're taking none of it. buybacks have been committed. They know that the Roach is probably gonna spawn sometime soon. Jackie actually gets the kill onto Nuts, and then on during his TP as well. That means even if he had a buyback, there's no way he was gonna come in back in time to contest the Roach if it does spawn.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Huge commitment coming up from Realtor. 2 buybacks on 2 cores, which they lost the fight with no objectives taken, and the only thing they killed were supports. So it's like, I mean, okay, if you're a Realtor, if you're thinking, hey, can we rax this with no RP? RP's unavailable? I don't know. By the time you reach and you have all your people active, you can probably expect RP to be available. Roshan is also, I mean, he's it for a while because they took it pretty recently. Remember when the people dived in mid lane? Yeah, you got 70 seconds, of which 15 are going to go for Gyrocopter. So you got a minute, less than a minute to make a play. And look at the way, look at the way this RP is set up so nice. They all grouped up together. They're all here together. He's like, all right, I'll just skewer in. Now, it was nice chain frost, by the way. That was a really good chain frost. But
they had the BKBs up. So.
Doesn't make it. Yeah, like, it doesn't make a difference. It just killed everyone.
Boom!
And Druid doesn't do enough damage. Like BKB Aghanims is a lot of good stats, really useful, but he needs more. He's gonna go for the butterfly. I approve. I like that. Oh, and he's got the orb destruction as well, so that also helps him. But you're really looking. Yeah, can we see the win percentages if we have that available? Because I can imagine at one point it was like 80% reality, if it just
swings down.
It's way on Motivade.Trust side right now.
It seems like it with 3K net worth going onto the side of Motivade.Trust right now. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it is what it is. With the net worth swing, probably some sort of win probability goes along as well. They are crowd up though, so they really want this. They really want to secure this Roach because that means they maybe could go for one holy grail or attempt at a team fight, maybe win it, or maybe even just push high ground, get some structural damage down. But the Roach isn't up just yet, and both teams are playing around it, so it's not gonna be so simple.
Even after this, we'll still only know the timer of Roach. There's still the 1 to 3 minutes. Yeah, it's 1.5 minutes until we even see when what will respawn. So it's a long time. And I mean, Reality Drift, they're doing a good job. They're keeping the net worth is close, despite the fact that I would say they're pretty far behind in terms of the actual place in the game. The net worth is actually close.
Oh well, take a look at this. Already smoked up, going for the kill. They see it pop. They know someone's in the area. They're caught up onto Hustler. Hustler brought back for this. The double force staff forward. The net worth pulled him in place. In comes the homing missile.
Shot to your
But Jackie just finishes the job. That's Hustler down for 70 seconds.
Well, it's something he will be back in time to help defend the Roche at least. You know, Roche is one of those like your friend where the enemy team like no, don't hurt Roche. He's one of ours. Ricky though, Battle Fury, man, a butterfly. There's no MKB on the dire side. Not coming out anytime soon either. Drew
still trying to get that butterfly as you talked about. He is slowly getting there. He just needs more time though. But will he get it in time before the Roche? I don't think so.
I like how he literally throws his ulti just to farm.
Yes, it's a bit desperate right now. The bounty runes are out, but he cannot take it. So
that's all 5 going to one team. Oh, that's bad. Another 7k gold. 7k gold ahead. Look at that. That's not worth right there. Look at one point. By the way, I believe that their peak was close to the 60-minute mark than like the 20. You see the 28 minutes, like looks like they have the same, but at 60 minutes, that's when you were like he was almost there, you know. EXP obviously.
A couple of wins in the team fight. Obviously, it swings the way of MG.Trust. Oh, spider legs. Getting stampede in. I guess.
Kind of a weird item to give him because yeah, it's like, can you imagine he stampedes with the legs on? Like, what are you gonna flip through the game?
About to find out what happens when he does so. They are clumped up. Might be able to look for something here.
Roshan seems like he's gonna respawn pretty soon. 50 seconds. That's a big play for both teams, unless Motivade.Trust wants to take the fight before that, then get the Roche secured.
Oh, as you say that, that's exactly what I want to do. Jackie just commits in with the smoke screen and the tricks of the trade, but will not get a kill.
Meepo almost level 25 as well.
Oh, look at Hustler waiting for it. Shoots out the rocket to scout things out, but Masaros is in the covers of Invis.
Magnus already level 25, got that Empower talent, so yay! It's gonna mean Ricky's gonna hit harder, he's gonna hit harder as well. It's so tough to deal with. It is so tough to deal with. What is it, 65%? Well, how much extra damage does he do now on the Empower? It is... Oh no, there's no way.
There we go, cleave damage. Bonus damage 40%. Cleave damage 55%.
Oh, it was reduced recently. Okay, so yeah.
Feels like Reality Rift is playing on a stalemate at this point. They're the ones who's afraid to go out. The Roche is already inside the pit. Don't know if they notice or not. Has to send a flare, rocket flare to check it out. But will they? They will. They finally scouts it out. They realize they pinged it. All the heroes are converging towards it, but playing it smart. Trust will back off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean they had a quick. They knew the moment was up. Centaur, he's gonna have a blink dagger. That might actually make a difference in the next fight.
Look at Alacrity though. He's
going
for the wraparound. They see the direction of the rockets. They know he's in the area. He's out on the high ground. They might want to look to commit that.
BKB
Hustler already in the midst of everyone. Call down onto this Ricky. This Ricky is held in place, but the RP is there. The one decent with the soul catcher. Look at that damage. Oh, it's disgusting. They take down the Meepo and the Gyrocopter and KYXY, and soon to join them in the grave is Hustler with the corrosive haze already on him. That's a full team wipe.
I mean, it's sad to say, but I think
they timed out.
Yeah, I mean that's it. It's just your draft. It's past and peak, and Drew is not at the level where he can carry you anymore, and it's hard to. That's a Reality Rift. They're basically now playing for a miracle. It has to be an actual miracle for them to win.
Dire's middle tower is under
But
attack.
you see the difference that you and Power did?
Yeah.
Like Meepo just took a couple of hits from Trick of Drain. He's like, boom, 80% of his HP was gone.
They're going straight for tier 4s. They know they can afford it. They want a game 3. They want to even out the odds. We've had a game 3 already today. It looks like we might be looking into another one if he cannot hold this one. KYXY walking around with his spider legs. He's got the pull down. This area is pretty much the Slytherin gods now. They have taken down one tier 4. Second one follow with going straight for the throne, and I don't think they can actually hold this one. Oh, in the backline, Smoke Shot comes in with the cogs, but now they're just charging down KYXY. He's a tanky horse, but unfortunately not enough. Centaur Warrunner. They're just focusing objective. It's over.
Yeah, it was a very... I mean, it's a risky draft. When you go the Meepo draft like that, it's a risk, and we saw the Magus come out. It was just the perfect counter. Alacrity had the early game he wanted, could not turn that into even more objectives. They actually did try to go high ground a couple of times. They even got a tier 3 tower, but didn't commit to the racks. They needed to do that. They had to commit. And once we entered the 25 minutes mark, it was like, it was your chance of winning are just going way downhill. So Drew, it's hard to carry if you're like the Gyrocopter and your Meepo's, he's out. He's no longer useful.
Plus, he was already committed into like the early magical build, right, with the drums and stuff. So there was no way he was going for the late game. But unfortunately, that is what it is. Looks like Reality Rift opted out in this game number 2, which means it's a 1-1. We're looking at a game number 3.
Don't cry.
I'm not crying. I'm just like, yo, isn't this exciting, my man? Are you not happy about it?
I am. I mean, it's actually impressive to see how Reality Rift, they tried this draft before. It worked. This time, not so much. You cannot show Meepo 4th instead of 5th. You open up to so many counters like we just saw. And Magnus, every time, every single RP hit Meepo. Every single time. And when you're stunned for 4 seconds, doesn't matter how many billion clones you have. They're dead anyway. Ricky, Tricks of Trade, just kills everyone. Yeah,
with that Empower, that's that was a disgusting combination. Especially the Soul Catcher, worth pointing out, that just drains him no matter how healthy the guy is. It's a percentile damage. And let's take a look at the items that they have on each side right now.
Look at that. They have, what did they got? Q just went for all that mobility item. And you can see, by the way, look at Q and Boom Bell. He has one of the exact same items. I don't know why they have both Ring of Basilisk. That's a little bit weird. But they do have the Force Staff as well as the Blink Dagger just to move around the map, control the fights around. Someone gets, we save him. You get the you blink in, disrupt, fearless. What a game from him. Actually has 5 discs, but there's late game RPs, game-winning RPs. Mazaros and Jackie. Jackie 19 kills. I mean, if it's gonna be MVP, it's gonna be between him and Fearless. It's like I know,
but I feel it has to be Fearless though. It's those RP that actually won this.
Yeah, because to be fair, like in the early game, yes, I think he died once in the lane, and he died a couple times here and there, but he could have been so much worse. Like he could have, Meeple could have snowballed. He was gonna snowball no matter what. He could have snowballed so much more. On the other time, Reality Rift, you can see that there's not much damage on Drew. Sadly, he got the butterfly like really late. So yeah, he's got a butterfly, but he didn't have that for most of the game, except he just had like the Aghanims and drums and the BKB, and it's like, that's fine. Alacrity, you can ask him to do more, but he just can't. It's not enough. It's not enough. I think Hustler and Nuts were a bit too liberal with their lives early game.
Yeah, Nuts was a bit questionable.
They died a little bit too much. We talked about how it's 90% alacrity, but you are giving these kills away. It's like it's a bit too much. Some of these kills were a little bit much to give away.
Especially down in the bottom lane where they were just throwing their bodies one after another.
There
and I think that was a double kill on the side of Jackie. Or was it triple? I think it was a double. So, yeah. It is what it is. Reality Rift, albeit a major qualifying team, does mistakes too because after all, they are just humans.
Well, no, I don't want to take I don't want to take this anyway away from their opponents. They played so well. They played so well.
That's
so,
true. That's true. That's true.
Motivade.Trust, that was brilliant. I mean, game 1, they gave him such a hard time. For them to come take game 2, that's not just that's not an upset. That's completely expected with their draft because I had a hard time. I was thinking like, he's so good on the Meeple, but Motivade.Trust, this is a really good draft. But we have an MVP actually. Is it gonna be Magnus? Is it gonna be Magnus?
No,
production. How could you?
How could you? He could not have gotten that without the control from the RP.
Throw the man a bone, you know.
So now everyone's on pub is going to go for carry players just because that's what's featured on the MVP, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I can't wait for my 0-7 anti-mage, you know, just to farm the jungle. Don't worry, guys, I'll be MVP.
I'll be
but yeah, he played amazingly well. 2 deaths throughout the whole game. Really dodged the Meeple well. Again, he was really enabled. Like, you have to give it, he was really enabled, but he himself played very well as well.
That's true, that's true. But like,
it's
a huge argument. Who dishes out the most damage or who sets it up?
Who sets it up? Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Then again, how hard is it to empower, Ricky? It's like,
and then he just tricks on the trade.
Yeah, there you go. So anyone could have done it.
But not everyone's a Jackie though. So some credits to him. He farms well, I guess. He played it clean. He died twice only.
I like how the MVP is like, he's fine. He was there in the game.
Yeah, he was always there. You see that smoke screen? That was a lot of contribution.
We praised Nuts who lost way more than Jackie, you know?
Yeah, we did. That we feel bad. That was the game, game number 2 of this best of 3 series. And lucky you, lucky us, we get into a game number 3. But it is getting late, so we need to take a quick breather before we start into this next one. We're going to take a short 5. My name is Scatty Keith, and together with me, Otomo. We'll see you in the next one.
can do. But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do. But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. I fell apart.
Came for the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opals right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view will see where I'll be fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measured. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and it's on you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
I hang on every word you say. Don't wanna crash and burn or drown you away. I hang on every word you say. Don't wanna crash and burn or drown you
For an ES, he can't even find the kill, but the sniper, that's the big one, falls the hole.
And just like that, we are finally back for what seemed to be the final game of the day of this ESL Championship 2020. I get it, it's late, but if you're staying up and well, still with us or entertaining us on the chat at ESL Asia, then you, my friend, are a champ. Okay, once again, my name is Scatty Keith, and together with me, it's Otomo, the smart guy, as per usual. If you don't know him by now, then I'm pretty disappointed in you after the compliment I gave.
Yeah, we want to thank all our conscious viewers for staying with us till now, right?
Yeah, it's eye bags, guys. Don't think of it as anything other than that. It's normal. It is 1 a.m. I think. Is it?
No, actually it's 12:30 a.m. right now.
I lost track of time. I had no
It
idea.
is pretty late here, which means that both these teams are going to be entering. So also, they're all here right now. I mean, not land, but they're all in the same country. So it is going to be a bit difficult for them as well.
So that's going to be a factor in the gameplay for some, obviously, but maybe the sleep around the schedule.
The night owls, all of them, right?
So we wouldn't know, but what we do know is that we're getting into a game 3 and the draft has begun. It's Motivade.Trust with 1 game already in their hand, and Reality Rift also with 1 game. So whoever wins this ends it and moves on forward to the upper bracket final, while the other one still has a chance down in the lower bracket.
I wonder if Motivade.Trust will take the Bat Rider. It's available for them. It's been banned 2 games in a row. Reality Rift, they're saying, you know what, we don't want the Slardar. We're sick of the Ricky really just crushed us. Take it. And Puck has not been allowed. Like, no matter what Motivade.Trust throws at them, Reality is like, that's fine. Just don't take Puck. Anything but Puck. Motivade.Trust, similar thing with the Earth Spirit, the Sapphire all in both game 2 and Sapphire for all the games, but Earth Spirit as well as the Omni-Knight in game 2 and 3. Omni-Knight basically just so much work done by KYXY in game in game 1. So they're like, we don't play against it. And Lich coming out from Motivade.Trust, as well as the Death Prophet, which
they finally got it. Yep.
That's the mid Death Prophet. Could be a I'm almost like 100% sure it's always going to be Fearless on the Death Prophet, but we'll see if maybe they throw a curveball.
Yeah, I trust you, man. And you did your homework. You said that they love the Death Prophet so much, which means they're going to be running down towers at least the moment that Exorcism comes up to play. And Reality Rift, they picked up the Wyvern themselves. I guess it was a bit of a trauma pick ever since the Magnus, right? You needed something to just counter-initiate. So, Wyvern, I guess it's good in this scenario, or in most cases, almost any scenario.
It's always good if you any time a team just gets together, use it on support, take him out, use it on a core, maybe it's just huge damage coming out.
Yeah,
it's a fan. She's a great hero. You know, that level 10 talent, 1% HP heal. That's amazing. You know, you're healing a tiny fragment of your HP.
Oh, that's true. Exorcism is physical, so it doesn't go through the cold embrace.
It doesn't. I mean, that was actually big. So, all right, yeah. So, but what else did they have to go? Now, Reality Rift, they do get a pretty good early preview of what lanes they can expect. It's a mid Death Prophet. There's a Lich safe lane, pretty hard to deal with. And there have been quite a few bans coming out. Are they going to go for LC here? LC is an option. We know there's, of course, the Timber Saws available, along with something like KYXY's Kunka. OD is a decent option right now. Not sure exactly how it lanes against Death Prophet, but it is something that you can use. Just helps keep your life. OD would be probably better for Motivade.Trust, but they have played it and they like it.
What is the interaction between a Spirit Siphon and Astral Imprisonment, though? Does it actually, just cuts it off?
I think so. Because you're sent to another realm, so all spells don't work. You're like off the map. Lina comes out. All right.
Lina.
Different hero that we've seen. I'm pretty sure this is Alacrity's hero. I don't think I've ever seen Hustler play the roaming Lina style. So yeah, it's gonna be Hustler's hero. Fire and Ice combined. Maybe Jakiro would be a nice hero just to bring
them all together
bridge
for
the gap.
So
Reality Rift, who do they want to ban? They banned the Nyx Assassin. You can some of these errant spells thrown out, could do some damage, and Motivade.Trust does like the Nyx as well. PL, alright. Reality Rift won game 1 with it. I guess Motivade.Trust, they're fine with letting the Meepo. Will we have to cheese it with a Meepo pick at some point? We know it's it's a mid Lina, almost 100%.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, you said Reality Rift, they're like kings at pulling out all the strings and tricks in a book, right? It still could be 4, yeah, sure, but we've never seen a Hustler play it. Doesn't mean he can at the same time. So, but it's most likely gonna be in mid because it makes sense. You need some burst damage against this Death Prophet. She has it with the Laguna in a sense. But
Radiant
that's
team
what's
pick.
about it.
Well, they
Dire
need
team
more.
pick.
Oh wow, okay, Meepo was banned. I mean, we were really spitballing with that. Maybe I think I throw Meepo. Like they're like, yeah, maybe we don't want to deal with it. But that shows that Motivade.Trust, they don't want to go like against. They just don't want to go against it. Rubik being picked. That's last year 4. Reality Rift. You know the support now. Who do you want to
10
go with?
seconds remaining.
Yes. Oh, Timbersaw is actually banned.
5
Just a
seconds
thought: is the
remaining.
Death Prophet still viable in the offlane? Not anymore, right?
I don't think. I mean, again, it's a hero that doesn't see as much play competitively, which means that these heroes come out, it's like always like, oh, I remember this hero used to be popular in this role. Is it still the same way? It's like occasionally, you know, like we've seen heroes be played in all sorts of positions so far. Like we saw the off lane went to Wyvern today.
Yeah.
So
That
I mean,
we did, and they won that game, so
Radiant
definitely no
team
denying
Hustler.
about it. There we go, Asla for sure. Now it's the mid Lina for sure.
I'm feeling like, I mean, I'm leaning towards LC, KYXY again. The 2 of his heroes are out.
Dire
Timbersaw.
team pick.
Oh, Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
Does put you a bit on the clock. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but it does put Motivade.Trust on a bit of a clock. Because again, Night Stalker, solid hero. He's fine. If he can get the Aghanims and really roll, he can really win the game for you. But late game, not exactly the monster he is in the early game.
But that's what they want, right? With the exorcism, they are always.
I imagine that's what they want. But then, why would you pick Rubik? You know,
That's
he's not.
true.
He's not
That's
exactly
true.
in a behemoth in the early game. You know, later
Yeah.
on, you can steal stuff, move around. He's not amazing. He needs levels. You know, Lich is fine, makes sense. It's team fight, throw an ulti, it's great. But not Lich. Not Rubik.
Radiant team
And
back.
Troll Warlord comes out. All right, that's your carry. KYXY's hero is gonna be last, or Hustler's hero, depending on who's taking the clockwork. We've seen it almost exclusive. I mean, it's always been Hustler. Game 2 and Game 1 as well. Game 1 for sure.
Yeah, it's been Hustler all the way.
All the way, yeah.
All
No,
the way.
again, they picked it in Game 2 as well, right?
Yes.
Yes, alright.
Yes.
Just confirm it.
10 seconds
So it's gonna
remaining.
come to the last round of bans here. A carry for
5
Reality Rift.
seconds
They want to
remaining.
ban a carry that they don't want to deal with. Someone who's fast, makes problems for you early. Actually, Motivade.Trust has the ban, sorry. So who do they want to get rid of? So for Motivade.Trust, they want to get rid of maybe of KYX right here. LC? Is there really any other thing that you want to ban? The LC or Kunkka?
I mean, I want to see it. I want to see the ever famous LC on KYXY as you hyped him to be. I didn't watch that game. The games you get that specific moment I was running around. So
Well, anyway, it's gonna be it's gonna be either LC or I imagine Kunkka, unless they're gonna give. I mean, Hustler, they banned his Earth Spirit and they took his Rubik. I've only really seen him play 3 heroes. That doesn't
Dire
mean.
team back.
And there you go, LC's banned.
oh, there we go.
Haha.
You called it and they heard it. Someone's on
mean-
the stream, Snipe.
Well, we're delayed, you know. so you guys are watching the past, I guess, something like that. All right, Reality Rift though, they want to ban a carry that they cannot deal with. A carry that really annoys them. I mean, it's not Life Stealer. Slark is kind of annoying, but it doesn't really fit the way Motivade.Trust wants to play. They want to have a quick,
5
fast hero who can
seconds
cause
remaining.
problems. I'm not feeling Slark and I'm not feeling Life Stealer.
Dire
Maybe Gyro?
team pick.
No, Nagasan. Okay, there you go. Nagasan is banned.
What
Yeah.
are they thinking right
Reality
now?
Rift. Show us your. It's Abaddon or Kunkka. It's gonna be Abaddon or Kunkka. I mean, what
It's
else?
the staples, right? The KYXY staples.
Yeah, I
guess.
mean, oh, please. It might also be a Phoenix or Bounty Hunter, which he picks.
Yeah, I've seen the
But-
Phoenix.
Oh dear, actually,
10
it might be a
seconds
bounty.
remaining.
Oh dear, it might actually be a bounty.
5 seconds
In the
remaining.
last time he picked bounty, he played against a Naga, and Naga-san destroyed him. Which means that he might be like, oh, we banned the Naga, we try this again, but make sure so the bounty actually functions well. I mean, I'd rather it's not bounty, but we'll see in like literally 5 seconds.
Radiant team.
So
It's
Phoenix.
a Phoenix.
All right,
There you go.
it's a Phoenix. I mean, I would have preferred the Kunkka overall, but it's a Phoenix. I mean,
There's a lot of
Phoenix.
heals coming there and with the Sun Ray.
Okay,
All embrace.
against 3 of Motivade.Trust here, fine. I mean, they're all, Lich, Rubik, and DP are range heroes, but there's nothing exceptionally amazing about them. But Night Stalker hits
10
fast.
seconds
He's one of the
remaining.
fastest hitters you can have. He turns into Knight, he gets that extra attack speed, comes close, the egg's
5
gonna
seconds
hatch every time. Well, not hatch, break. But Motivade.Trust now they need a carry who can deal with the Phoenix along with the Clockwork. That's it's not Silencer. I mean, we've seen Silencer core a lot, but Silencer core, huh? Motivade.Trust. Wait. They know they like Monkey King, but I don't know if you want to do the Wukong into the Phoenix eggs. Then it's like, you know, which one, who sort of blinks first. That's that's a tough situation. So you have Monkey King available. You have You have Ricky he's banned. So Monkey King, maybe Underlord, Razor. Razor might not be so bad. But then again, do you want to put Night Stalker against the Phoenix?
I like Razor though.
Razor's
Just
decent.
hard
Again.
counters like the troll itself, and if like Hasla wants to commit into him, that's just feeding it away, feeding damage away to it.
Another range attacker, pretty decent to have against the egg. All of these ranges, they don't have to walk up to it. So if there's only barriers, you're fine, just hit it. So Razor's an option. Monkey King is an option. Silencer for some reason is in my head. And Oracle.
Oh.
No, all right, complete. Sorry, Arc Warden.
That is unexpected.
That's completely out of. I mean, again, you have a copy and helps.
True, and he does push into towers after the late when he gets into that big late game phase.
I mean, I would have never guessed Arc Warden at all. This is what a pick. What a pick.
What an investment, though. That means you're banking in for the like super late.
I mean, yes, but what we're seeing a lot of times is Arc Wardens, they get like the Maelstrom. No mind, just rush the Maelstrom, go fight. So he can be played that way. I feel like it's a little less reliable than the old Midas way, but it's fine. Reality Rift, whenever I see KYXY not on the signature heroes, the 5 heroes that we keep mentioning, they tend to lose. Which means, and this is a Phoenix against 4 range hitters and lives and the Night Stalker. Troll, when he goes crazy, guess what? You can just put the bubble, just stand there. He can't do anything towards you. It's gonna be a lot of work on Winter Wyvern and Lina scales. I'm good to Motivade.Trust on this one.
I don't even care at this point. I just want to watch some good Dodo.
No,
man.
you have to pick.
You did not choose a side in the previous match.
But I did care.
I mean, I do care, but I don't care to choose sides at this point and make a prediction. I care about the game. I want to just see some good Dodo. You didn't choose in the previous round. You cannot put me under the same pressure. Okay?
I'm giving you the easy one. You should take Motivade.Trust. It's so well. It's not easy, but I think they just come in with a better draft.
It looks like it, but you know, when push comes to shove.
Okay, the bubble gives you extra attack speed. You just bubble the egg and everyone can hit it.
It does.
Or bubble.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, he's a melee. You know what? I'm gonna skip my one out. I'm gonna exercise my right not to vote like you did.
You can do that.
In the previous game. This is game number 3. It's the final game in this best of 3 series between Team Reality Rift and of course Motivade.Trust. Will Motivade.Trust actually make an upset and move on forward into the stage? We don't know. Could Reality Rift hold their dominance as a major qualifying team? Honestly, we don't know. We've seen game 1, game 2. We see what these two teams are capable of. Let's find out in this game 3.
Drew's troll is amazing though. I mean, even though betting against it. Still, Trust fearless on the Death Prophet. Really, they believe in this. Taking its 2nd pick in this game. And Motivade.Trust late game is no joke. 2 Arc Wardens, do it with all their items doubled. Death Prophet's pretty decent. Night Stalker and the rest are whatever. You know? Troll, I mean, Troll outscales them all, but Troll is countered by Arc Warden. You know, once you put in a few of those bubbles, it's just fantastic for him. I don't know. I'm worried for KYXY though. His Phoenix has been underwhelming in some of these tournaments.
30 seconds to battle.
But they do have like 2 huge ultimates to play around with that pierces BKB. Question is,
technically they have actually 3 of the egg hatches also pierces BKB, but then it's like I need to hatch in 6 seconds. I need to be BKBing. Yeah.
True. Oh, here looking for the early contest. Immediately the stun comes out from Alacrity. It's a different playstyle this time around. Reality Rift already positioned up in the top lane, trying to contest for their runes in 3 seconds. They will not get it, but they will get decent harass done.
And it's gonna be 2 for 2 in terms of bounties. not starting out with any big advantage here. KYXY and Hustler. That's a lot of, like, they don't have much stuns, but they can actually like really cut the distance. If they can get close to Arc Warden, that's a lot of damage. And they both probably can. They get the slow from the Phoenix, and then Clockwork just walks in. So I feel like bottom lane is gonna be a little bit hard for Arc Warden. Meanwhile, mid lane though, this is the one that I'm like, we've been talking about this since game 1. You know, Death Prophet on Motivade.Trust, they like it. So what can they do with it in this game?
What do you think the matchup's gonna be though in favor of any sides? Because both of them could actually clear a wave.
Yeah, exactly. They both have literally the same spell. Karen Swarm is Dragon Slave.
Yeah,
you know, it's like the exact same. Oh, that's a courier.
But the Spirit Siphon does keep her in lane for longer though.
True.
So.
But at the same time, she also has to be close to the lane, and they won't let you. Yes, actually,
the LSA is just gonna be there.
So it's just gonna be a trade farm. You can see it's 6-1 to 5-0, 7-1. But I imagine that Death Prophet is gonna get a couple CS right now. So it's a tough lane. I mean, it's an even matchup over there. Troll is suffering in the top lane, but at the bottom lane, Arc Warden's also having a bit of issues here and there. Still, nothing too drastic. I think teams are a little content. Once we see a couple of kills or first blood coming out, then you'll see maybe, oh, we rotate.
Oh, there we go, Spirit Siphon. Unfortunately, the right-click damage from Alacrity is enough to shoo her away.
It's like 1.25 HP. It's like, that's barely anything. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you're just gonna have to focus on lasting with the Karen Swarm. So yeah, thank you. It's 1%, 1%, then increased by 1.5. I thought it was.
Oh, the LSA again. She just salves up too.
There you go. We're just training for. And actually, the Lina does come with slightly more attack range. I believe her attack range is like 675 to the 600 for the Death Prophet.
Also, so it's her passive, right?
Yeah,
speed.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you don't want to trade because I throw one spell, you throw one spell, but I'm hitting you like twice for every hit you're throwing at me.
Bottom lane though, I don't think KYXY is gonna have a good time, seeing as though Phoenix isn't the best when it comes to right click. The animation is kind of slow.
Oh, this might be
Hustler.
first blood.
He's the one's going down. Drops the cogs. Actually has some stick charges to well save himself.
Very, very quick thinking from Hustler. Almost loses his life just then. And again, Hustler, it's a hard lane for him. You up against these two range heroes with just a lot of damage. Lich is known for just winning the lane.
Nuts. Just gonna right click harass. It does percentile damage, so for a tanky Night Stalker, it's gonna feel a little bit more. But oh yeah, Phoenix also does percentage damage with his Sunray.
There's a lot of percentages stuff. Oh, Hustler in trouble again.
Spirit right there, don't need it.
I think they're gonna have to look at Hustler and say, hey, could you like move around the map, maybe try to make space, because at the very least, KYXY will be pretty hard to kill. Unless you can somehow Sinister Gaze him mid Icarus dive, which is possible, but quite hard. Especially when you don't have like Aether Lens or cast range talents yet. So mid lane is going for the Lina, but Death Prophet's not that far behind. This is you're asking the matchup. I guess in the end, yeah, Lina comes out on top. Just that extra from the passive that she gets. Oh, Courier is
again doing his cheeky things, but I think they know now after the first two games of the day. Well, top lane though, throws out a Whirling Axis, dealing decent amount of damage, but he's been held back. His Masaros has to run away, will get the kill.
That is a lot of, that's a big haul for Reality Rift. 2 kills on 2 different lanes plus the Courier.
Whoa.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, Drew getting that kill. And looks like top lane is starting to really slip away from their control. And of course, lovely for the Lina to get the Arcane Ruin. All that spamming is gonna help her out even more. She's already winning the lane, but now you can just spam without having to worry. And yeah, when I look at the Arc one, I always think, oh, this guy has an Aghanims. You know, it's like the cute.
What, the extra rune?
Yeah, you make a rune every minute. I'm like, really?
Well, it matters in like 60 minutes in.
I can imagine like when before you push, you have it for 5 minutes just getting all these Aghanims working. Then you go in with like 60. Sorry, everyone's DD'd up and hasted. I actually wonder, can you make multiple runes? I'm not sure. I always see people make a rune, they just take it, but I'm not sure if you can stack them.
Never been on that stage before. I guess you're gonna have to try and let me know.
Our bounty runners come out. Motivade.Trust takes 2. I imagine R hasn't taken their second yet, but I imagine they will very soon. It is a passive game right now.
Especially with an arc, I think we're going to expect a lot of passiveness coming out. Jackie, though, unless he dies here, it's we just talking about being passive, but here he is getting clawed down with the KYXY Phoenix, making it work.
A little bit of an unexpected kill, but I mean, well, unexpected but it's one of those kills that it's like, it's gonna happen.
Oh, he actually skilled 2 points into Icarus dive.
I believe, yeah, the damage actually like triples or something. It goes from 10 a second to 30 a second. Yeah, it triples the damage. So you only get for that maybe the lower cooldown, because the slow doesn't increase by that much, but the damage, it becomes an actual like damage spell.
Radiant's middle tower
I've missed Death Prophet's voice. You know, I haven't heard it for so long. But Lina, she's already level 6, almost level 7. Death Prophet isn't even level 6 yet, which means that if Lina wants to go around the map and make space, you know, kudos to her, congrats, but you'll be able to take her tower in the meantime.
That's
which
true.
means what Reality will probably want to do is just gank the Death Prophet, then have Lina move around.
We're gonna have to find a moment though, because at this point it doesn't seem like anything's too open. She's gonna decently trade farms at the point. At least the last hit denies goes to the way of Reality Rift, if you so wish to look at the bright side. Meanwhile, they get another lockdown onto Boombell. Boombell will fall. Second kill goes the way of KOIXY. It doesn't matter if your right-click animation is a bit slower. If you could get a kill, I guess it all evens out eventually.
Night Stalker also, he's not rotating around the map yet. Even though it's nighttime, it's the first night. And the second night's coming at 15 minutes. So, I mean, you got 3 minutes to make something happen. And I don't know if he'll want to do that. Well, actually, no, that's a Lich TP. They care about Jackie.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Hey, there you go. That's something that they want. Getting that courier kill, that's a big deal.
Well, Hasla's in the area. I think he scouts out a Boombell, and knowing that Q is in the area as well, it's a 3-on-2. KYXY has means to get out though, so it's all good. Unless he gets lift up mid Icarus dive, and then that's something to be worried about. But he's now going 3 points into the Fire Spirit, so should be decently able to farm, if not on the not in the
Boombell
lane.
is in the bad spot.
Yeah,
and that's why they killed him last time. KYXY, it's still level 8 Lina. She does not want to rotate too far out because again, but she has time. Like Death Power's ulti level 1 is, it doesn't like it melts the tower instantly. Invis Ruin. Doesn't ball up because she doesn't have it, and actually she doesn't have that skill point available. Why are they bot lane Jackie?
Oh, immediately committing into him. They have the cogs down, but can they turn this one around? They will take 2. They will take the return kills, but the rotation is Mazaros is going to just right-click him down and during nighttime. So this is his territory. Has to back off.
Yeah, your supports for your carry. You'll take it because
well worth it, right?
Because early game you're like, you know, the carry's not that. I mean, they're ahead, but it's not that big of a deal. And just having more of your people on the map is more useful than no matter who you take out. Still, I think there's like a second kill for Jackie, which is how much he died in total last game. So the Reality Rift coming in with much more confident draft this time. Trusty Shovel, congratulations! It is the one of the top 3 best items in Tier 1. You always want to get it. Give it to your support, dig for bounties. Just getting 2 or 3 bounties can really make a difference. Nice target. That was also decent rotation by him.
He's now in the mid lane though. Where is the Death Prophet if not? Oh, there she is, jungling.
She has the ulti. And she wants to fight when she has the Euls. Again, even it's 3-5, it is just a passive, quiet game. Looks like it's going. The Lina wants to get the boost of travel.
It's almost 10 minutes though. They want to really contest this outpost right here. They do capture it. Now they have 20 seconds to capture it back if they so wish to. Hasla will go down. They have the time to, well, recapture it. So that was more of a suicidal play.
Yeah, I mean, I guess forcing them to move. I'm not quite sure. Keen Optic on the Dire side. Who wants it? Maybe the Lina. Maybe the Winter Wyvern's kind of good with it. Not really. It's not really the best item for Phoenix, but
Oh, Alacrity gets controlled up.
That's
He
a
will
big
go
deal.
down. Yep. That's your mid laner right there. More space with the Death Prophet. And as you say, if no one's attending down in the mid lane, she can just look to Exorcism and go commit.
I don't know if they'll want to do that. Actually, can we look at the items? Let's see. Spirit Vessel coming out from Phoenix, great item. There's going to be a lot of healing, but once the Eul's comes out from Dead Prophet, you can't really Spirit Vessel her. And she's sort of the main person you want to use it on. So,
That's though gets Crippling feared up. Does not want to commit. It's already 10 minutes, so it is daytime. Don't have the speed.
It doesn't have the ulti available either. Drew, going to go for that fast diffusal. If you can get close to anyone, just take away their mana completely.
But the hook initiation is right there. Cogs push him back. Whirling Axis does a decent amount of damage, but is it enough to take him down? No. The Frost Armor actually keeps him alive, and now he's actually turning his target onto this Death Prophet, who's just Spirit Siphoning him up. Now it's a 3-on-1. Drew not... Oh, actually has got the charges to keep him alive. It looks real grim, but out comes the Winter Curse, holding them in place.
Comes the egg.
And the Phoenix Eggs. It's been set up. It's all planned. It's all part of the bait. And now the Laguna Blade just to finish all off.
That was a really nice combo with the Winter's Curse and the Phoenix Egg. So a lot of times you might Phoenix Egg being like, oh, let's just use the damage, but it's like, no, what you want to really want to do is have it like hatch within the last 2 seconds of, you know, like be in the area in the last 2 seconds of the fight, just when it's about to hatch. So that was really nice. Royal Jelly, the best item you can get from Tier 1. Congratulations, Motivade.Trust. Sadly that they had those 2 deaths, and reality actually 3k, that's kind of a lot more than I thought they would be. But those kills were pretty impactful. Well, Hustler, he's got that Tranquil boost. And Arc Warden, yeah, he's going to go for that fast Maelstrom coming. Yeah, already the Javelin's there. So does not really care too much about the Midas. It's an interesting way to play. They almost get the Drew here, and they keep going. Very nice ultimate here coming out from Nuts. And then the egg just time to put on top.
Oh, Hustler actually initiated into the back lines and will pay with his life. Knowing that the big bad ultimates are down, Exorcism is up, so they might just look to commit and push up in the top lane. Especially with Jackie in the area as well, so they're really playing for tempo right now. They don't even care if he gets the level or not. They just want to take towers.
Yeah, this is the first Exorcism of the game. It's taking a while to get the tower, but I probably will get it in the end. And actually, Hustler will be back in time. Like during this whole time, Drew and Alacrity are just farming the side lanes. You can see their net worth showing. Alacrity, Drew number 1, Alacrity number 2, and they got a tower. So that was a lot of commitment, a lot of time just to get one tower.
As they actually take the bottom tower as well, so it's not so favorable on the side of Motivade.Trust. I guess they would rather keep the tower, be the ones pushing in. But Exorcism is down. Do they look to commit here? Nuts actually trying to heal himself up. The Sunray is there to keep him alive. The sustain is enough. But out comes the Winter Curse. It's a double DD. Alacrity is going to set it up with the LSA and the Laguna just to burst him down. The Chain Frost bounces nicely, but can they get more from it? It gets it stolen up, but only to go fall down right after. Dragon Slave just to clear up the creep wave.
This is turning pretty bad for Motivade.Trust, actually. Like, very bad. They are relying on playing quite tempo, and they can't. Look at and they're really like their mid is 2k behind. Their off lane is more than 1k behind. There is a lot. How are they going to recover from this?
It'll be tough, but not impossible. They do have the better late, at least with the arc, but is he even going to get there? That's the bigger question. They do have these big team fight ultimates they can play around with on the side of Reality Rift, so pretty decent in there, and at least they're not too afraid with the initiation or the counter initiate.
The problem with Motivade.Trust is their supports do not have the big turnaround ultimates like Winter Wyvern. You know, if fight goes badly, Winter's Curse, we can run away, or we always will kill someone. I was gonna say the egg is, but egg is also not team fight. They don't quite have the same thing on Motivade.Trust. It's a tough situation to be in.
Like, the moment you commit your Exorcism, you have to go all in.
You have to go
right?
in, and you have to get something out of it. Whereas for, I mean, Reality, you have the same thing if you commit an egg, right, and Winter's Curse, but those two all seem a bit more disposable. Well, Exorcism's cooldown is like 145 seconds or something, 145. It is long. It takes forever. And yeah, Winter's Curse, only 80 seconds. So it feels like you can throw it, you know, every minute and a half. So it just doesn't feel quite as good. Alright, we're just gonna farm a little bit here. Reality Rift slowly extending their lead.
Is gonna catch the Lich roaming around the jungle. Boom Bell is falling pretty low with the Dragon Slave. The damage is enough. Will take him down at least with the battery assault. They pinged him out. They saw him making a rotation over, but they don't want to commit. He is on a high ground. Has no vision. Oh, although actually drops down a nice ward. Actually spots out Q,
that was
leaving.
A great ward.
Yep. Saw them going upwards. They know he's gonna break the smoke immediately. They see it. Winter's Curse down onto this Death Prophet. Can they follow it up? The Cogs is there. Catches onto 2. Phoenix Egg as well in the backline. It might burst, but they got the job done. Hustler gave his life for his teammate, but they took down Alina. And now Drew has to clean it up. Has to make it all worth it. He is running rampant in the backline, but the Sun trying to keep him sustained for longer, but this Arc Warden's actually turning out to be quite the nuisance to deal against with, especially now that he has the Maelstrom damage off. So throws down the Spark Rave. He will slow him down just a little bit more. Nuts falling pretty low. I don't think he can. Actually turning this one around with the Vessel. One more right click. KYXY will get the mega kill. They do finally get Nuts in the back lines, but at what cost? KYXY is just getting double kill right now. Unstoppable. And now Hustler is awake. Initiator with the hook shot, chasing him down. Can they finish the job? They will with the Spirit Vessel. Go turning his target towards this Phoenix. KYXY has to get out, but cannot because, yeah, he was ticking too low.
It's, I mean, they got it, right? They traded 2 for 2 in a way. They traded, well, actually 3 for 2. So, oh, here comes the pause. At some point, they all died on Motivade.Trust. But yeah, they come out with a big EXP advantage. That's what they really need. They killed the cores, all of them. So feels good for them. Big investment. And Arc Warden, now that you see he's got that Maelstrom, he's attacking really quick.
Yeah.
You know, he took the attack speed talent, which means that he just actually wait. I'm not sure if Maelstrom still gives you attack speed or not, but he has the attack speed talent, which means that he is able to bring something to these fights.
Look at that. Oh, it's a stolen Laguna. That's what took down the Lina.
And Drew, this is a tough situation to be in where you're like, do I ulti? I mean, it's not great, but maybe I'll definitely die afterwards. Maybe I can run away if I do this. Well. So we are 17 minutes into the game. Looking at the draft, both teams are, I mean, looking at the current situation of the game, both teams are probably okay with it. For Arc Ward, for Motivade.Trust, the Arc Ward is doing fine, and he's gonna go for that 4-step next, probably to Hurricane, just so he can get the Hurricane Pipe. There you go. They're all able to reconnect. That's good for them.
That's lovely. That's lovely.
Yeah, I mean, lovely because we had lobbies earlier that didn't have that feature. Yeah. You know, like what? I can't join. Yeah. Sorry, sir.
All right. Hustler's finally in. He's under the cover of Invis Rune right now. Might look to make the commitment. He does not have the hook, but does not need it if he's not being spotted out. In fact, 2 of them under the cover of Invis. The LSA will connect. He can just cog him into place while they do the right-click damage. He uses the Laguna, but he has the defensive Yules and the Spirit Siphon to keep him alive. And now immediately Hustler, he's the one in trouble. Crippling Fear comes out, will take the kill.
Good turnaround, but that was something else that Yules are just in time. Shadowblade on the Lina. Not really an item. I mean, it's an item that we see occasionally from time to time, but it's interesting. It's all about setting up those fights. You know, teleport in, Shadowblade there. So Lina's really going for that. And of course, it gives you decent attack speed and damage, so it's perfectly fine for the Lina to have it.
The Jackie only has the Maelstrom right now. And he's queuing up for next.
He is, yeah, he's gonna go for the Hurricane Pipe. It's, oh, nice. Rubik actually has 8 lens, but you have Nether Shaw on the dire side. Pretty damn good item on the Phoenix. There's so much magic damage that you already have. And hey, now it's being amplified. Congratulations.
Scanning at the Roche pit though. Are they actually, yeah, they have a troll lineup. They might as well secure some early Roche. Jackie's in the area with his Tempest double, which will time out. So they could actually make something happen here, especially with a regen rune out now. They can commit heal themselves up.
Ooh, Philosopher's Stone, something to give the Lich, just to keep him, you know, a bit more relevant. Help reduce that gold gap that he's going through. But yeah, you can see Jackie is starting to go up there in terms of net worth. I mean, still barely keeping up, but he's there. Death Prophet's starting to fall off a bit, but has the Yule Scepter, which will help her out a lot. And Phoenix, when you do turn into egg, all your items are useless, you know? So it's like, if he turns into an egg at a bad time and they focus him, that's great for them. BKB action all the way on the Phoenix.
What is he? Okay, that's kind of weird.
BKB, right? It's not something we see very often, but I imagine he wants to BKB go in, do all his ability, and ulti at the last second of the BKB.
Could be the gameplay right here, but well, they gotta figure it out fast because immediately Trust is going in under the cover of smoke, goes straight for this Winter Wyvern because they don't want to deal with the curse. The hookshot comes in, but actually he's suffering the fate. It was a stolen cogs, and now this Chain Frost bouncing onto everyone already takes down 2, and it's bouncing back and forth between Alacrity and KYXY. These deals decent enough damage. Yes, the exorcism all committed, but they do not get a tower. They only got 2 kills for it, so not much value for the commitment here. They might want to make things work eventually. Stick around in the mid lane, maybe. They do not. Backlines. Alacrity actually catches out this Rubik. We'll take him down with the LSA.
And yeah, now it's definitely Reality Rift is enjoying that. Plus, I was gonna say they don't have any Spirit Vessel charges left, but there you go. You got 2 on KYXY at the end. Uses 1 to heal himself, as well as of course they trade equal in bounty runs. Didn't get a tower, so yeah, Reality Rift probably liking that. But Jackie, second network now, just keep on farming. Will it be enough to carry them through the game? That's the thing. It's like it's Troll versus Arc, and I think at one point Troll will probably just get an MKB. You know, it's like yeah, it's all this evasion. What I have to deal with, I'll just get an MKB and make my life easier.
Well, at least those confrontations they had earlier is turning into big objectives. That's this Troll immediately rushing to the Roche, secures the Aegis as a Troll lineup should. Already in smokes is this Wyvern. Waiting for it. They do see the projectile direction of that Splinter Blast, so they know that someone's at least up on the jungle high ground.
That ward.
So value, so much value.
Yeah, right. Like it paid for itself so much. Although technically the fight that they took with it, they lost. So.
But it stayed there for the full duration.
It stayed there for you get the duration value, not exactly the fight. Look at how fast she hits. Look at that. That's with 3
fiery soul stats.
Yep, there you go. It's perfect.
That's passion. She's got 3 of them. Oh, they're actually hitting Hasta in the backline for some reason. He's got the flux.
It's another thing you have to remember is that pushing against Aqua is like pushing against techies. Once he gets all those
Spark Wraith down on the ground.
Thank you. Yeah, you remember every spell's name. I'm very impressed.
I try.
Yeah, once he has all these Spark Wraiths on the ground, no one really wants to go up there. It's pretty damn painful.
Not to mention, we've seen how Miracle spammed the Spark Wraith before the Roshan spawn. That was pretty insane. I don't think we'll ever get to that point, but he's trying his best. We'll see what this Arcwana can do in the early game. Oh, immediately, Dark Ascension moves forward.
Go straight for the Wyvern.
Yep, gets him down, so the curse is not available anymore. Now, is that a stolen LSA?
Double buyback.
Lina is going to go down too. Boom Bell with the double kill. Was that a Chain Frost committed? Yes.
Just use at the end.
Drew will be chasing, but to no avail. That's only his Tempest double that he was chasing.
That was 2 buybacks, and they got 3 kills out of it. That's really bad for Reality Rift. Another thing with this game that's somewhat similar to previous games that we talked about. If the Winter Curse is not used, there's nothing holding them to keep them into egg range. Just run away. You know, Wukong command, we don't like it, we'll walk away. Egg, we don't like it, we'll just walk away. But of course, the Winter Curse, and that's what we saw just now happen. The first thing that Night Stalker did was straight beeline for the Wyverns. Like, the Wyvern must die first. I don't care about anything else.
Priorities kills.
Yeah, it is a smart way to play. It's like when you're playing up against a Silencer, you just gotta take him out first. And although Night Stalker's not looking pretty. I mean, it's functional. It's just it's a bit low.
So do you think if your Reality Rift, you just play as 5 at the moment? Disabuse the tempo before this arc.
I mean, you have the Aegis, so you want to see what you can get with it. I mean, and they did use 2 buybacks though. That is, I mean, they must feel like they're on the clock to use those buybacks just to win these fights. Yeah, I love this. He just sees the Winter Riders straight for him. I don't care. Like, you can see that Phoenix tries to actually do something. BKB is like, it doesn't make a difference. Nobody cares. You know, but there is a Winter Scourge used in the actual game. We can go into that. That might be a little bit more important.
Oh, there you go. Mid lane already committed in. They're yelling. They do get the Rubik and then more. So whatever lead they just had in a previous engagement is just negated now as they lost the Arc Warden, forced out a buyback on the Lich, and there's no Rubik to steal any sort of Laguna Blade or the LSA or Dragon Slave.
Well, Lich should be able to keep it alive long enough just thanks to his Frost Armor. Will they continue going is another question.
Can they continue going? Exorcism, is it up?
Death Prophet.
They probably don't want to push into an Exorcism if they could. But maybe they're forcing her to commit that.
That's okay. I mean, you force out the Lich buyback. We also has both their support buybacks on cooldown. It's fine. It's like, I imagine they wanted a tiny bit more, but that's fine. Want more, right? So it's not like you're like, I got enough. Like, no.
Oh well, another value kill right here. Yules him up. They know if they kill the Winter Wyvern, they can look for more.
Tanky hero though.
Yep, he's flying across the horizon, but unfortunately the Sinister Gaze pulls him back. It was too alluring to get out of there.
Yeah, it was. And oh, look at that! Night Stalker being very tanky. 200 health, and as well as 200 health on the Lich. 15 strength on the Night Stalker. There's a lot of tank on this team. 2,500 HP, and he's level 15 with like nothing except Ogre Axe. Still, it is on the Troll to carry that. He has had that BKB for a while. Now he also has a Sanj and Yasha.
Oh, if only he knew that there were no heroes in the base right now, he would have just pushed on forward and trade a tier 1 for a tier 3.
Repair kit coming out for the Dire side. They're probably not the ones who need it at the current moment, but it's not always nice to have in case things go sour.
Oh, gets the deny KYXY.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Charm coming out. Probably something you want to give to Lina. A few more of those stuns if you want to keep that fiery spirits going on easier. But we'll see where they're going. Enchant Quiver. I always feel like this item is very strange. It gives you a lot of damage and a lot of extra attack range for one hit, then it goes on cooldown. Paladin Sword for the Arc Warden. Might be something he wants to equip. Pretty decent item. Troll, the Great Fire, just in case things go sour, he can eat up, go back to full HP. And Groove Bow. Alright. So Groove Bow, Hurricane Pipe, Molineer. It's going to be pretty damn hard to get close to Jackie, as well as he's going to be hitting fast and hard.
Luckily, they do have Hustler on the clock, though, so there's
True.
some sort of gap closer there. It's not over just yet, but they still have to be careful on Nuts. If Nuts gets caught out like that again, the fight is just almost already over.
And the Green Charm on the Arc Warden as well. That's something that he wants. That's, I mean, it's just one of the best items. The Cheruba can really use it. But it's hard to push. It's hard to push. As long as Arc Warden's alive, it's hard to push. Arc Warden has buyback as well.
Well, they're really dragging the game. They know how to do it. They know they only get stronger over time. RR probably on the pressure to do something at the very least. And they gotta do it fast. He already has his BKB. He has the Basher up.
I mean, RR can go late game. They have Troll.
True.
It just feels like it might be a bit less than the Arc one. And Troll, oh, there you go. Lina's going for the she is going for that some damage. She has the the Chrysalis as well as the Dragon Lance, giving her the extra attack range.
Oh, they smoked up.
Troll
Looking for something.
Troll wants Abyssal. Not going for the MKB. I'm not sure how I feel about. I mean, I like the Abyssal. Don't get me wrong, but
oh, I mean, it's gonna be a value pick if they catch her out immediately.
BKB
She pops the BKB, but the hook shot is there to hold her in place. Comes
Oh,
out the
there you go.
magnetic
No
field.
MKB.
She is going to be safe for a while. And a great chain frost bouncing onto everyone. Actually, all three of them gets the fourth as
That's the
well.
egg.
That's the Winters down. No more curse. They can look to commit on this one heavily. Drew just trying to beat him down from outside of the bubble. He should actually walk in. And now Lina to fall with 70 seconds. This is looking grim for Reality Rift. Is this Trust in action, running this Phoenix down? Jackie, double kill on his name.
I mean, the problem with that engagement that we just saw was that, I mean, no MKB. They really almost had the DP dead, and then the Aqua and Bubble came out there, and DP was like, oh, hey, you guys really can't actually, I'm Magic Immune, and I'm literally 100% evasion. What are you guys going to do to me? So that's just a hard thing for them to deal with.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they really need an MKB
But
just to nullify that magnetic field.
if he had Abyssal, he would have also been able to kill it before
True.
she activated the BKB, but it was not enough. It's like Nullifier coming out for the Night Stalker.
Oh, Roche is up. Do they want look to commit? Is
Wow.
actually sees him up though?
They don't need it. They have Arc Warden.
Oh, it's going down pretty fast.
Yep, that's Arc Warden. Hustler, are you gonna make us? No, he's not. Is he gonna try?
Will he?
Will
He's
he?
actually thinking about it. Nuts knows he has the Winter's Curse. He does get it off, but Fearless already takes out the Aegis. Sinister Gaze onto Nuts. Nuts tries to fly across and beyond, but the Chain Frost and the Spark Wraith already laid down to capture his fall.
Nuts, Nuts being brave. You know, it's nice that he tried, but Hustler, he was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. That's too crazy even for me. Plus 35 fire souls per stack damage. Sorry, attack speed for the Lina, which with the damage she's getting, she might be able to. She's gonna really be transforming into a right clicker very soon. I'm sure your right click is pretty damn hard actually, but it's not. The problem isn't that they like lack damage; it's that they lack the ability to inflict that damage. You know, if you have those bubbles out, it doesn't matter. That's the problem here.
So if you're Reality Rift, what do you look forward to? I mean, how do you go around the bubble? Force stab him out of it?
That's an idea. MKB is another idea. The problem is how do you win the game? How do you turn your situation into a win? And it's like even if you get a couple of pickoffs, if Argon, if he can just Spark Wraith his way to defending the base. So how do you pick him off twice? It's a hard game for them to do. It's
Triggered the Spark Wraith. They know
something's there.
Yep, they're all backing out right now. They're probably gonna look for a smoke of their own. They are actually pretty confident. Trust, they've won a couple of team fights. They can actually take this one if they so wish to. Oh, yep, they are. They're all smoked up. They've seen what Jackie could do already, even with just his Tempest double. So super confident going out there. They do spot out the big kill. It's the Winter Wyvern. Without him, you said there's no way they're winning that fight because there's no way to set up for that egg.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a 1-2. It's a 1-2 punch. You have to get the Winter Wyvern. He's got Blink Dagger, by the way, just so that he can always jump in and get that good Winter's Curse on. But if you get close to him, it's not gonna happen. Kinetic Field also. Sorry, not Kinetic Field. Keen Optic on him. I prefer. I mean, I like it. He's also got Enchant Quiver, so I'd rather use the Keen Optic. You know, if you can, on the edge, get your ulti, that could make the difference. Whereas I'm not sure Enchant Quiver is actually gonna make the difference. Time will tell. And Jackie as #1 net worth. You know, I remember at one point it was like the top 3 were all Reality Rift, and they were all hit by 2K, and I was like, oh, Jackie, hey, enjoy the farm.
The whole slot just shifted downwards. Oh, and now even his DP is catching up.
Hex is also going to be available very soon for the Arc Warden.
Oh, initiation. He gets Boom Bell in the back lines with the LSA to connect. Yeah, damage should be enough with the right click. He will. Despite the glimmer, he will go down. Q has to immediately tries to go for the TP, but the battery assault will hold him in place. The lift is there, trying to buy more time. There's no way he's getting out of this one. His TP is on cooldown. Just cogs him in place. LSA to connect. An extra kill onto the name of Alacrity.
I mean, it's nice that they got these kills, but what do they turn into, you know?
True. You
like
still need the objectives.
You're not going to be able to get too much out of them. So it's nice though. I mean, if you can force these buyback, if you can force a buyback, then you have something. At least doesn't even have buyback. So, but I don't think Reality Drift is going to be like, yeah, well, let's go push because you know Rubik is dead or Lich is dead. They're just not that sort of hero.
That's true.
So it's going to be just a bit more farming for them and some gold, you know, some EXP. It's just a nice thing to keep them hopeful as well. So the Phoenix has the Shiva's Guard, and oh, actually, there you go. There's a Shadow Blade on the Arc Warden. So this way, if you actually go and focus his double, you have to expend something to get it, and the double gives like 300 gold. So it's an expensive thing to kill.
Oh, he actually spots him out, immediately uses the Abyssal, but the damage is not enough, uses the Flux, holds him in place, but he's actually, well, this is a lot of commitment. Like you said, for a single Tempest double, he just walks into the bubble. He said, no way I'm killing you from the outside.
But 300 health. Yeah. Gold is a lot.
It's a lot.
And it gives you a decent amount of EXP as well. It's Drew Drew and Alacrity versus the world. Well, KYX was actually pretty there as well. Night Stalker not as far behind. He's still like 3k behind in terms of net worth, but you know 9 and 6k is not as it's okay. Much better. It's much better now when it's like 14k and 11k. It's way better than 9-6. Death Prophet, probably the Aegis is about to expire if it hasn't expired already. And Lena wants to go for the Lincolns. Not sure what you're really stopping. Spirit Siphon doesn't seem like it's worth it. But I guess the Rubik Lift is the most important thing that you want to stop. And for people watching, yes, this is a bit of a slow game. And I mean, we've had actually 48 kills in 35 minutes. Yeah, we're calling it a slow game, but this is a slow section of the game for sure. Both teams really need to figure out exactly what their win condition is right now, because on Reality Rift, it's a very fat troll. And you also, you have that, and you also have a good Phoenix and a good Lena. On Motivade.Trust, it's just the Arc Warden is really going to scale for you.
Well, they have two ways to win the game, right? If you're Trust right now, you can either play the Rat game with your Arc Warden, just sends out his Tempest double, or actually win team fights, which they can do. So the option is pretty much wide open for them. So I'm afraid of what Reality has got to offer. They have to take those kills before they could actually push up into the high ground.
True. Oh. I was like, oh, are they smoking? Same team.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, they pinged it out though. Ooh, Hustler actually moving far forward, does not see him just in time.
It would be nice if he threw a rocket just in case, but yeah, Jackie. One of the problems when you play the Arc Warden sometimes that your Tempest pushes the lanes, but he doesn't get experience. So you end up not getting that level 25 just as fast as you'd have liked. Night Stalker, he's here. He's waiting. Both teams. Reality Rift looks, they are on the enemy side. That doesn't mean they're actually having them huddled in. Remember, you still have Arc Warden just farming. You can see even Night Stalker at the top lane. They are okay with what's happening right now.
They're not really choked in. They choose to stay on
it's
the
like we're locked where we want to be. We're safe in here.
This Night Stalker's up top. The moment he forces a rotation up, I think that's go time for Trust. Oh, the Hax is out.
That's a lot of damage.
The reveal, but that's only the Tempest double. They see what they're capable of now.
Also have attack range as well on the Arc Warden. 125 talent, Hurricane Pike, 100% from the group bow. That's a lot of attack range.
Pinged out the Roche, and he decided, it's safer. Let's get the Roche first, but unfortunately, it's not out just yet.
Good stun to steal by the Rubik. He has the actual Blink Dagger, and he stole the Light Strike Array, which is one of the better spells for him to have.
Yep.
Especially because there's Lincolns coming for the Lena, possibly. So you want as much AoE stuns as you can get. Roshan in 10 seconds coming out. Look at that time with that gold coin. Like there he goes, almost out, and he's back. So that was a very fast Roche timer.
They spotted out with the courier on the inside, but do the Radiant team know? Does Trust know about it? They sent their Tempest double all the way back to just fend for the tier 3s.
Dire, they want to go for it. They notice how valuable this is. I'm wondering if it's going to be a farming Aegis or it's going to be the pushing Aegis. It does. Look at how fast Alacrity hits, by the way, when he's got those fire stacks going. I think that Reality might be considering ending it pretty soon. Seems like the more the game goes, the less of the gold lead you have.
Yeah.
And that means that just... Oh, sorry, they have 7k gold lead. I was like...
I mean, not to mention this, the Arc Warden, is just going to scale, so probably the smarter way to end
they
it
see him.
now. Oh, immediately in the backline, though, the Laguna connects onto who? Actually, falling still pretty healthy, but it's this Tempest double that's doing a lot of the damage already.
Which Wyvern's dead.
Wyvern has to buy back, all thanks to the Night Stalker who took him out on the backlines, and now is his second life, misses the hook shot. Hustler gets nobody in that process, and now they just gotta evacuate one after another because they're just falling like flies. They're going straight for it. Nazi cannot get the Winter's Curse out on time. He falls down yet again. That's a dieback on his end. Lina to fall next. It's a buyback from Drew. This is looking grim as all of them falls one by one. This is a bot back troll as well. Pops the BKB, Abyssals forward, just pops the battle trance, runs at him, does get the kill. So he
can't do anything.
Well, yeah, he can't do anything. He's under the cover of his own influence of his ultimate, and now they take him down. That seems pretty much over.
They have 2 minutes without the troll, and they're gonna go rack something. Like there's no reason not to. And buyback will use on nuts. Back. No one else has used the buyback. And KYX, we saw the problem there with the Phoenix. With all this, they almost got him. He's like literally I don't know how to, like a toothpick hair breadth away from it. But even so, the egg hatch just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And not going for MKB on the troll. You see how the way they're using the Tempest bubble just at the edges. So yeah, you're in, he's out, and he's not gonna move because he's actually hitting you technically.
Everyone bought back for this one. All but Hustler. Oh, Hustler, I think he did bought back also because he died.
He actually has a buyback available.
Oh,
well, interesting.
My apologies.
They're will you back with troll? Oh wow, this is a lot of respect they're showing them. Not like push, or maybe not. Maybe they are.
Be a fake back as he gets the lift, toss him down into the magnetic field
We were
itself.
all fooled.
Jackie, the Tempest double, he's not even committing himself.
That's
just
buyback.
his clone, and he's doing so much damage. KYXY gets hacked up in the midst of the Icarus dive. They take him down, and that's 80 seconds without the Phoenix egg. They're just going to focus racks. I think they can look more because immediately jumps to the back lines is this Night Stalker. Well, his crippling fear is about to run off. There we go. So should be playing smarter about a bit.
But not no KYXY.
Yeah, that's true. No KYXY. That Winter's Curse into eggs is not going to happen. The threat isn't there.
It's still a threat because if you Winter Curse anyone who an Arc Warden's him and his double hit him, that person's dead. But look at it. Just send the illusion. Just do as much damage as you can.
Oh, there he goes.
That's
Immediately
it.
Goes in, but the Hax is there. If they take Nuts down, that's going to be big. They do not. They will instead stand their ground and just, farm up the accessories tower.
300 spark blade damage. He's going for as much.
It's going to create a zone, yep.
Exorcism is there as well, and repair kit comes out, but it's not enough.
No way they're going through the exorcism with it. There's no builder in their galaxy who could fix an item faster than his exorcism. Fearless just standing his ground. He knows once those exorcism expires, it goes back to him. It's full HP, so he's just gonna stand.
KYXY is here now.
Gotta be careful. Nuts do have a blink if he so wishes to commit. Oh, immediately the hook shot comes in.
Double force staff.
Yep, he's been used up though. The control is there. Troll tried to go for the initiate. They do get a kill by Jackie.
Where
dominating.
The hell? I was like, I think his double killed the
I think so too. That Tempest double is a threat, and immediately Alacrity next on the list, but they tried to re-initiate. We got turned that one around as she pops the BKB and starts right-clicking through, but the magnetic field actually saved him with that evasion, and now Tempest double again gets sent forward. Oh, the nice LSA, hold him in the background. It was a stolen LSA, and now Drew is just gonna claw down their actual Tempest, the actual Arc Warden, gets the kill down, has to force that buyback. Masaros still in the area, gets the lift by this Rubik. They're actually some glimmer of hope, but now it is looking dull as they take down Drew for the next 100 seconds.
Oh man, KYXY on the Phoenix. I mean, he's actually 11, 5, and 12. That's a great score, but a couple of these eggs just cost. I mean, I'm not saying it cost them the game, but just couldn't really do what they needed to do. Hustler, you have Hustler, sorry, Nuts on the Wind Wyvern, so can you make this? Oh well, forget I said anything.
No, well, I mean, he's dead. We all know that LSA dead, stolen by this Rubik himself, drops down the Spark Rave, silenced up. All the damage coming from this Tempest double. Well, actually, he's gonna live, but can he get into the fountain with that Spark Rave waiting there? Pops the egg, the Winter Wyvern's Curse. Finally, it is out.
The real
Will
one's
it
hitting
pop,
it,
though? It will not. It's over.
That's
It's looking grim. GG has been called, but that came out from MG.Trust, so kind of questionable right there. Well, that was game number 3 in this best of 3 series. It was a long, drawn-out one, and man, have we finally got ourselves a winner, and it's one that we did not expect at all.
Motivade.Trust coming in here, maybe needing to prove something. Game 1 really didn't go their way, but game 2, game 3, they really showed what they could do. I really enjoyed this draft. I especially thought the Arc War and the Death Prophet coming in were like, there was just genius heroes that we've just never seen this tournament. Even the Night Stalker, we haven't seen him today at all. This is the first time we see Night Stalker. Yeah. So what a well played draft that they have. I want to give them. I want to give them a lot of props, but again, you look at Reality Drift and they fall into the same thing when they give KYXY a hero that's always like the Phoenix.
I mean, you mentioned it, right? Like they play around KYXY
a lot, yeah,
and they give him the hero which you don't think he's that great at. He's a good player, nonetheless. Saw his KDA, it's 11, 5, and 12, I think. So it's pretty impressive. It's just that maybe he needs a hero that does more.
Yeah, it's like it's not just about K. I mean, you can go around and get solo kills, but you might also throw an egg that gets you killed, and then you're like, you're not really doing anything. The critical, crucial time when you have to deliver. So they banned the LC, they banned the Omni, and Timbersaw was banned. So it's like he really didn't have anything he could do. And that Phoenix, that was just not that was not Phoenix game.
It was not indeed. Do you think it would have been different if they gave him his Kunkka though?
Possibly. I mean, it's hard to tell. After Arc Warren got so far ahead, the game was a loss. There's nothing you can do. But with Kunkka, might have stopped that. And you can look at the kills are not that far ahead, far behind.
36 to the 28 of Reality Rift. Motivade.Trust from Thailand, showing their prowess on why they made it through the qualifiers into the ESLC Championship. Qualifiers. This is also a qualifiers to make it through into get seeded into the closed one for the ESL 1 Birmingham. So, well, not over for any of these teams just yet. Okay, upper bracket awaits Motivade.Trust. I believe they will be going on to fight Team Adroit.
Yep, and the winner of that just goes on ahead to the actual playoffs. Well, of this tournament. Another thing about this game specifically is that Nuts got really focused. Like every fight, you just see the Night Stalker going straight at him. And it's really hard for him to play because he's like, he got a Blink Dagger, which wasn't enough because you can just sort of Spirit Vessel. There's ways of stopping it. Any sort of lightning from a Molineer could hit you. And he just wasn't able. 11 deaths. We rarely see Nuts have this sort of bad of a game.
Yeah, you can see he was having a hard time just by the levels he is holding. He's 17, but Drew is at... Wait, hold up. Is that right?
No.
15?
No, 6, 5, and 6.
Okay.
No, it's like that one is like now 6, 5, and 6.
No, I'm talking about like that numbers there. Are those not the levels?
Oh yeah, they are.
15? Nah, that can't be right.
Yeah, it's probably 25.
Yeah, nah, that can't be right, that one. Level 15 Drew. Maybe it wasn't Nuts all along. Maybe it was Drew. I'm kidding. Nevertheless, Reality Rift unfortunately opt out of this matchup, but they will be dropping down to the lower bracket. So they will be going up against
Army
Geniuses down in the lower bracket. So 2 teams out of the 8 will still make it through into the seed of the closed qualifiers. So they still have a chance to bounce back. As we all saw Reality Rift in their previous tournament, they have gone through the lower brackets before. So this might not be so foreign to them.
Yeah, I mean, this game, again, I feel like it's a lot because of the draft. But, if they can fix that, they might be. Army Geniuses, didn't look so hot today as well. So maybe Reality will be able to take that. But I'm excited. I mean, you can't go and saying this team's going to win, this team's going to. It's like, nope. It really depends on the draft.
So do you think that, like, just from this matchup alone, do you think that Arc Warden is actually still good in the meta despite how late he comes online?
I mean, he came online very late, and he was up against one of the better heroes, like Troll late game and Lina early game. So he had like a lot to contend with, and he still did very well. I guess you have to double down on one or the other, right? Either you go all the way to early game, or all the way to the late game. But who is the featured player? Who's the MVP of this match?
I guess we're about to find out right about now.
Oh, really?
I guess so. I mean, I'm not gonna oppose to that. He did go straight for the Winter Wyvern almost every other engagement.
Yeah, I mean, like what he did was fantastic. Being able to control that was great. I was kind of expecting Jackie. I was expecting Jackie. Not that I was hoping, but I'm like,
it's been a whole streak of carries being on the featured line, and finally we've got the off laner Masaros. This guy really know his way around kill priorities and the win condition in a team fight, and he did pull through.
Again, it's really hard to emphasize just how important it was that Winter Wyvern was controlled every single fight because of this guy. So MVP well deserved.
I think Nuts was a bit triggered though, like when Masaros actually went for him in that I think second last engagement where they committed so many buybacks. Nuts bought back, and I saw him getting hunted down by this Night Stalker again. He was just like crawling his way towards the team fight, just trying to get the Winter Curse off. It never happened. So that's gonna be pretty triggering to play against. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to him though. Does deserve it. The AoE silence it really nullifies the Winter Wyvern. He went for a blink dagger just so he can blink away, but then you just have to walk in and just like evade him.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's a hard game.
It's a tough one, but well, this is what it is, right? This is Dota 2. You'll never know who may come up on top. You can have a major qualifying team just like Team Reality Rift, but a lot of factors come into play. Draft, mistakes, and so it's skills. One of the reasons. So I do believe we have one of the players from the winning team.
Oh, this is the day's results.
Okay, there we go. Motivade.Trust taking 2-1 out of the hands of Reality Rift. That was the upset, but I'm pretty happy it happened the way it did. It was a pretty intense fight.
It's a long, these were some long games that we had. We had an hour game, 2 50-minute games. It's been a very impressive tournament so far. All the teams coming here, bringing a lot of skills. No one's here by accident. Invited or qualified, we see the teams impressed today.
Yeah, and this is only the Group A,
This is
by the
only
way.
Group A. We have Group B tomorrow. They have Signal Ultra there. That's another. They have the Geek Fam as well.
Yep.
There's a lot of big teams coming out.
Boom is coming in.
Boom ID, thank you.
Yeah, they've got Oracle, but the
Oracle
junior
Youth,
team.
yeah.
The junior team. But nevertheless, it is Oracle, so people know the name. They know QO. Should be something to expect from that one. In case you need a refresher on the bracket, you want to walk them through what's going to happen?
Basically, wait, when it shows up. There you go. So tomorrow, I'm actually not exactly sure when these are going to happen, but Adroit versus Motivade.Trust. The winner goes to represent Group A in the first seed, and Army Geniuses, Reality Rift. Whoever wins from that will go up against whoever loses from Adroit and Motivade.Trust, and will be the second seed, sort of like the weaker team. And seed 1 goes against seed 1 from Group A goes against seed 2 from Group B. So you're like the strong person from this team from this group goes against the weak team from the second group. And same thing here. Group A seed 2 will go up against Group B seed 1, and from there the top 2 teams will play against each other.
Very nice. Very intricate breakdown. Thank you so much. I would have never been able to done that.
No,
that's why you're big brain.
That's
here.
because it's very complicated. It's very, very complicated.
There we go. Take a look at the schedule on what's going on tomorrow. Group A, upper bracket, match 1. Adroit plays against Motivade.Trust. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, Army Geniuses takes on Reality Rift. And whoever loses that meets again in the match 3. It's a best of 3. And yeah, we're going to have brand new casters taking over as well for the day. You could find out on who that's going to be up on ESL Asia. Don't forget to like, share the page. Yeah. I think tonight this has been an absolute pleasure to watch all 3 games on both series with you, Otomo. I'm going to shake your hand, although they cannot see it on the stream right now.
I'm not sure that's something we should be encouraging these days. So shaking hands with strangers, maybe something you want to stay away from.
True. Oh, that's true. We're talking Corona season, right?
Oh, anyway, but out of the two teams that you won today, did one of the teams seem like they were stronger between Motivade.Trust and Adroit? Did you think one of them was stronger than the other?
Well, to be honest, walking in just by historical evidence, right? And I think the both of us thought that Reality Rift was going to storm over theirs, just like how Adroit stormed over theirs. But honestly, all four teams, they put up a fight.
Amazingly
it
well,
was
yeah.
a 2-1, and like the first series of the day, it was like game 1 dominated heavily on Adroit, and then game 2 heavily dominated by Army Geniuses, and game 3 only slightly was someone.
The 1 hour game.
Yeah, someone only came out on top, kind of thing, and that applies to this series as well. So I don't know, man. I think we're in for a treat. Anyone who's like just walking into the stream into ESL for the C Championship, they might be thinking as well that it's obviously Reality Rift, it's obviously Android, but we got proven wrong, and I guess that's like the beauty of Dota, right?
It is. With seeing all these teams come out, we saw an upset. A qualified team beat an invited team, which is like, the invited team should be doing better, but they can take any team can take a game from each other. So I'm excited, and I'd love to see how this goes.
Yes, stick around for tomorrow as we get into the remaining of Group A. Once again, my name is Scatty Keith, and together with me, Big Brain Otomo, we're going to sign off for this ESL C Championship 2020 Day 1. See you next time.
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Can't stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
Came from the darkest regions, wrapped in a cloak of light. Minus the focus heights, I'm trying to get my opens right. Throw my doubts aside, I climb the mountainside. And when I reach the peak, the view I see will help me fly. Feel the pressure, but it's relative to the man I measure. No time for hesitation, finally time to step up. And when you're feeling deep in your bones and you're so you're fed up, you're close to the glass ceiling, keep your head up. See your dreams as a goal, that's how I'm seeing mine. Achieve my full potential, let all of the demons pre my shine.
I hang on every word you say.
for an ES. He can't even find the kill. But the sniper, that's the big one. Falls up 1 and 2 in the back. 3 men back in the ball. Tips
For being so heartless, it was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. Moment of darkness.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy.